Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Laserforce Space Marines Internationals 2024. I am your host for the proceedings this week. My name is Guy Next Door. Joining me shortly will be the living legend that is known as Scythe. He'll be joining me as soon as apparently he's working. So take the week off work or something, folks. No, that's fine. I hope everyone's having a great day, a great night, whatever time it is for you. I hope it's a good one. We bear with us while we still learn how to do streaming good for Laserforce Nationals, because this is the first year that we've run it where the streaming setup is not on site. So I'm here in New Zealand running the stream for what's happening in Loveland, Colorado. Really quick shout outs. First and foremost, I want to shout out the principal sponsor for Laserforce Space Marines Internationals 2024, Liquid Death. Thank you guys very much for keeping our players hydrated. I know that they've donated a bunch of awesome goodies for the crew over in Loveland. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you getting behind our small niche scene and adding a little bit of credibility to what we do. Also, a big shout out to Jeff and the team at Loveland Laser Tag. Thank you guys for letting us take over your house for the week. I know it's always a stressful time for for owners when we come and invade their neck of the woods. Chat, nice to see you. Throw some hype in there. I hope you guys enjoy the stream. We've got a couple of really awesome features and stuff. Hopefully that'll carry us through the week, keep you all relatively entertained as we make our way through Nats this year. We're going big. We've gone big this year. Big. I would say maybe a little bit too big. Perhaps our eyes are bigger than our stomach, but we shall see. Right, the first game we've got going on. Okay, well, I'm going to bring in... Hang on, before we get to our first game, let me quickly switch across here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stream the 2018 Laserforce Space Marines Internationals champion captain, I would say. Scythe, how are you, brother?
Oh, man, I am doing great. How are you?
Nervous. A little nervous that things run smooth, nervous that the players kind of live up to the hype. I know coming into lasers this week has been full of question marks, I guess, on the players, so hopefully they can kind of pull some wins out of the hat. But coming up first we have the first game, round 1, match 1, game 1. We have the LA Phasor department. No, that's not right. Hang on. I've got to change it on my screen. We've got the St. George Sunbeams, I believe, coming up first on green team versus California Inner Peace. Shall we? Let's have a look at the matchup, shall we?
Sounds good, yeah.
Talk us through these teams a little bit. What do we got going on?
Really California Inner Peace, I think we all know big staples out in California. So we have Kodama, going to be the primary, at least in my opinion, primary attacker.
Yeah.
Along with Dill. So Dill was putting up some huge numbers last night. Definitely excited to see him play. Then we have the oldies, goldies, DeathKnight, DK, and then Old Man Than. And then we have Sweets and we have Applesauce. So very well-rounded team. They are expected to go pretty far. I have them top 4, barring no catastrophes later in the week, and barring stamina holds up with those ramps.
Yeah.
And then we got pretty big look yesterday of Sunbeams with El Diablo, kind of backpacking some of those games there. He had a couple rough games, but I think definitely he's looking to bounce back from those games and have his full team there with him, and then see how well they can carry him. So a lot of new faces on that team outside of Grack. So definitely looking to see what they're going to do. They had some great games yesterday. So
yeah.
As long as they can, hold those points, those key resupply spots, and they can limit the damage that Kodama and Dill's going to do, I definitely think that they can survive the elim, and then look to try to win on points.
Well, let's have a quick look at the captain for this team before we get going, and if the game starts, we'll quickly cut back. But let's check out some words from the captain of the California Inner Peace.
My name is Cayman Haro, or Kodama is my code name, and I'm...
Never mind about that. Game's just started. Let's go.
It always happens.
That timing, though. That timing is great. Right. How's the start off the start here?
I'm thinking that they probably did the standard start from the looks of it. So both teams shooting up the ramp, kind of battling for that second floor, third floor. But you'll notice that Red did not bring their medic up fully. So their medic hasn't been shot yet. So they're really just doing that 5-man attack, control second, take third, push Green back downstairs. For Green, they're having a little bit of a rough time. Their medic's already been hit 4 times. So I'm thinking they had that failed, push up to the third floor, and then now they're kind of stuck on these ramps.
For all the spectators at home, the top left camera that you can see there is the red ramp switchback. You can see Old Man Than resupplying, making his way to the top of that ramp, which you can see at the top right-hand corner. That is the shit, I can't remember the name of that spot. Fortress, there we go. Bottom left is the green ramp, which makes its way to the first closet, and then, cubby, and then the bottom right-hand corner, if you go all the way to the top of that ramp, is the main resupply point for the floor 3, which is the closet. Looks to be that Red have kind of controlling that switchback ramp and that fortress area pretty well.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They haven't pushed all the way up to the cubby. It looks like they're just playing it safe. Applesauce, sitting pretty at 19 lives, so they're definitely just doing the methodical approach of like, hey, let's make sure it's 100% completely clear before we kind of move our resupply around.
I had a quick chat with Old Man Than last night about this matchup. Actually, we were singing the praises of El Diablo, who had a great warm-up night last night, and he said he's really, really proud of what he was doing, but his goal coming into this game was to beat that pride out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's obviously resupplying at the moment, but I do like the fact that they are kind of resupplying. They are getting kind of pinged downstairs pretty badly. Again, Red is just sitting in the fortress, so for those of you that weren't on the stream yesterday, from the third floor and really the second floor, you can see about 90% of the first floor. You can shoot about 65% of it if you're an average height from the second or third floor. So it is really rough to be stuck downstairs on that first floor. And being able to try to resupply and regroup, it takes a lot of teamwork, a lot of coordination, a lot of calling out. If you don't have those things, it's going to be a rough time down there on that first floor. Yeah, for sure.
You can see in that bottom right-hand corner, Dill's getting the missile from that second floor down onto the floor, the first floor. It's such a brutal combination having a tall player control that whole midsection, especially if the team has been pushed downstairs. It's just such an advantage from up there.
Yeah, I know we talked about it a lot yesterday with like specifically Dill, and then maybe a little bit on the Cody side as a double missile it seems hit there. But,
good missiles from Diablo.
Yeah.
Oh, we've already lost the Green Scout. That is that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Green team.
Yeah, you never want to be a man down, even if it is definitely a scout. But
the disdain in Sight's voice. It's just a scout. You sound like a true commander.
No, I am 100% scout at heart. Like, I love scout; it's my favorite position. I just never get to play it. But yeah, El Diablo like launching the nuke, trying to get them pushed back, trying to like create something for his team to be able to at least resupply.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's only really 2 good spots downstairs to resupply. And if you're not holding those 2 spots and you're running around, you're not going to be long for this game.
Yeah. Now, for like we said yesterday, for anyone who's used to the newer scoreboards flipping around depending on who's in the lead, the scoreboard we're using doesn't do that. So just pay attention to the total scores down the bottom. Everything remains static, so you can kind of track stuff that way. We've got Metalface. Rockwood's in chat. He's come out of the game and is currently chatting with us in chat. Hey, Rockwood. That's a rough one, dude. It was a rough go. Too, so do I. Prefer the static. Yeah, unfortunately, just when you're a man down, it's so hard to kind of regain any ascendancy, and red team really in this game have dominated from the start. Right off the start, they started well, they intend to finish well. So you can see Sweets there on the switchback ramp hunting down on the first floor.
Fire team is leading by 10,000.
Here comes old man Than.
Still dropping those nukes, probably looking to really put a damper on the spirits of green team trying to live out of the game.
Definitely a statement game, this one.
Yeah. I am interested to see though how other teams are going to play against that delayed style. So again, Sacramento didn't fully take the cubby. They stayed in Fortress with their resupply. And they were standing up a lot. So I know we talked about it yesterday. It's not something you want to really do unless you control the second. You want to be, hunkered down because you can get shot from all angles. Even downstairs can shoot up and hit you in Fortress.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to be watching that. But they were so far ahead at that point that they could play that play style and have those eyes and ears
for sure,
looking down or looking over the side of the ramp.
I like this work from Than here on the switchback, kind of controlling that sort of corner or that third of the maze. He's sort of running up and down the ramp, trying to keep an eye on where the enemy team is running around to, where the green team is running. Sorry, and I would imagine we can't hear him, but he's making those call outs to his teammates to make sure that Oh, there you go. You can see him pointing.
Yeah, it's usually the style. Once you push them down to the first floor, you really only have like 1 or 2 people on that second floor, and you're just looking for people to come up, and then you're just calling them out as they come up. Dan probably could have ran around and maybe left a medic on the ramp, but still scoring those points regardless. I
don't think so. Solid win there from the red team. California in a piece, getting their first win of the tournament. Pretty decisive win at that. Oh, I've dropped Josh. That's okay. But he's back. Can we hear you though?
Can you hear me?
There we go. There you go. You're back.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Sure. Technical difficulties. Stream LT.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of those this week. Bear with us, kids. We're trying to be awesome, and if we try and be awesome but only hit mediocre, that's a win.
Definitely.
Well, I'm keen to have a look here and just sort of highlight what Sam was doing at the end of that game there. Let's take a look at here. This is the Loveland arena. You can see here on the switchback ramp how much of downstairs you can kind of see from this perspective. Running this ramp here and the end of this ramp, you can see all the way down through this section here. Down into red base, you can see the red starting area if you peer over the side here. And really, once you get downstairs, if you've got a full team hunting, there's not really anywhere in this area you can hide for very long. Unless you're a little bit, who managed to do it in the practice round yesterday. She did a really good job.
Yeah, so if you scroll on the side of the ramp, on the right side, go a little bit further back towards the back wall. There's this little like pillar cubby that's
just
here.
in there.
Yep. So on this towards the bottom here, that little half wall there.
Yeah.
If you're tucking on the wall enough, someone of her size can sit there and hide for a long time because it is shielded from above. If you're smaller,
just down here,
your lights aren't bleeding on the wall. Yeah, so
right.
That's where she was. She she shot Fox and then gave away her position, and then she was dead 30 seconds later. But
it's tough if you're behind in the game. Like there's not too much you can kind of do, except maybe in a situation where you're trying to maybe outlive the other team, maybe trying to stave off the elimination. That's probably your best bet. But what's your kind of viewpoint at the start of the game with people kind of running up this side of the arena, up the red ramp?
Yeah, so on red ramp, again, this is in my personal opinion from my Detroit style.
Yeah.
We would send the heavy all the way up to third.
All the way
and
up this ramp here?
Yep.
Into Fortress?
And then myself, the two scouts, and the ammo would actually run to second. So I would cut all the way across here and attack. One scout would take big box.
Yeah.
One scout would be behind me. And then the ammo would sit just at the top of that second floor switchback.
Just here?
Yep. So the reason for this being is you're looking at the other team coming up the opposite side of the ramp.
Yeah, so you can see
what
stuff
happened
coming
to
up
green
here.
team. Yep, what happened to green team, unfortunately, is both their 3 hits went down coming up green ramp.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Start of the game, they both went down. Dama was there, Dill was there. The only place you can go from there is down. So
makes such a big difference.
Yeah, it's really those trade shots at that point of like who's trading with who's still standing. And then you slowly, like as you saw Sacramento, they placed their resupply in Fortress once it was clear.
Yeah.
And they kind of just hung around in Fortress. And you can do that. Some of the better teams will punish you if you're stuck in Fortress, but
Fortress being this spot here.
Your goal is really to take the cubby and control the second floor. If you
Yeah.
have that advantage, I would say that's key. You're going to see the top teams do it. Cedar does it very well. Loveland A does it very well. Luke is like a monster when he's cutting across second. So,
Yeah.
We expect to see that more from the more experienced teams. And the inexperienced teams, you're going to see a lot of chaos on the ramps.
So for anyone that isn't familiar with this maze, the red starting area is basically this passageway here. Start of the game, generally most of the teams coming up this ramp, you might get someone cutting underneath the middle to try and head up through this way and up green ramp. Green ramp starting area is on this side of the maze. They run through here, up this ramp, try and get to the top of green ramp switchback. Up this initial ramp to third floor and get their resupply into the cubby here. And we've got the camera angles you can see during the broadcast. Will watch this ramp. It'll watch this ramp. There'll be one facing here and one on this wall facing out this way. So you'll be able to check those out when we go back into the maze. All right, what have we got coming up next?
I think we're good. Can you still hear me? It keeps cutting in and out.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Technical difficulties, guys. We're working on it.
Right. Coming up next. What do we got going on next? Let me have a quick look. So, next teams we've got on the card. Let's have a look. Loveland Phoenix versus Motor City Mutts. Phoenix versus the Mutts. There we go. Looks like we've got the referees in the maze. This is going to be interesting. The Phoenix. Just caught a nice little moment there on camera. Let me switch to here real quick. We got Than, and it looks to be. Not sure who that is that he's standing next to, but they had a nice little cuddle. Obviously very happy with the win. Than is laying down the law. I'm liking this Big Brother stuff that we got going on.
A glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade.
All right, game 2, let's go. Or game 1 of match 2.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Yeah, so this is Loveland A's premier team. So as you can see, very quickly, just straight up, straight to the spots, straight across, full team up, taking the box. Green team doing not really what I like to see when you're at the top of the cubby there, where you have kind of a split resup piece, but they do have the flank coming up red, which is good. It's always great when you can sit there and flank. As you can see, it's doing work, coming behind and really sort of devastating Loveland. Loveland's getting stuck kind of in this cubby, but Luke's there to force everyone down the ramp.
Oh, good missile there from Bromatize on Raya. Saw the opportunity to run down switchback and sink a missile in.
2,500 points.
Now this is arguably the number 1 ranked team in the competition. Obviously home site advantage. Versus one, I think, Motor City, we had sort of 7th or 8th, finishing 7th or 8th this week. So let's see how they can do. They do have.
So you see the difference.
Oh, you go ahead. No, you're right.
I was gonna say the difference between what Sacramento did and what Loveland A did. I kind of spoke on it, in the game. Was like as soon as they had the ability to take the cubby, they took it. They didn't stay in Fortress where they could continue to get flanked by that scout up the ramp.
Yep. It is definitely the strongest resupply point in the arena, right? As long as you know how to hold it, which obviously Loveland A do.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you'll see is like they'll continue to play that semi-side style right there, where they're just peeking over, shooting shots for anyone that wants it, and then you'll kind of see them float back and forth on that third wall between Fortress and that cubby. So they have the resupply split, like we kind of talked about. Once you have that second floor controlled, then you're just really calling out, having your team, push Green back downstairs, keep them stuck downstairs. Green doing a good job, though, is resupplying downstairs. So even though they were pushed, they're definitely getting the doubles in and, trying to at least come back and maybe mount a attack on one of the ramps.
Where do you think they're holding downstairs? Are they in the, maybe like near the pillar or the starting resupply spot?
Yep, either the start or the side cubby that's by the obelisk. So one of those two spots. I like the obelisk more, but my team says I'm crazy. But the obelisk just gives you a better, so many people come flying past you from the front green side here that we see in the bottom left corner, that it's so easy to just pick them off when they run by. They're just not even paying attention to that area.
Here comes a nuke. Fan are dropping their first nuke of the game. Relieves a little bit of pressure, gives hopefully the medic an opportunity to put some lives in their team, but Lizzie's already lost over half of her lives, so I can't imagine
without nukes being detonated.
It's
gonna be rough.
Yeah, as soon as Ghost gets to his second, I would imagine he's probably gonna drop 2. Which is really going to put some stress on the green team.
Yeah, definitely. It's they are trying to battle again for that second floor, but
that's that first nuke.
The damage has been done.
Oh, did you see there? Bromatized cutting off White Ninja's attempt to get up into the fortress, so he almost copped a missile. One quick thing to note as well is that Motor City Mutts are without one of their players. Blackout unfortunately won't be joining them today. We'll be joining them tomorrow, so they are playing with the Merc, which is White Ninja, which is a shame because it's hard to build chemistry with your team when your whole team's not there. So hopefully it's not too much of a detriment going forwards.
Yeah, it's also
Your
hard to
team has
like
taken the
kind of
lead.
gain that momentum. I mean, granted, you're playing, arguably the top team
Fire
in the
team
tournament.
has
Yeah.
taken the lead.
And it's like you want to be able to
Your
work on those
team has
small skill
taken the
set
lead.
pieces, but
Yeah.
when you're down that play and you have the Merc, I mean, you'll be playing today with the Merc, but then you get your main player Blackout back, then it's like, all right, do we switch what we're doing? Do we continue what was working? If you had a good strat happening, like how is that person going to adjust it? It does make it a little bit complicated, but I definitely think they'll improve as they go on, playing some of the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah. So it looks like red team are in cleanup mode as we lose Scythe for the moment.
Yeah, I would say, it's gonna be a little bit tough. The point differential's gonna be rough. Everyone made sure they got their bases off, so that's always a positive.
That is a positive, yeah. Yeah, and ain't nothing to do now but to go on a hunt. And you could see SgtTucker patrolling the bottom of that outside of Cubby on the second floor. Just keep an eye out across over towards Red Base.
Yep.
We've got 7 canisters of CN12.
Yeah, it's
like-
that same like.
We roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Oh, go ahead.
Good nuke
Fire
there by
team
Phantom.
is
Looked like
leading
Phantom
by
was actually running up
2,500
to or maybe that was White Ninja actually running up from the switch back up into near Big Box.
Yeah.
Switching to full auto.
Now with any elimination in Laserforce tournament play, it's an automatic win for the surviving team, and they also get a 10,000 point buffer towards the match. So this puts Loveland Phoenix in good stead to take this match, which again they are the favorite, so it's not surprising. But hopefully, when you get a loss like this, you kind of hope to still take some points away from the match by winning the next game. So two games to a match, and you play both red and green side against each opponent in this first round. So.
Yeah, I definitely think for Motor City, you just gotta sit there and kind of be like, hey, what went wrong? What could we have done better?
Yep.
It is going to be tough against the favorites of the tournament, but you keep building on the momentum, going to the next match. So when you get to those middle of the pack teams, you can better set up, and then from that point, it's just repetition.
Yeah. Good win there. Good win from Loveland Phoenix. It's always nice to get your first win of the tournament under your belt. Now I don't know, is your camera off on your end? Did you turn it off?
It is. Something's going on with it. We'll mess with it.
Okay, that's all right. We'll just have my face for the moment. Lucky you.
Beautiful face.
Coming up next, we've got Sewercuse versus Los Angeles Phasor Department. Now, coming into this tournament, Sewercuse unfortunately lost their captain. Let's have a quick spotlight on their captain, who's currently sitting on the sidelines as he broke his arm weeks before they were due to come. Let's have a quick look at Beanz. Or not, that's not going to work. Maybe we'll take a look at their young player Jackal.
My name is Ryan, aka Jackal, and I'm playing for the Sewercuse team. I'm playing Nats this year because I was asked to play Nats this year. That's pretty much it. I like playing laser tag because, like other people, I think it's very competitive. It gets that competitive fear down, and brings out the best in me. I like our team because we have veterans, we have very experienced players that have been playing for a long time, and I think I'm still learning from them even today after playing for so long. Every tournament I've ever played in, I've learned a new trick, so hopefully I learn a new trick this one. If I'm going to win, I want everyone to be playing at the best, so bring your A game.
real quick shout out to Luke from Mischief from Loveland putting together the player profiles for the the lead up to the tournament. It's pretty awesome. He's put in a bunch of work to kind of bring the multimedia aspect of this tournament up to a very, very high standard. So big shout out to Mischief. Well done, dude. It's great work.
Yeah, I'd second that. Like, just everything that kind of put in, and then there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes that doesn't really get talked about with the unsung heroes of putting it all together. So yeah, definitely loving it.
He's done a great job too. The dude's got a real talent for media. For anyone that doesn't already follow the YouTube channel, Laserforce, what is it? Loveland Laser Tag on YouTube. Give that channel a follow if you haven't already. He's done a great job. Right, who have we got next? Sewercuse versus LA Phasor Department. Let's have a quick look at the matchups. What do you got with these two teams?
Oh man, so my rivals, as we'll call them, or our Detroit rivals of Syracuse, was really hoping to play them in a neutral arena to see who could finally come out on top. But starting off bat, we have Cody, we have Evil, we have Jackal, we have Lenny, who played in a very long time, my twin, and then we have Fox, and we have Wookie. So a lot of the old guard, really just what they were missing was Beanz, and they'd have really the first Syracuse team to play, all those years ago, 2011.
Yeah.
Here they're only missing, Sanch and one other person, but definitely looking to see what they can do against the LAPD. So starting there, we have Odin, who's really going to be that attacking leader, similar to El Diablo. We have Snowflake, we have Odom and Minette, Disco Monkey, and then Poopies. So
Poopies being a local player, local Loveland player.
Yep.
So don't forget about Delta Hammer.
Yeah.
Where are you, bruh?
But yeah, similar to kind of last night's gameplay, I would like to see them keep Snowflake in that 3-hit kind of style, and I would like to see Disco really sit in the big box. I think it worked very well for them. On Syracuse side, again, we talked about Cody, using advantage if you're playing Commander. Make sure you're floating second. If you're playing heavy, make sure you're, forcing moves at Fortress to try to keep that team down from taking those resupply spots.
I'm getting messages from all over the globe, which is really awesome. Appreciate all the people reaching out and stuff. Any feedback that you have for me, please let me know, because we're aiming to make everything as smooth and as nice as possible. We'll get all the rest of the kinks out day one. As soon as we can figure out how to make Josh's camera stay on, we'll be golden.
Yeah, I think once that's good, then we'll be fine. I mean, I technically didn't forget about Hammer. I just
he's not there, you know.
Yeah, the battle we had in 2011 was quite epic between Detroit and New York. But
he actually reached out. Lose the silly accent. I can't help it. It's how I talk. Black Hammer actually reached out, and we're gonna have to get him on the the broadcast on the Resupply channel. Also, just while I remember, if you don't already follow the Resupply on Twitch, please give our channel a follow. Twitch.tv/The Resupply. We kind of do mostly Laserforce content, but then I also do shenanigans during the week. It's a bit of fun. Chat, who have you got? Show us who you got in this game. Let's go. We're going live.
I'm going to stick with my original prediction. I had high hopes for Syracuse. Even after they lost Beanz, I still think that, they're a formidable team. So I'm looking at them to try to take this game.
Nice shadow there. Beanz got LAPD. I'm liking LAPD. These games are going to be really interesting throughout the week. Watching these two teams do battle. I think, given the experience of Sewercuse, hopefully they just get better throughout the week. So.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Yeah, you can kind of see there, they reversed it. They sent Lenny on the second floor, and they had Fox patrolling at Fortress. So Fox being that, roaming scout. It worked a little bit until, a 3-hit came into big box.
Yeah.
But Green is doing work in the cubby.
Yeah. Disco Monkey got in and put a little bit of pressure on
Fire team is
what looks to be Cody sitting in the cubby in the closet.
Yeah, he also took a bad shot there and got dinged with that penalty. So kind of did that Phasor reach around the wall.
Oh yeah. Got to keep the triangle, kids. Keep that triangle. It's hard to get penalized if you keep the triangle.
It's so hard where you don't want to cross that penalty line that's right there.
Yeah.
And it's like you just kind of whip that Phasor around the corner.
Yeah. Shielding every time.
But yeah, it does look, like I said, they're kind of just holding a fortress. You see those 3 people in that one spot, trying to keep that third floor, trying to keep the.
Oh, nuke over nuke!
Double nuke! Oh no!
Oh no, Odin! Oh, Cody
tried.
with the nuke over nuke. That's unlucky.
Definitely, because Odin, as you can see what he's trying to do, all 6 Sewercuse players are at the top. 4 of them are in Fortress, which you don't want to be in like that.
Yeah.
You want to be communicating. On that, it's Fox. Fox is sitting there. He's by that cubby. He could just yell for his team to come all the way across.
Yeah.
But it's just the inexperience in the arena.
Yeah.
Fire team is
Evil there controlling the bottom of the switchback, heading down towards the first floor. Apologies for the muddiness of the camera, kids. It'll clear up. Think of it as turbulence.
Turbulence from passing from one hemisphere to the other.
Fix the teams at the top. Oh yeah, true. That's on me.
That's rock.
That's going to be a real issue throughout this tournament, I think. Please just keep reminding me.
Yep.
Missile away.
Yeah, I'm liking what Sewercuse is doing though. It's like, even though they're still kind of hanging out in the fortress, not the best thing, but they are just filling. So they know that Green is going to be somewhere. Green isn't respawning as much as I would like to see them, but here they come up the ramp, just trying to get that 2-person 2-3 hit kind of combo on the ramp.
Yeah.
And this is not what you want to see, where you're stuck on this switchback and the whole other team.
Yeah. Whoa, we're getting red network signals all over the board. So turbulence is real, kids.
If we drop, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
We'll throw up the Fallout technical difficulties sign.
You had a vest get killed by accident. Oh, that's inexperienced referees doing that. That's why there should only be one master ref in the issue. In the maze. Everyone else should be penalty only.
That's very true.
Yeah.
But yeah, game state, like Cody, even with that penalty, is approaching that next nuke.
Yeah.
Odin really lost a lot of wind out of his sails after getting that nuke canceled, but his team's not doing too bad. It's like Manette's still 10. I know Jackal, like, he's small, he's in the corner, he's gonna be hard to hit. He's still at 17. And you didn't have that nuke to take the extra 3 lives off of him, so
yeah.
New York's in a really good spot. I would like to see them, do what the other teams kind of do, where they send the rest of the team down. You have your resupply float on that third floor.
Yep.
Missile away.
It's quite
I'll
a hard thing to
them
commit
after
to.
this.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It is interesting because for a while, like you can see in that bottom right hand smudgy corner that there's no green resupply in that closet. So if they can manage to put some pressure on what looks to be Disco Monkey, I think, coming in across that third floor, they can really move their resupply out of the fortress and into that kind of premier spot.
Yep. And as you can see, green tried to come up, and then nuke drops, so they immediately just turn away. They are going to retreat to that second floor, but same thing. Like, I know I messaged a couple players yesterday about like, hey, just change this one thing, or hey, try to do this when in the middle of the game. And it's like, make sure you have your scouts calling out like fortress, hey, let's leave fortress, go over here. Have your scouts calling on second, like, hey, no one's on second, it's free to roam. You see some shenanigans happening in the second floor here in the bottom left camera. It's like 4 green players, 3 red players just fighting over that small cubby there.
That cubby is you don't really want to be in that cubby. You want to use that as like a stepping stone to future prosperity.
Yes. It's kind of like a pit stop. You're just getting gas there, and you're like, hey, and on to the next destination.
That's right. Alice Island, if you will.
Yep.
Yeah. Bit of American history there for you guys. Given the nuke over nuke and the fact that Snowflake has been killed out of the game, the game is still relatively... it's not that even, actually. Green team have got a lot of bases versus red team not having a lot of bases. Best way for the layman to tell, if the number at the end of their score is a 0, they have no bases. If it's a 1, they've got 1 base. If it's a 2, they've got 2 bases. Best way to tell.
Yeah, I think Syracuse is really just playing it by the books here. They're just like slowly weeding them down. And again, we kind of talked about it yesterday. Syracuse is a 1-floor arena at their home site. They're at a 3-floor arena here, so they have that extra up-down peripheral that they're getting used to. But they're doing great. Green, though, had a really, really nice setup there with the nuke and getting their whole team back upstairs. They immediately go into the cubby. Red retreats to fortress, but you always have to be worried, though, when you take something with a nuke for that counter nuke. Unfortunately, Cody doesn't have the nuke ready to counter, so he's going to be here. He's 4 specials away from it. See if he can get it in the meantime.
Earth team is ahead by 1,700 points.
They're still, with the medic in the game, they still have the ability, green team, to actually get full. Get their heavy, get poopies full, and then kind of see out the remainder of this game. Like if they can stave off the elimination, that's going to go a long way to actually being able to get some points out of this match. And sometimes the match can kind of swing on a thing like a nuke over nuke. You're right, Heathen. The red team absolutely need to get bases, but they've got a lot of time to do it. So.
Fire team is
I
trailing.
think Josh is having to take a phone call. He's kind of working at the same time as us commentating, so... Oh, he's back.
It was weird. Same with the camera kind of delay, but I was going to say, it took a really long time for Cody to get those 4 specials. It could have got a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
It definitely would have worked out a little bit better. As you can kind of see, it's kind of chaos right now. You have Disco holding that tall... second switchback position where you can shoot over into the other cubby on the second floor. But I mean, red has to be careful here, because if they let the team linger around long enough without killing this medic out, you get to a point where you're not going to be able to elim.
Yeah.
As Cody activates the nuke to take the medic out, so scratch that.
That is a real shame.
Earth team is ahead by 700 points. Fire team has.
So now you have 4 minutes to live. I mean, if Odin can get some shots, he might be able to to make a run here. He's attempting to. Unfortunately, he's stuck in the cubby. Oh, nice shot from the ammo to take the last 3 hit out.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Yeah, when you're in this position, you don't really know how much time you have left, but you're sitting on 16 lives.
Yeah.
Your ammo's doing pretty good.
Blown away.
I want to see like him try to get as much shots as possible.
Got a backup commentary happening in the background.
Oh yeah, super excited. You can't wait to take the world by storm.
So I mean, if red team really move here, they should be able to get the elim in 3.5 minutes or whatever. And unfortunately, I guess Manette may have been hiding somewhere because she didn't manage to get heaps of lives back into her team. Odin's Fist can get to this next nuke and successfully drop it, then that'll help again stave off the elimination. But it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be pretty tight. We never do that.
Refs having a friendly conversation there in the box, but yeah, Odin's got this other nuke though. He might be able to nuke enough to like, hey, kind of push them back off a little bit.
Yeah. It's so hard though when you're outnumbered, trying to find a place to drop that last nuke. He's got it off. He's got a long tone.
So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
And he detonates. Awesome. Good job.
Do it.
He's gonna hit that 10 grand figure. That's kind of the staple, right? Is hitting 10,000 as a commander. You kind of need to do that in Nats.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think like he has a little bit, few missiles left over. Definitely push him closer to that, 11, 12K, but definitely doing good here against Cody as Cody approaches his next nuke.
If they can keep Cody from getting that nuke until sort of 60 seconds, then they might stave off the elimination, but he's only one special point away from it.
Yeah, Cody down to 1 life though, so you gotta watch out there.
There he goes.
Next that one. Oh, he gets the lives.
Gets the lives, but it takes some time off the clock and another 7 seconds to burn. I mean, I think that's the play. You need to make sure you don't die out of the game before trying to drop that nuke. His next nuke should seal this game for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think if he can get it here, I mean, he might just be like kind of floating. I'm not sure maybe what he's doing, but I mean, he may end up giving this game to LAPD.
Wouldn't that be something? It looked to be Fox heading downstairs from the red side, going on a base run. There's that nuke. Oh! Odin's Fist getting some shots in, but a minute left, 3 lives left. Red team should clean up. They really need to go hunting. Odin's Fist is going to run out of shots as well, which is a real shame.
Yeah, he only has 1 shot left. It's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can just race upstairs and just hide, because like we kind of talked about it before,
He's on the
kids,
switchback.
you always want someone on that 2nd floor. You always want someone looking. It's like, yeah, they shot him, but now you have to send people up there.
Yeah.
He's hanging out in Fortress. Either taking the long way or taking the short way.
Needs to get those shoulders low. I think he's trying to look for the missile. That's silly, giving away the lives.
Yeah, the sneaky missile. He gave away his position though. I definitely wouldn't have done that piece because you're so close in the end of the game. If he wouldn't have peeked there, he probably could have stayed in Fortress.
Yep. They're coming up to the 3rd floor to get him. He's gone back into the fortress. Someone should come across to get that final life off him. Here they come.
Oh my gosh. What are they doing?
Go get him.
No.
Wow. Goodness me. That is a result. That's a result, that is. That was awesome.
Ladies and gents, you do not want to see that. That was rough.
Wow, they had the elim there, and like I said before, you get elim bonuses. So, what it's meant is it's kept LA Phasor department within touch to actually still take this match. Even though they lost this game, they're still only, just over $2,000 behind. It's pretty close. Goodness me, what an outcome! That was awesome.
That was great to watch. It was also painful to watch, but yes, it was great to watch.
I wonder if this is working now. Let's have a quick jump over here. Have a look at the tournament leaderboard so far. California in the piece currently have the 2 points. Loveland Phoenix with 2 points. Rest of the games haven't been uploaded yet. Obviously, that was I think match 3. So. Sewercuse are going to jump into that 3rd place spot and take some points there for that. But they won't get the elim. They won't get the elim bonus, which is huge. What a game! That's great.
That one life costing 10,000 points, if you can imagine it.
Yeah, that's insane, eh? Right, coming up, we've got 5 Knights of Loveland playing against Cedar City Sentinels. Let's have a quick look at the matchup, shall we? Right. What do you know about these teams?
Cedar City played many games against them. Not as this full squad, kind of a hybrid of St. George and then Slaughtermelon when he was in Loveland, but veterans on both sides. Cedar City, again, projected top 2, so it's going to be a difficult challenge for 5 Knights at Loveland. But again, the B team, you're always playing your A team. They can definitely pull off what Detroit B team did and, take some games off some of the top teams, especially with that, that repetition of just playing your top team every night. Yeah.
Dude, it's so important. If you can withstand the crucible of competition against your A team, when you get to Nats, you're so prepared. How about this Cedar City team? Pretty strong looking team. Oh, he's gone dark on us.
No. No, the thing I would like to really kind of highlight, though, is like Slaughtermelon coming from like Loveland, going to Cedar City. It's really his backyard, so he's returning back to his home roots and looking to prove himself with Cedar City, and the Cedar City altogether is really looking to keep that momentum going after they were winning Nats last year.
If they can go back to back here, it's going to be massive for them. I can't wait to kind of see what they've got to kind of to kick off their campaign for going back to back. Aside from Brisbane, I don't recall any other site going back to back. I could be wrong. You might know better than me, but does that sound about right?
No, I think it sounds right about for me. I'm not sure of anything that happened before 2009, but I definitely think it's only been Brissy to do that 1, 2, 3 march in a row.
Dude, it's such a hard thing to do to get to the pinnacle of our competition and actually win it multiple times in a row. Goodness me, I'm playing with these camera views. Let's have a look here. Game seemed to be the correct one. What's your prediction for this?
I do have Cedar taking it, but I do look for Loveland B to really kind of just feel the gameplay out against one of the proverbial favorites, but also noticing the differences between Loveland A and Cedar City, like finding those details of where you can use your home arena knowledge to kind of gain the upper hand in some of the games, but also against the other teams, using that same strategy against other teams so you can kind of solidify yourself in the middle of the pack.
It's a big prediction there, Zach. Cedar in under 7. They got a sub 5 minute elim last night. I can't remember who it was against, but it was it was brutal. Caleb was at, you know, $3,000 within 2 minutes or something as the commander, maybe even more. I can't remember the exact score, but he's come into this week with, like you said, like something to prove, it seems. You know, whether that's going back to back, whether that's coming back to his home site and looking to kind of dominate in his previous home field. Yeah, he's doing work.
Yeah,
though.
I would say the one thing is don't follow Sife's villain arc of 2015.
Ain't nobody wants to do that. Just as we wait for this game to get going, I think it's probably too late to do a player spotlight, but we'll look to do one on this next match coming up, which will be I think we are. This is the last match of this particular block, so it'll be interesting to see. We won't see the St. George Sunbeams this block, and who's the other team? Who am I forgetting? I think it's just them. No, we saw them play first. Ignore me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, they were first out the gate.
They were first out the gate. I'm trying to talk and read spreadsheets at the same time. It has not gone well for me, but that's okay. You rewatched it all this morning. Work yet to hear it all. Caleb MVP for sure. Most consistent US player you've seen in the last 5 years. I would throw Kodama in the mix for that. He's been consistently awesome, more in that kind of heavy role, and I think heavy maybe doesn't get the same kind of flowers. Ooh, we're live. Kicking off.
Earth team has taken
This is our first look at the Five Nights at Loveland team. Looked like a good transition up to Fortress.
Yeah. Both teams like taking the advantage and kind of going up to the top, and they're just kind of battling all on that third floor. Green, though, keeping their resupply back on that ramp. Red realizing that and kind of trying to hit them on the ramp.
Caleb got into Fortress. He just went all the way up the switchback ramp, got into Fortress, and kicked the B team all the way downstairs. So that's brutal. And now he's dropped a nuke.
Yep, drops a nuke, and then you're looking at the heavy going crit here.
Oh, one live left on White Ninja. Oh, and he's gone. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's out. Oh, that's not great.
It's a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's rough. But again, Sodermelon doing the Detroit strat there, grabbing 2 early bases, and getting that early nuke.
I mean, he waltzed in there and killed the entire back line, sent them downstairs, and that was enough to get to that nuke. So, Dilky? Dilky? Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. Sub 1 minute nuke. Gnarly. Hammer, you might be even ultra conservative sub 7 minutes. This might be over pretty quickly. Red team have managed to come back and stock the lives, but without a heavy, it's almost more beneficial to kind of save your stamina in this particular instance.
Yeah, I would say losing your heavy, you're just pretty much like, all right, kids, we lost. Let's learn what not to do.
Yeah.
Maybe find some good hiding spots, and just regroup for the next side.
Yeah.
Leading by 5,000 points.
Benning told me don't get greedy. That's a smart man right there.
Yeah, the other thing I'll point out is like the way we kind of talked about it. What Sewercuse wasn't doing, but what Loveland is doing or Cedar City, sorry. What you're seeing Cedar do is like they just have those 2 players, constantly going around the ramp, constantly going up to Fortress, and then patrolling that 3rd floor.
Yeah.
You're really just keeping an eye, making sure that no one kind of sneaks on the 2nd floor to hide while they're being chased and elimed out the game.
Boosting now. Boosting now.
Wow.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Strucker's gonna nuke, but
Do it.
yeah.
That's definitely a consolation nuke.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, that was very, very far. Like, I couldn't believe just how easy Slaughtermelon got into Fortress, and just dominated that resupply. He sliced through like a hot knife through butter.
So we rolled them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Getting his second. That's going to take out Judoku. It's interesting to see that the medic on Five Nights has wasn't the first out. I guess he starts with a lot more lives.
Well, outlive his team.
Yeah. Comp Geek, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. Nice to see you, dude. Hope you're well. We're trying to be real fancy. The cameras are in great spots. Yeah, we're trying to. Hopefully they kind of clear up, but yeah, it's just the nature of the way we've set it up. The network is under heavy load. Quick.
Yep,
Sub 5.
10-minute or sub 5 10-minute elim there.
Yeah. Sub 4.5 even.
minutes.
That looked like it was 10:32. That's pretty
Yeah, I was
fast.
gonna say 10.5 minutes left.
Yeah. That's yeah. That's a little bit of what we call a drumming in the in the business.
We'll say that's not what you want to do, kids.
No, don't do that. But that's good. That's a learning experience for this young team. And to be fair, it's their first taste of the traveling teams because they didn't get to practice yesterday with anyone. So use these games as a way to kind of, yeah, like you said, learn not what to do. That's Brisbane levels of elim time. That's typical coming from a Queenslander to invoke. That's how we do things in Brisbane. Right, coming up is I believe Inner Peace versus St. George. Switching colors. At least that's what I think it is.
Should be rotating back, I believe.
Yeah, it should be. Let me see if I can do these titles now before I get told off. Versus St. George Sunbeams, and if it's wrong, it is what it is. Let's have a look at one of the St. George players. We're gonna have a look at the captain of that team, Rockwood. Let's check him out.
My name is Bolton. My codename is Rockwood, and I'm playing for the St. George Sunbeams. It doesn't matter if we lose every single game, as long as I'm with my friends. I love it. We are like an uncut block of stone, right? Nothing there. We're gonna chisel them to a world-class team. It's malleable, like a baby skull. I hope to improve, and then eventually win Nats. That's not this year. I don't care how well you play. I don't care how bad you play. I don't care if you destroy us 1,000 times over. Just keep one thing in mind. Golden Gun's gonna go to me.
What a simile that was. Malleable like a baby skull. Rockwood, you've got problems, mate.
Definitely. I don't know if that's the analogy I would have used for that, but we'll go with it.
I just got your message. That's all good, dude. If you want to give it a quick reset, see if it'll get you back.
Yep. All right, ladies and gents, we're gonna try to do this. We'll see. Hopefully, it doesn't drop everything.
You lose you all together. I can't do this without you, mate. Yeah, I really, I said it before. I really enjoyed getting to know some of the players that I haven't met in previous tournaments before. Through all of the work that Luke's done, it's pretty awesome. And they're really entertaining videos as well. Everyone's put their own flavor on on Tough Talk against the other teams. They've it's been really entertaining to see. So thank you to all of the players who participated. Not everyone has done a video, which is a real shame. But you know, we've got a bunch. So aren't they just Lucy? Aren't they cool? I love them. We're gonna hear from hopefully from a couple of players shortly. I want to get one of the players from this next game in shortly, so we can have a chat. Destry, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you guys. Feel free to share this the stream around with your communities, with your tribe. Yeah, we're trying to take broadcasting of Laserforce Space Marines to the next level. So we appreciate you guys tuning in and giving us your support. You were trying to let Beanz make a video of you. I had a thought. So when obviously we've talked about it. Beanz, player out of Sewercuse, unfortunately broke his arm weeks before Nats, which meant that they had to get Fox out of retirement. No, Wookie out of retirement. But I had a thought a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking that maybe Beanz was just trolling, and he was in fact going to still be here. But alas, it turns out he has a metal rod now in his arm, and he's in no condition to play lots of Space Marines. He's gonna still try and get a couple of games in just so he can keep his streak alive. But we'll see how we go. Right, we're back in. Do we have a Josh? Don't have a Josh. Right off the start. Oh, we'll kill the music. It's a little bit chill for the vibe we're going for.
What are you doing, man?
Oh, game was killed out. Why is the game killed out? Ammo, scout, commander, heavy scout. They're missing a medic on the green team. You had one job, green team. I love me a false start. Love it. Not really, because it puts everything behind. But there's always there's a false start. Good one, applesauce. Dallin there in the bottom right-hand corner. Get out of here, Snuffles. When we were setting up the stream, we somehow got the feeds crossed, and so everyone in the arena could hear me commentating over the loudspeakers within the maze. Obviously, that's not really gonna work. It might take a little bit for the scoreboard to kick back into the new one, so I'll keep you guys posted with that. MC Jar, thank you very much for the follow. All right.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Wow, the green team got up behind the red team on that red switchback pretty quickly. So somebody's come across the bottom to try and get them as they come up. Who's that? Sweet. Looks like Sweets for the week. Should turn the commentary on in the arena for social games. Yeah, they can hear me. Oh, the medics down. Oh, it looks like the commander's got a nuke. Probably not ideal. I'm looking here for El Diablo to make his mark in this game. If El Diablo can really kick off as the commander and really put some pressure on the green team, then it'll go a long way for his confidence for this tournament. Looks like nobody's really set up in the closet on the third floor. There's still a battle for position.
By 3,900 points.
And it looks like nobody's in... there we go, the scoreboard's back. Scoreboard is back. Looks like nobody's in position in the fortress either. So one of the teams, possibly green team, has had to go downstairs, which is big. It looks like Dill has put a lot of pressure on the red team. Red team are missing a lot of lives. They really need to get some resupply in, which at the moment, Vulcan has only lost 3 lives as the medic, so they need to start getting some resupply, otherwise they're going to be in trouble. El Diablo there doing some work up in the closet. And it looks like Rockwood is controlling Big Box. Red Resupply look to be coming up the switchback ramp.
Missile away. Missile away.
Well, there's a battle for positioning at the moment. Unfortunately, they've lost Rockwood. They just couldn't reposition themselves, which is a real shame. Once you lose positioning from either, the top of that switchback ramp in the fortress or in the closet on the 3rd floor, you really you're in a bad spot. Losing Rockwood's going to put a lot of pressure on them to be able to survive this game. So it looks like, I don't want to call it too early, but I think Green Team are probably going to take this match. All 6 points from this match.
Blown away. Let's rock.
Looks like Red Team are gone to get their bases. Doing what they can. El Diablo to drop his next nuke. Although he is with his resupply, so maybe he's going to try and last a little longer. Whoops again for Rockwood. Stop dying out of the game, dude. Stay in as long as you can.
Fire team is behind by 10,000 points.
All right.
He's back.
I am back. So just like learning to play the arena, I'm learning what not to do when you're trying to picture.
I don't know if you've seen much of this game, but Red Team got pushed and then have really struggled to get back into the groove of the game, and unfortunately they've fallen victim to losing too many lives, which obviously when that happens, it's game over. It's game over, man.
Yeah, I did see, unfortunately, kind of the issue, like, really at the start, like, again, that starting, like, 1 minute block of both teams kind of battling in the middle, who's going to do what, that chess game of who's going where, who's going across, who's going up top, who's flanking bottom. It, again, did not work out in our team's favor in this case.
Yeah. Just on cleanup duty now. El Diablo's going to struggle to get this last nuke off.
Space Marine requesting clearance.
Oh, nuke over nuke again!
Oh no.
I say we take off.
That is unfortunate.
Oh man. And he gets elim by that. I hate to see it.
Oh, that's a real shame.
Yeah, props to Cali. Again, like once they're pushed downstairs, you kind of saw their players immediately like regroup, take a couple resupply, then they head downstairs. They keep their resup or a scout floating. We saw Fan on the red or the green ramp there.
Yeah.
Kind of floating back and forth between the cubby and the ramp, shooting people over the wall. That's really what you want to see from like the meta of playing once you have the advantage.
Yeah.
And I know a couple of the other teams they haven't done that just yet, but we're hoping to see the other teams kind of catch on to that strat and the one life living 10,000 point bonus gone down the hole situation would not happen if that was the case. But definitely props to Odin for living that. that game. But when you do this floating style, it kind of alleviates situations like that where someone sneaks upstairs, they get behind you, they can hide, they can waste time in the game for the elim. But props to their team that they're only down by about 3K for that match. And then for this match, Cali just taking care of business, kind of doing their thing, moving on with that 6-0 match score, and looking for the next round.
Let's have a look at the lineups for this next game. They are a little bit off because we are missing a player, but let's check out the teams here. Motor City Mutts taking the red side. Loveland Phoenix on green. Loki is stepping in to take a game. So Loveland has actually rostered 7 on their team this year. And it really makes for an interesting dynamic when you have 7. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Maybe if you have if you go into a tournament sort of setting some expectations, then it's less of a problem. But anytime that I've seen it happen, there's usually someone has to sit out, finals or something. So it can be a bit rough. But Loki's coming for simply okay for this match. Motor City Mutts obviously without Blackout for today, so I would assume they're going to take someone from the Five Nights at Loveland team again. Last time they took White Ninja, possibly the same again. So let's I really want to do a quick spotlight on Motor City Mutts player Lizzie Lizard. Brand new to our scene. Let's hear a little bit about Lizzie.
I'm Liz Thompson, also known as Lizzie Lizard, and I will be playing for the Detroit Motor City Mutts. I have become president of the Laser Tag and Pancakes Club at CU Boulder, so if any of you guys are coming to college, come to CU. I have not met my team yet. I was drafted very last minute to fill in an empty spot, and so we're coming in with only a small amount of experience. Have done a lot of laser ball though, but I'm excited to just meet people, have a good time, make some friends. Since I'm so new, I don't really know the scene very well. I'm here for the ride. I'm excited to see you guys do great, and I want to see some high level play and some good sportsmanship.
Pretty amazing for a player to come in and really start fresh. Lizzie has a good foundation of laser tag. But yeah, hasn't played any Space Marines, so talk about getting thrown into the fire.
Yeah, the thing I really liked is has that club at college level. So
was it laser tag and pancakes? Brilliant! What a combination!
Right.
Personally, I've been on a real waffles kick in celebration for Laserforce Internationals 2024. Pretty awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, as the teams kind of get loaded in here, I'm gonna piggyback off one of your statements. So you're talking about rostering 7, right, and the expectation of what that looks like. Rostering 7 won us a national, so it does.
That's
help
a good
in
point.
Some point.
2018, you guys hosted. That's the year you're talking about, yeah? You guys took 7 that year?
2019.
2019,
yeah,
sorry.
We had 7. So for those of you that the pandemic seems like it lasted forever, but back in 2019 we did have 7, and that 7th player being Rhea was sitting in the finals match versus Brisbane when we had Andy playing. Andy had a rough game towards the end. We kind of lost. We had to go to grand finals. We made a decision to switch. He was kind of, just beating himself up on it. Yeah, so we're like, hey, come on in, next man up, just running through it. So Rhea came in and did everything that we needed her to do in that aspect, and yeah, we ended up taking the match and taking the win for Detroit.
She was also very instrumental in getting the championship belt introduced to the
Yeah.
competitive scene, which I'm not gonna lie, really unhappy that I haven't managed to win that. I was hoping that Nats 2020, which then became Nats 2023 in Auckland, was gonna be my opportunity. Unfortunately, not to be. But that's alright. It's always next year.
Right.
The advantages of having people to drive to the site to play. Don't understand what you mean. So it seems like a joke that I don't get, but that's okay. We're off. See if we can get these muddy cameras on screen.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Seems like White Ninja's
Red a little slow getting upstairs, unfortunately. Oh, it comes back to bite him.
Missile away.
That's the brutal nature of these ramps. You see the two players, one in Big Box, one up in Fortress, just dominating that switchback ramp.
Yeah, again, like we talked about it yesterday. Like, you got to get up those ramps as quick as possible because that situation where you just get flanked there. We have Big Box, we have Fortress just pinging your whole team. It's like, well, what do? You head back downstairs. And unfortunately, now you're downstairs. So it is going to be a bit of a rough situation for them to kind of regroup and get back upstairs. Phantom, though, was pestering them a little bit as he just went off screen there, but he was trying to do a little bit of work, keep a little bit of pressure on Loveland A, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Red to try to battle back up.
Earth team has taken the lead.
I'm gonna let you do the bulk of the heavy lifting here, just sorting some back end stuff out.
Yeah, no problem. Semi-quiet, but White Ninja again is getting really, really low there. Sitting at 4 lives. Ghost looking like he's approaching, that nuke, but also getting resupplied. Just kind of playing it safe. Nothing too crazy, not overextending. White Ninja, though, definitely needs to head back to get some lives there. It's looking a little bit rough there for them.
Party time.
Go sitting on that nuke now. Ninja did manage to get lives, so as we kind of see, we have one Red on the second floor, definitely by themselves on an island. We have Green sticking in the cubby with that split resupply that we kind of talked about as Ghost drops a nuke. Not a whole lot of pressure from them.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Blown away. Ceasefire!
Looks to be like they are still kind of hanging out downstairs. Resupply doesn't seem like they are together. For the red team, it looks like, as Disco Stu gets missiled, Ninja gets knocked out of the game. It looks to appear that the resupply was split downstairs for red, as we kind of saw those individual resupplies coming through of ammo and lives. Unfortunately, gets Ninja knocked out of the game. Ghost very quickly, as they're attacking, approaching that next nuke, which is going to devastate Motor City Mutts here in a second. He's just racking up the special points left and right. Phantom trying to relieve the pressure, but it is a little bit too late for that. Loveland definitely has enough resupply that they got. They continue the attack, and the nuke doesn't do a whole lot to stave off that attack.
Earth team is ahead by 4,700 points.
Ghost continuing the attack. Hasn't nuked yet. We'll see as they get low on shots, crit on shots. If they decide to nuke, they just decide to get that second nuke and then double nuke.
The entire site for more.
Nope, gonna go ahead and pull it. Probably get shots afterwards. Rhea taking that 5 life hit there. That's definitely rough. Yeah, it looks like Loveland is just in cleanup mode again. Like I said, kind of in the previous games, they're using that 3-person kind of setup. They have one person calling out on the second floor, and they have their resupply top looking over the sides, looking to see where everyone's at. Just calling out where everyone might be, and you can kind of see red there down the switchback ramp in front of the ref. Getting shot from all angles, trying to defend there.
Oh man.
It was always rough coming up that switchback though on red side because they have Fortress, they have big box. You're not going to be able to make it up that ramp without getting shot. So again, if you're joining us, GND is working on some stuff behind the scenes. Cameras are a little choppy, having a little bit of tech errors here and there. My camera's deciding to work when it wants to, which is always great. But the games are going kind of expectedly, outside of the Sewercuse game where it was very, very, very close. But this one, again, Loveland A in full control of this one. Just methodically going through the motions of the meta of the arena, taking care of business, knocking red down, and then really keeping them downstairs, not letting them back upstairs.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site for more of it.
So you have Ghost there nuking in nuking on the side there, and then you have him just getting shots going back down the ramp, kind of just mop up as Phantom's running around. He still has shots, but unfortunately there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do. But great game, Loveland A. Really just methodical cleanup there.
Good job.
Well, Rusty, you missed Sewercuse failing to elim LAPD. Odin living with 1 life, no shots for about 40-some seconds up on the 3rd floor. So it was kind of crazy. He lived with 1 life. They're only down 3K. So when they flip sides, LAPD is going to look to try to take that match 4-2 if they can keep that score up and maybe win by 4K if they can kind of put some more pressure on New York. But New York looking good. They just kind of dropped the ball in the mid game and late game of, that cleanup that we see from Loveland and really Cedar City of like, hey, start floating your resupply out, start sending people downstairs in numbers, and really just keeping 2 people on that 2nd and 3rd floor.
Let's have a real quick. I'm just looking at some of this back end stuff. Let's have a quick look at the commander comparison between Slaughtermelon and Odin's Fist. Just looking at these stats here, if you look at the average score, you would say, oh, Odin's Fist is clearly dominating as a commander more so than Slaughtermelon. But I think that's more of a testament to how Slaughtermelon, how quickly Slaughtermelon's actually breaking teams.
Yep, off the first minute.
Yeah. Yeah, look at those nuke drops. Currently has only dropped 2 nukes, which is surprising because, Slaughtermelon is getting to those nukes pretty quickly. Currently leading the way, tied, for medikits, and then, that average score is actually a massive difference. So, surprising. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the one tail that's missing here is, like, obviously Slaughtermelon only had a 4-minute and 30-second game where Odin's Fist had a 15-minute game.
Yeah.
But the thing I will say is, like, Slaughtermelon and his team were so efficient of being able to just push the team downstairs from off break And then really they just, went downstairs and just really cleaned up house because they never saw them come back upstairs again. And then, Slaughter only needing those 2 nukes to really take the entire other team out. But it's also, you see with the nukes and the medikits, he only had 9 collective medikits. So his team was definitely doing work on the medic themselves, taking those other 11 lives off the medic. So
yeah.
On Odin's side though, like the score could have been way higher if he would have had shots. I honestly think he probably could have broke 12-13 in that game against Sewercuse, but just didn't have shots. He ended up living, saved off the elim. The match is still up in the air, but it does, kind of dilute the effort from Slaughtermelon a little bit when you kind of compare the average score and what's happening in the head-to-head. But the gameplay alone doesn't tell the whole story. I
think MVP is probably a better one to look at. I mean, I don't have the graphic, unfortunately, but just looking at the average MVP at the moment, Slaughtermelon's up around 27 MVP points after playing, 1 game? 2 games. 1 game. Only 1 game. So at 27 MVP. Odin's first down around that 16 mark. So that's probably the tale at this early stage of the tournament between those two commanders. Rusty knows their pain. The other team can't get any special points. That's a first world problem if ever I heard one.
Rusty also the leading voice for like, hey, we need elim time bonuses so you get more MVPs if you kill them out of the game quicker.
Yuck.
So Slaughtermelon definitely benefiting from that.
We'll take a look as stats day 1 are a little irrelevant. Just because there's not enough games to kind of get a good sample size of data. But as the weeks go through, we'll take a look at some of those matchups and comparisons and stuff. I feel like we're in a real lull section of this playlist. We are on Sleepy Time Calkins music here. Let's see if we can...
someone get Calkins on the phone and be like, hey, what's happening here?
That's what it is. For some reason, Spotify has moved away from the playlist. Just started playing its own stuff. That's awesome.
It was playing the mellow music because of what just happened in that game. It was like...
Mama Forsyth, thank you very much for the follow.
Driving off into the... Oh yeah, thanks for the follow. It was the sound or the music that's playing with Detroit driving, Cadillac off in the distance. The mellowness of like getting knocked out of the game early, unfortunately.
Too mellow. It's too mellow. All right, we're heading into this this matchup: Sewercuse versus LA Phasor Department. This is going to be another great game.
Yep. Rusty, this should hopefully be your close game that you're wanting to see. It was definitely a close game the first time around. So you see immediately LAPD doing the strat that you want to do. So you're split. Unfortunately, only sent 1 person mid. Green flanking up the ramp. Who's waiting for someone to poke out a fortress. Looks like Evil.
Yeah, Evil there coming up the switchback ramp, heading up into fortress now. Try and kick that resupply out, but they've managed to send him back down the ramp.
Oh no! Oh, that was quick. So Green was in on Fortress. Oh, Evil's back in with that scout. Oh no! Oh, it's rough times for LAPD. It is just havoc. But you see here though, Sewercuse changing it up. They are in the cubby.
Yeah.
I definitely love that they swapped from that. So they definitely back in the cubby.
Odin's first getting the missile Evil.
Oh yeah. You see both resupplies staring each other down. So they're both looking down that straight path at each other.
Yeah.
Fortress to the cubby there.
Earth team has taken the lead.
This is a tight start to this game. It's such a nerve-wracking thing for that heavy who's floating around the closet to make sure that they're keeping an eye on what's happening in the fortress and also repelling people coming up that 3rd floor ramp from closet. Closet. I can't remember the name of these things. Closet and cubby.
Having a bit of a rough... It is cubby.
Yeah.
Second floor cubby, but
second floor cubby.
Lenny having a rough start. to this game. He got stuck on the second floor, bouncing back and forth between the ramp. But he is kind of like hanging out, getting resupply, ducking back and forth. He did take a couple shots. He only got one set of lives though. So Odin, likes to nuke really early. So if you can catch, that early nuke and they can kind of push him down, Syracuse might be in trouble.
Earth team is ahead by 18.
Not liking this this pop out shot there from Disco. He's coming out gun first from around that corner, which from my perspective is shielding. You see there the gun comes out before anything else does, but I mean I'm not in the game, so who cares?
Yeah, it's also really hard because you see the two refs there. They're not looking down at the shot, and the ref in the corner is focusing on the resupply shooting down. So it is a cheeky shot, and again, for those of you that you haven't played in Loveland, it's an incline right there, so you have to aim your shot a little bit higher to actually shoot downwards. So
Disco's done really well there. Off Odin's first nuke, he's run in and cleared the resupply out of the closet.
Yeah, he just got dinged for the chase, unfortunately. Ooh, Odin dinged as well. But yeah, Syracuse doing a good job though of regrouping on that second floor and then coming immediately back up.
Yeah. That's
ref
key.
Definitely missed that chase on Wookiee. Oh, there he. Oh man. The ref's not doing too well on that piece there, but they are holding steady in the cubby. Red has abandoned the fortress and has moved back downstairs.
Yeah.
Fire team is
it almost seems like, and this is similar in Awkward Maze, like whoever is the first to kind of flinch from their position, it puts themselves under an amazing amount of pressure when they go downstairs. They're on the back foot. So a lot of traffic coming across that mid floor from the cubby into big box.
Yeah, huge nuke here from Cody because his team was definitely hurting on that second floor. As you can see, like multiple single-digit lives on his whole team. They really need to just regroup and reset back up, but they can't, seeing how as like Red is currently in the cubby box.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a rough situation. You kind of see Evil there. He's away from his resupply. He's sitting at 5 lives. Odin 4 away from that nuke.
Who was that in the cubby just then? Was that Snowflake? It's an interesting like gun holds there. He got his arm across his body, blocking that front chest sensor and his gun up. So it'd be interesting to see how that would affect someone coming around that corner. Perhaps they can see his shoulder first.
Yeah.
I'm never a fan when the gun moves away from the middle of the chest. It always gets me worried a little bit.
Yeah, you see here, Red resetting back up. Disco over there at the fortress, looking down. He came up way too high though. He just got pinged from second, as we talked about yesterday. You gotta stay low, kids.
This game's pretty even at the moment. After bases, the scores are fairly similar. 2 bases plays, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 bases, so maybe not that. Oh yeah, about right there. Maybe green team's ahead a little bit on score. The big thing is the medic lives. Ooh, here comes that nuke. Good nuke there by Odin's
I would have liked to see. I would have loved to see Wookiee get that extra pair of lives because the medic now is going to be running. You're probably getting pushed down. Red's pushing back up. Red side. So
if they can manage to get Wookiee out of the game here, they'll be in a good. Oh, and do not pass go. Running dangerously low. He's only getting shots.
He just gets shots. Yeah, that miscommunication's rough. I mean, he's got to just hope
the lives.
Oh, there it goes. But yeah, Wookiee also. I know they're focusing on their team. They have to get him lives.
Yeah.
I know, like it's that New York strategy, but You definitely have to take lives when you can get them, especially with red setup like this. So they have 2 in the fortress, they have 2 at the second floor.
Yeah.
So they're pincering green into this choke point where you don't want to be at.
It looks like they're wrestling control.
The decision to go down. Yeah.
I like this. I like this play from LA. Odin's Fist has gotten himself in a position where he is doing pretty well with shots and lives, so can actually go out and put that pressure on. Seems to just be floating the switchback at the moment, heading back up towards Fortress. I'd like to see them kind of push out a little bit and really start putting that pressure back onto Do Not Pass Go, and hopefully get some medic shots as well. Jackal down to 2.
We saw Jackal there at the bottom of the camera. He's at the bottom of green ramp. They're kind of struggling to sit there and get back up to their team because their team is just battling second floor. But when you do that and you hang around the ramp too round, you get those flanks from red. It definitely hurts.
Good pressure relieving nuke there from Cody.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Good off pressure nuke there.
Yeah.
Party time.
And Odin's still a little bit away from their next one. Yeah, it's a good game. The first game was really awesome as well, and this is huge because Syracuse didn't get the elim in the first game of this match. So if LA can get the win here and get it convincingly, then they'll take 4 points from this match, which is massive.
Yeah.
Good news.
Unfortunately, it's like definitely. Unfortunately for Syracuse, it's like, again, the trouble here is like you can't get any lives.
Yeah.
And you need Wookiee to get lives. Like you have to be able to effectively manage the game where like, hey, I can take it now.
There goes.
Ooh, both.
Oh, the ammo and the heavy.
Oh.
Brutal. This seems like it should be LA's game. Cody has got a decent amount of lives, but hasn't got nearly as many shots as he's going to need for the remainder of this game. So they're in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, he still has 5 minutes to go too. So again, like for the viewers, like Jackal stuck on the first floor, his team stuck on the second, but he's lives crit. So
what do you
have to
do?
Be able to like clear that second part, and it's like Lenny was stuck there defending. But he just couldn't get a spot where the resupply could come up.
Blown away.
Tough spot. Cody's got another nuke.
3 penalties. That was rough.
Yeah. Be interesting to know what they are, those penalties. I wonder if they're chases, shields, or kind of a mixture of the two.
Yeah, the one was
Odin's
a chase.
Fist with
We
the
saw
nuke.
it.
Ceasefire.
Yep.
Good nuke. Now, if LA really bust a move here, they could get this elim, and if they get the elim, then that secures them. Absolutely secures them the match win. Apparently, the score diff is 2.5 grand. So, I mean, at this point, they're gonna get the 4 points out of this match. So, what a comeback!
Yeah, like I said, man, 45 seconds, Odin 1 life, no shots. You hate to see it. He just went straight upstairs and just hid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's stuff that you want to happen early now, so you can kind of get ahead of it. But it is still really tough to see that happen because that could have been Syracuse's match. Like that 10K cushion could have at least given you, 4 points versus you're only going to get 2 points at this point. But I mean, they definitely have a lot to build on. But I would just say like they gotta shore up the live speech. You gotta prioritize. You gotta communicate. Be like, hey, hit everyone, then shoot me with lives. The ammo has got to get lives, and then you can't leave your heavy out stranded. Like Lenny was doing work on that second platform, but at the same time, he needs his team to kind of back him up there to where they can open up a resupply spot for Jackal to come back up.
Good cleanup going on here.
Smalley says the bot stopped her from sending too many yellow card emotes.
You got yellow carded by the bot.
It's football, folks. You only get 2, and then you get a red card. So maybe that's what the bot is programmed to
Yeah.
do.
Third team is behind by 9,900
For any Americans in
points.
the chat, come after me with the football nonsense. Get your hand egg out of here.
Oh, football season's almost back too. Love it.
It is almost back.
Yeah.
So, funny story, G&D. I'm actually a Dolphins fan. I know. You were a Patriots fan.
I could have sworn you were a Patriots
the tables
fan.
have turned.
That's annoying.
No.
Yuck.
My, how the tables have turned.
The Syracuse just kind of trying to run the clock out here, but if LA's this is really good training actually for LA in this particular situation, because they can work on their call outs, they can work on their end game hunt. Cody is very conspicuous in that closet there. Cubby.
Fire team leading by 11,000 points.
I mean, there's not much he could do. He's got no shots. But in this situation, Disco really needs to be chasing Cody, and I mean legally chasing him around the maze. But they need to stick on him with glue. Maybe he doesn't know he's got no shots, but you can kind of tell by Cody's body language when Disco came around the corner that he has no shots. So, yeah.
The thing I would say also, like, LAPD kind of falling into Syracuse's same trap that avoided them getting that elim. They're just kind of hanging out. Like, they're not really moving a lot. They have the one person set up with Disco there on the switchback, but you want, like, you know, them constantly moving, especially if you have one person left. You want to just be having someone follow that person, so they never get away to be able to do anything. But Odin's just going to say, hey, I'm just going to end it now.
Yeah.
GG.
Fire team is leading by 12,000 points.
But, yeah, definitely
Good
a rough
win.
game for Syracuse in the mid game, but also a definitely good game from LAPD.
I've got Comp Geek in my ear in the background. I don't know if you're still there. Give me some tips on the the software that we're using. So hopefully I can pick your brain later on today, and we can make this thing even better than we've currently got it. That's a good game. I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the fight back from LA. I know that they're going to be stoked to kind of pull that one back, especially after they almost got eliminated in the first one. Just someone that is more mathematically inclined than I am. Can someone do what the actual difference would have been had Syracuse gotten the elim in the first game? I don't know if anyone's got that data handy. I don't know how to figure it out. Don't you have jobs? No, Leech. We do not have jobs. Well, I don't. I can't have a job.
I did. I missed like the check-in at 5:30.
Oh, really? Oh, this chick. Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Right, coming up next. Who do we have actually? That was LA Syracuse. Coming up next, we have Cedar City on red team, and Five Nights at Loveland. Five Nights at Loveland on the green team.
Yep.
This match, game one of this match did not go well. Hey, Ivy, thanks for the follow.
How have you not been following?
I know, there's a lot of names popping up. Like, why aren't you following this channel already? Appreciate all the love. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. It'll take a bit to set up, but for next tournament, let's get betting happening with the channel points. So, I think the reason why we can't do it in this one is because Laserforce tournament isn't a affiliate status. Although I'm gonna see if we can change that after this week, so we can do that in the future. Because channel points Channel points betting is actually really fun. We could do it on the resupply. Oh, speaking of which, I need to re-host this.
I would have lost all my points in this match because I definitely had Sewercuse taking the match.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely think LAPD should be like carrying Odin's fist out on their shoulders after that first game. He definitely is the sole reason why they have this match win here. Is just living on that one life for that 40 seconds. Like, it's definitely rough.
It's
no shots at that.
That really shows the importance of making sure that you survive these games. If you can survive, it means that your team is still in it to actually take points, take maximum points that they can. So, great job there. Great job.
Yep.
Let me see if I can fix this up real quick. We're going to try and host. Chat, how are we feeling? I hope you guys are enjoying everything. Host. Laserforce Tournament. I don't even know if that's a thing. That's not a thing. 2, I don't know if you're around still, but do you know how to host on a different chat? I don't know how to host. That's alright. It doesn't matter.
To be fair, when I say 40 seconds on one life, he gingerly went up the ramp where no one saw him, and then went to the top floor in Fortress. And Sewercuse wasn't searching up the ramps. They were searching on second floor before they made their way up to the top floor. But the game ended before they could shoot him. So they didn't know where he went exactly, but they also didn't have anyone posted on the second floor to see that he went up to the third floor. So he can just kind of snuck up there as Odin does, and just kind of hung out there. But it's not without hiding spots. Like Little Bit last night, shout out to her. She lived in a corner for about a minute and a half. She shot Fox, and that's the only thing that gave away her position. So they wouldn't even known she was there had she not shot Fox. So there are a couple spots, but for the veteran teams like Cedar City and Loveland A, they're gonna know where you are at some point. They're gonna check every spot in there. You know, they're gonna find you. But for the two teams that are inexperienced playing each other, it is possible to hide from one another.
No idea how to do this. We'll figure it out for tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I tried that. No,
that's gonna be that's gonna be our two sayings that we have on our shirts. One's gonna say "Stream LTE."
Yeah.
And the other one's gonna be like, "We'll figure it out later."
It's just /host. I tried that. I wonder. Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work. That's alright. Oh, now we've lost Josh.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. The camera's gone again. It's switched across to here though. That's alright.
Alright. I think it's just from me switching back and forth from the team roster, the schedule, and the in the stream chat. So I'm gonna reconfigure how all this is displaying. But
yeah, sweet.
Yeah, first off break of the game, you can kind of see both teams. Really same strat. Rush takes second. We have a battle for third happening. Snuffles did come all the way across third, which is what you want to see from your heavy. It's what I've done in the past in this arena. It's what others have done. So when you're shooting up that ramp, you shoot up the third floor, it's always a gamble. Is the heavy going to go top or are they going to go mid? Snuffles went mid and it paid off big. He was able to catch green resupply and then push green down. So green now has a choice to make. They're kind of stuck on that second floor cubby. Do they stay there or do they try to just push all the way down? And looks like they split a little bit. So they have a couple players still on the second floor. They have one in the cubby and then they have one in the third floor cubby at the bottom right of your screen. It is so hard to hold this position. But Slaughter does the quick nuke again. We'll just call it the Detroit nuke. And it does, again, knock the heavy out. So
behind by
unfortunately, White Ninja
5,400
out
points.
again early. Most of the team in single digits other than the Rat as medic. But Slaughter getting that nuke off with no bases. So just pulling a Rusty, pulling a Scythe on that second floor, just cutting across second, just farming points on that second platform.
Might have figured it out. Sort of. What's up, Popeyes? Nice to see you, dude.
Green kind of trying to resupply back up here, but it's definitely an uphill battle for them, losing their heavy again to that early nuke. Early nuke and early shot, so kind of that 4 life trade off the heavy. You can see Red wasting no time resetting back up to that kind of 2-1 style where you have 2 upstairs and you have like the 1 person rushing down, supporting the attack.
So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
As Strickfeld gets that nuke off, kind of alleviating some of the pain. Definitely needs resupply though, sitting on 3 and 1, so no shots now, crit lives, and no real spot for his resupply to set up. So it's kind of chaos on the switchback there for Red.
Requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
As Slaughter gets that other nuke with bases, so another quick second nuke from Slaughtermelon, knocks Commander out. Medic sitting at 5 lives. So both 3 hits out early for Loveland B. It's definitely not looking good here, kids.
I wonder if they can last a little longer than the first game. They're around, what, 4.5 minutes in the first. So they should.
Yeah, I think so. The Rook has
longer.
a lot of lives, so hopefully maybe an extra minute or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard though, because like I said, it's really a chess match at the beginning of the game, because you don't know what the other team's going to do. If they're going to send the heavy straight to third, are they going to send the heavy across mid? Are they going to send commander and heavy across mid? So it's kind of like your chess pieces back and forth are like, if you trade 100%, it's great. If you lose the trade, and both 3 hits are there, like what happened this game, it's definitely rough, with Snuffles going up and Slaughter going mid, but both 3 hits going mid for Green. It did not work out in their favor, unfortunately. Because Snuffles doing what you should be doing as heavy, cutting straight across that 3rd floor. As soon as he realized both 3 hits were down, he was in supporting his team.
Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it.
Boosting now.
Just on cleanup duty at this point. So this is the last game of this block. We're getting into the next block after this. Some really good matchups coming up too, which we'll talk about shortly. But we'll get through this game first.
Missile away.
All that pressure coming from Slaughtermelon, pretty good. They've managed to last an extra minute at least.
Like the Rook losing a ton of lives. I mean, he was at 15, but now Jinoko having that extra, set of lives. But against the top tier teams, you're really just looking like, hey, we lost the game pretty much in the first 2 minutes, but it's what you can take away from it. You can, realize, okay, what did they do? How did they break middle? How did they break top? What mistakes did we make? What can we do differently? But for those teams that haven't played like high competitive teams like Cedar or Loveland A, that chess match is always going to be a gamble in the beginning of the match. So I mean, GND knows it firsthand. I know it firsthand. It sucks when you're on the losing end of the trade in the first minute and you're downstairs.
Yep.
But you can always regroup and, shoot back up. It's just how quickly you can do that before the other team adjusts. And
Yeah.
Slaughtermelon gave them no room to adjust where he dropped that first nuke with no bases. So we'll see the commander head-to-head a little bit different after this game.
Yeah. Maybe he got wind of, hey, if you want good-looking scores, don't kill them out so fast.
He heard us talking.
Yeah. The real Rowaru. Thank you very much for the follow.
We just got our asses kicked, pal.
To full auto.
We got some Cedar City fans in the background. You still with me, Scythe?
I am. I'm re-switching everything back.
Oh yeah, sweet. Let's have a
to alleviate the problem.
Let's have a quick look at this next matchup. Who we got going on? The next match. This is actually quite a good one. So we got St. George Sunbeams coming up on the red team, and against California in a piece on the green team. Let's have a quick check-in with probably I would go ahead and say he's one of the oldest players at this current tournament. Let's check in with someone who's near and dear to my heart, Old Man Than.
Name's Chris, codename is Old Man Thanatos, and I'm playing for Inner Peace. The entire arc of my life would be different without laser tag, and that's not a hyperbolic statement. So much of the travel that I have done, the moves that I have made, so many of the friends that I have made have been because of laser tag. What I like about my team is that it's a pretty great mix of youth and experience. For all that, my public persona is generally, I don't like you people. It's going to be really great to see people that I haven't seen for ages, and if you could all just not shoot me too much, that would be great.
Apparently I see the wrong match next. What am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Aren't we in a new block? Someone's telling me we got Oh, okay. I think that's what I've done. Is I haven't gone too far enough down the list. So it's actually not those teams. It's LAPD versus Five Nights at Loveland. So we could probably have a look at those teams instead. Man, we're running top notch production here, my friend.
Yeah, I feel it.
Let's have a look at the teams.
I'm back. Just had to close up multiple things out. But
do you want to take us through these two teams?
Yeah, sure. So, unfortunately for Five Nights at Loveland, playing kind of a quick turnaround here. But again, they had the unfortunate situation of going up against Cedar round 1, but just got to regroup. And then Odin and his team coming off that huge win over Sewercuse, living with 1 life the first game, and then them taking the Elim the second game. So it is a game of inches, and they definitely won the first game that way. But
yeah,
I expect this one to be a little bit more closer, a little bit more kind of chaotic in the mid game, just because you do have 2 teams that are still like adjusting. Obviously, we didn't get to see Loveland B yesterday play. Prediction though, I think, I'm gonna have to ride the Odin hype train. I think like Snowflake is doing great as that scout. Disco had a bit of a rough penalty situation last game, but was doing work on the second floor as well as Heavy and kind of bouncing back and forth. So I think I'm gonna have to give the edge to LAPD here, but it's not without saying that I definitely think Loveland B is more than capable of pulling off an upset.
This is probably the Five Nights at Loveland's like first proper test of this competition so far. Let's have a look at their young upcoming. This is a full team of rookies, by the way, but let's get to know their captain, Captain Azra, a little bit.
I'm Sammy. I codename and I'm playing for the Loveland B team. Five Nights at Loveland. It's gonna be my first ever Nats, and I'm really excited for it. My team is a bunch of new players and one old player. It's like the kids and the adult. Most of us don't really have any Nats experience or much tournament experience, so we're trying to do this as more of a learning thing rather than, oh yeah, we're gonna win all the games. Shoot, don't get shot, and stay funky fresh with those games.
Hopefully you guys could hear that. We can hear it on my end. I think that's I think it worked. It seemed like it did.
As long as they can hear, that's all that matters.
That's right. Real excited to see how Azra leads her team during this tournament. Really cool to see the growth of this young squad. Yeah, because they've been putting in the work. From what we've heard, everyone at the local site has really been putting work into make this tournament not only special for the Loveland A team, but definitely for the B team as well. And really, without high quality competition, Loveland A, I don't think gets to as competitive point as they are now without a good quality B team. So a reflection of how well the A team does is absolutely part and parcel. It's partly due to the success of the B team. So they should be really proud at LLT for the quality of the players that they're producing.
Yeah, I definitely second that, because Detroit had the same situation for 2019. It's like we wouldn't have gotten nearly as much practice as we would have, against our B team. But it's like, I know some of the players on the B team were a little bit rough on themselves, not being able to take games or games going horrible. But it definitely showed the work ethic they were putting in playing against us. It showed come tournament time. Then suddenly you flip the narrative and these teams can't sit there and say, oh, we're going to take, games off Detroit B. It's like, no, Detroit B is just going to come and smack the other teams around. So when you have that dynamic, though, it does build that center camaraderie where you can rally around each other and be like, hey, let's try different things. Let's sit there and, not necessarily give a handicap, but learn different styles and kind of prepare for these teams that are coming in that are going to be running, things you haven't seen before.
Exactly. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard after playing one full round so far. Unfortunately, you cut Scythe out of here, but I'm sorry, dude. It's gotta happen.
It's okay.
I'll add you back in later. California.
I keep getting cut, it's all right.
California and Cedar City, actually all three top teams, all with 6 points. Getting those elims against their opponents in both games of their matches. The only teams that are currently splitting points is LAPD and Sewercuse, and I mean that no FA on the scoreboard. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? They split points, and a big reason for that is Odin's Fist surviving game 1 of that match, which is pretty awesome. Let's also have a look at the current leaderboard for medic hits. Apparently Marge is leading. Good job, Marge. Alright, ignore that. We'll fix that. We'll come back to that one later.
So good.
I had my doubts about him going into the tournament. But
he just came out of nowhere. He's smacking the medic around the arena, apparently.
Is there a color bias at this arena? What are your thoughts on that question, actually?
So I am on the unpopular opinion. So We kind of get the sides mixed up when I was talking about it yesterday. But I absolutely love red side. So the switchback ramp, that'd be the top right camera view where you see the ref currently walking up currently. The reason why I love that is you can cut where they went the other way, but if you go onto the second floor, you have this huge cone of vision where you can see exactly what the other team's doing. As a commander, that gives you so much information of how I'm going to adjust my attack just from that 5-second into the game information. I also like the fact that when you're attacking the side, if you do have a quick enough heavy that can make it all the way up to the top, he can get the last resets on the team coming around the corner into the cubby. So it makes it very difficult for, you know, inexperienced red teams, green teams coming up and red team being able to easily get in. And you'll see that in some of these games where Cedar and Loveland A are playing this red side. You'll see them immediately swarm the green team. So I definitely like that side more. None of my team agreed with me. They like the powerhouse of the 2 cubby ramp there and the kind of like cover there that you have when you can sit on the ramp and kind of sit there. But I'm the odd man out. Always usually am for my strategies, but it definitely worked for me in the past. So
yeah.
It does have a little bit of leg to stand on.
Right, getting this game underway. I'm going to sit this one out, but I will join you at the end if you want to take over.
Sure thing. So, right off the bat, you see red there doing what I talked about. They have the 1 person going to mid, and they have the 3 going up. Green sending that flanking attacker. It's just that Loveland meta that they know that they can send someone up and red's not going to be looking all the time, but unfortunately did get dinged on the side from big box. I know I kind of talked about it here. Love seeing Disco in that big box spot just because with his height and being able to shoot over towards the ramps, it does make it easier for players to kind of camp that spot. So the thing that I don't like, I trust Loveland B. The thing I don't like, though, is they have that split resupply on green. I'm not a big fan of that, where they have the 1 resupply player there watching. I'd rather that be a scout or heavy versus a resupply player, just because the more experienced teams are going to flood that spot, and it's way harder for you to get efficient resup from that spot. But again, I trust Loveland B and what they're doing. It's their home site, not necessarily something that I would do. I know Detroit Motor City tried it last night. It definitely did not work in their favor doing that. But with most of LAPD hanging out in Fortress, it does make sense. But I would like to see if that was a 3 hit, they'd be able to run in and constantly assault Fortress. So both teams, though, kind of just staring each other down. They kind of have split for the second floor. Both hanging out in the normal spot. So green is doing that split resup top green, whereas red is hanging out in that fortress area. Disco does seem to just be hanging out, taking shots, as green does try to rush in, but I know we don't have the 3D model up though, but running across the 3rd floor, so it's not completely covered. There's a lot of low spots there, so you got to get pretty low to avoid getting shot from the 2nd floor. So green did get reset multiple times running across that platform there. Game's looking pretty close here. It's about a 2K difference. Strickfoot going for that early nuke without bases, which is good. Odin also has the nuke ready. You'll notice that because of where they got up at, they don't have a lot of leeway to run in and kind of attack Fortress. So it is going to be a little bit more difficult for them to try to break in here if no one is flanking on the ramp itself. So you see the 2 green players there on the 2nd floor. They can come down the switchback and go up the switchback. If they've chosen not to, they're just kind of pinging people off. People are holding their guns up too high on that 2nd platform. It's easy to pick them off from the 3rd. Odin dropping a well-timed nuke kind of push things back. Disco running in, getting a couple shots in on the resupply. So you'll notice something that's a little bit different here from what we saw from Loveland B last time is they are doing a little bit more resupply here. I know Loveland teams, they do tend to play a little bit lower in their own arena. Cedar does also, because when you have that advantage, you want to take, you want to take that mile pretty much when you're given that inch of being able to push that team back downstairs. But in this case, like LAPD is playing it safe. They are getting the extra shots and lives, whereas Green is kind of doing the same now. But both teams, again, they're just staring at each other on that middle part. They have the second floor split, and they have the third floor split between both teams. So a little bit of a stalemate at the moment. A couple bases separating them, but
Missile away. Switching to full auto. Oh man. Missile away.
you see Disco trying to get behind there. Just trying to open up something for them as Green did flush Red out of Fortress. They're downstairs getting bases currently. But Snowflake, as you can kind of see on that second floor, that floating scout, it can do work when you're there unopposed and you can just pick people off that are running by.
So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
But good nuke from Strikfa. I know, like, they did get Red downstairs. It did put Disco to crit, but he's immediately going to get lives. He's by his resup. Then Green's going to reset back up in this split kind of resupply in the box.
Watch your fire and check your target. With a heat seeker.
You'll notice something that the Loveland teams do though is like once they have that established position, they do send their players out. So they do have like the one that's watching on third. They do have that's looking over to the second floor and down into Obelisk, and then you have the one hanging back in the cubby. They're kind of just calling out what they're seeing. But Green does have the upstairs now. So both Loveland teams, the Cedar team, they're all going to do this where they immediately send their players out and then they just kind of float their one resupply player, sometimes two, and then another scout to kind of control those areas and make sure no one makes it back upstairs. And then their 3 hits are just going to, bounce the team around upstairs or downstairs because from upstairs you can see about 90% of the arena.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
But running through kind of the specials currently, Odin just dropped a nuke, which is good. It kind of alleviates the pressure. They're definitely getting shot a lot. It gives them time to get back upstairs as they come up the red side ramp again.
Earth team is trailing by 2,600 points.
Strikfa is approaching that next nuke though, so it's going to be interesting to see if they use it right away. To kind of keep the pressure up on red, or if they're going to hang back and kind of wait later into the game for it.
Missile away.
What are you doing, man?
That is a tough missile to eat there. Odin's Fist had that missile all day.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
I needed that.
Earth team is behind.
Fortunately, Strikfa's nuke does get canceled. It does definitely hurt them in the long run with that happening. So Odin dropping here might be devastating for Loveland B.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Missile away.
So unfortunately, Snowflake, first victim to fall out of the game. He was low crit for a while. Odin still holding to that nuke, but he is getting resupply, so
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20.
does drop it
So we
now.
roll them in there and nerve gas the whole mess.
Unfortunately, Poogie's also knocked out, so this might be a repeat of the first game of Sewercuse, where they have their 4 players. At this point, if you're red team, you just want to fill up. You want to fill up as much as possible because it is going to be that 4v6 situation. And you can see there, they tried to go up the fortress, they got knocked back down. Your medic's still in the game, so it's okay if you lose some lives, but I would definitely like to see Odin just kind of get full and then just use the last 5 minutes to really just score some points.
Party time.
Took him out with a Heatseeker.
Odin getting a nice missile off. The problem here, though, is really the numbers game now. So, like, even though Red is attempting to continue to score points, like on that second platform, it's going to come to a point where the numbers game are not in your favor, and you're going to have to pick a spot. I would honestly like to see, because of the game is being so close, and both your teammates that got knocked out have their bases, I would honestly say have Disco fill all the way up, kind of sit with the resupply, post up downstairs, just to the left of Obelisk, where you can get that clear view of people coming straight across, and let Odin really just get all 6 people to focus him as he kind of runs around. So I definitely would look kind of for that strat, because it alleviates the pressure off your team. You don't have to worry about the elim, and you can just score as many points as you can to try to score this or keep the score difference short, because they only have 1 target to shoot, and the chase lines are very well established in the arena. It is going to be a little bit tougher for them, though, to kind of execute that with them being stuck on that 2-part. Green is doing like they are following like that 1 player that they see, so they are like going up. As you see, Odin kind of going back and forth. I would like to see, though, again, Disco just getting a little bit more, and then just kind of like hanging around, just being a nuisance, and letting like Odin kind of get all of the specials. Strickler's nuke is gonna hurt. It's 3 minutes, medics out. Odin does have 17 lives, so it should be enough where they can kind of hold off, but we talked about it before the broadcast. Like, one thing goes wrong, Loveland B, the home team, definitely has the ability to take the game and take the match for that matter. So definitely like what I'm seeing. This game is a big bounce back game for them, given they had to play like a powerhouse team round 1. And then for those of you that are joining us, Jandy is off. Currently, he's working on a couple things. Working through some of the Disney World first day opening mishaps, tech difficulties, that sort of thing. About 2 minutes left, so both 3 hits still in the game for Red. Odin did sneak back downstairs, down the ramp.
Ahead by 5,400 points.
So Green does have that lead advantage. Again, keeping the game close enough where, something goes your way in game 2, you can definitely see LAPD pulling another 4-2 match take like they did to Syracuse in the first game. Or first round, sorry. But Strickfoot putting up a nice commander score this game, though. Definitely bouncing back from the rough game in round 1. same can go for all the team. I know we talked about the B team a little bit before this game started. I know it can get discouraging at times for B teams out there where you're constantly playing the A team, constantly losing, never being able to take a game. But in situations like this, it definitely pays off where you can see their team is easily controlling the arena and using the meta for their arena to their advantage. Odin has 6 lives, 5 lives now for about 60 seconds. So again, second time in a row, second match. It's looking like they'll avoid the elim.
Do it.
So it's almost the same spot for you. It's 2 more lives, 28 shots more than he did when he played Sewercuse for surviving the last 40-some seconds. But Strickfa and the Heavy not gonna let them have any breathing room here.
All right, we got 7 canisters of CN20. I said we roll them in
Oh,
that
that's
nerve
rough.
after
New
the
cancel. Oh man, he's going down with the fight. Last life. Elim'd in the last 12 seconds. Nice fight there, Odin at the end, but Loveland B does end up taking the elim, so they will not join in the shoes of Sewercuse of being unable to elim them in the last 30 seconds, 40 seconds. But great game all around, so definitely a huge bounce back game for Loveland B. Love seeing the cohesion, dropping big scores. Odin, unfortunately, wrong end again, but we kind of talked about it in the mid game. Like, I really would have loved to see him get full and have Disco get full, have Disco sit downstairs with Resupply, and really have Odin just have all 6 people focused on him. They can't get that many more points than what he can score off them. So, didn't pan out this time, but we'll see as they kind of head into the next game and flip sides what the strat might be.
Does seem a little, and also hello, I have successfully located and devoured some chicken nuggets. It did seem, just towards the end of that game, I was a little concerned about, about somebody chasing Odin's Fist into the fortress there at the end, because, and that sort of stuff, like, you know, can be a real problem for Rest to kind of locate that stuff happening. I'd love to see. So I'd had a look at the refs that were sitting in the 3rd floor closet. It seemed that they weren't moving, or they didn't kind of move into a position. I'd like to see a little bit more movement out of the referees. Are there any other events at this comp or just SM5? This is just Space Marines 5 International, so only Space Marines.
All the Space Marines.
Popeyes is has been playing with us actually here in Auckland a little bit, but is a very well-known name on the local, local and international zone scene, and is the one that is basically the person for many of you in our scene that have seen the post that I put up about it, but the player tracking that zone are working on, that's basically Popeyes. So shout out. But what I wanted to ask you, Scythe, is you were talking then, and I'll switch across to here to the map so you can sort of talk about what it is at the start of that game that you were noticing. I don't know if you remember, but
yeah. So for specifically kind of where Disco was positioned, so we talked about like him positioning that big box area in the beginning.
Yeah.
So that spot right where the hand is, and you're looking over to green, right?
Looking this way.
Is an amazing spot. Yep.
Yeah.
With Disco playing heavy from this spot, he was able to, put down the commander that was going up. And then his team just shot up to Fortress. They did the 5-man person in Fortress thing that, wasn't really working for him there for a little bit. But with both resupplies on the 3rd floor staring down at each other, Loveland B, chose to split their resupply outside of the box. And you do that when no one's coming up the ramp. Normally you don't do that. Again, I don't even like doing it when I know no one's coming up the ramp. Because it does make for an extra way that you have to watch. And then if people's guns are down, then, you know, it's rough. You're not getting doubles. We saw that happen to Lenny a couple times where he wasn't getting lives. But the other thing that I'll take note of is like Loveland B. So again, they're playing their A team constantly. They sent the flanking attacker up this ramp here that you see, and it caught LAPD off guard. So they weren't ready for that. They had a couple times where their whole team went down, but that attacker never fully went up to, you know, flush them out of that spot. So you don't have to at that point. If you know your team's safe on the opposite side of the ramp, you can just kind of pester them, keep them from getting doubles, keep them from getting efficient resupply. So it took a little bit of time, but it definitely did work. So
yeah, it is interesting.
Some of the other teams kind of mimic that.
Yeah, it is interesting to see when you've got a high quality scout, especially who can sit in big box here and really get that pressure across this, you know, towards the green top of green ramp here. It just puts so much pressure.
The taller you are, the better it is.
Oh, exactly right. If you can lean around this corner and get those shots in, it means that, you know, whoever's coming up this ramp from red at the start, standing on this area, shooting across this gap here, you know, that puts massive pressure on, especially if the resupply can sort of get in and around and up into fortress. And, you know, if you've got a heavy putting pressure on from this direction across into, hang on, let's see if I can match this up. In this kind of corner, shooting, putting pressure on this ramp as teams are moving across into the top of cubby. Yeah, it really puts pressure on them. You almost lost your shoe twice running upstairs with that little switchback to the 3rd floor. I assume you're talking about here. Nolan might be able to. We're getting all sorts of people looking to upgrade our setup. I love it.
Rusty said the other side.
Oh, on the red ramp?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always a game of chess because, like, oh, you're fine. I know Rusty mentioned, like, going up to the 3rd floor from that spot. Me cutting across is, like, the favorite thing, but I mean, there was a couple games where, you know, both in 2015 and in 2022 where I went all the way up to the 3rd. And then sometimes it worked in my favor, other times it's like, oh shit, I just shot the heavy shot me. It didn't work out, but being quick also has an advantage because you can quickly backtrack to the fortress, so they can't come and just continuously ping you. But yeah, as we head into the next game, we're looking at the classic East Coast battle here with Motor City, Mutts, and then Sewercuse.
This is
on this famous medic.
Fire team has taken the lead.
I enjoy watching these two teams go up against each other.
I love it myself. I also love when I'm playing in them. It's like just the rivalry that we've had with Sewercuse for so long. I'm definitely bummed we couldn't get a team out this year because I really want to play Sewercuse in a neutral arena where it's just us versus them. With them having a very strong team this time, minus, you know, Beanz having to drop out late, but and then us being able to put forth a really strong Detroit team, I want to see how it pans out in like a neutral arena, which we haven't been able to get that ever.
So frustrating.
Maybe one day.
As a spectator, that is frustrating. You've got both teams kind of set up in their respective resupply points. I love that little triple jump. Who is that? Is that that must be Blackout. Dude, no.
I think it was Blackout. Yeah. I do like that we have Beanz in the game, right? So we have Beanz, we have Lenny on his famous medic, but we have them playing like the cubby, like how you want to be playing the cubby. So you can kind of see like you have the one person going back and forth. There's no pressure on Beanz and Lenny. Lenny's safely tucked back there. Beanz' ammo is probably going to go lay it down, bunch of down shots on second, but Phantom and Blackout though doing work on that second floor. So. Did notice that Rhea is back to scout, so a little bit is also on the scout train. So Lizzie and Stu, where I expected them to be. Stu unfortunately getting a blind penalty there.
Doesn't quite have the hops.
But yeah, again. So Blackout Blackout being as quick as he is, he was able to backtrack that whole
good missile there.
Section there. Yeah, so then he can't get shot. He knows he can't get chased, so then he ends up getting the missile just from like running quickly to that line and running back.
Yeah. Blackout got a really good missile on Evo there. Evo ran in to just get the resupply out and would have been a chase. So good veteran move on his part, but he ate a missile for it.
Yeah. I definitely like Phantom here though. It's like you wait a little bit and then you diffuse the situation. His resup's not pressured, but he noticed like Green was out of position. But again, big box doing work. You see Cody there. The height advantage that you get from being there and being able to get those shots
really pushes them into Fortress and makes them stay there. Look at it, there's like 4 in there at the moment.
Yeah, he's 5 people down in 1 life. It looks like he's only been hit once by Stu.
Yeah.
Again, the height advantage of big box there with, we talked about him doing it last night. Him in the commander position doing this, though, you get so many points where people are carelessly having their gun over that wall in Fortress. Unfortunately, Detroit's falling prey to that, but you got to keep your gun down below that wall, though, so you're just going to bleed points to anyone that's on second.
If I had this as Walkie watching from Cody's laptop because Beanz will never play, I really hope that that Beanz doesn't injure himself further, because that's the last thing you kind of want to see happen.
Yeah, it's probably why he's in Resupply, so he doesn't have to run around a lot.
He's just trying to get a streak.
You have low risk of someone. Yeah, you have low risk of someone running into you, but he's just trying to keep the streak alive.
Yeah. I don't like what Disco Stu's doing there. This shot's actually gonna irk me this whole tournament. Is that top right shooting from Fortress all the way into the cubby? Players are coming out with their gun tilted, and like if I was a referee there, I'm handing out so many penalties for shielding because the gun's clearing that corner first. It's no bueno.
It's so hard because, like, again, there's that little incline there. So, like, when you're coming around to shoot, like, again, same thing. When you're coming around to shoot, you actually have to aim a little bit higher. So when you're aiming that little bit higher, your body's automatically, like, you're raising your elbow, your gun's coming over first. So it's such a tough shot unless you're coming down super low, and then you're just like gun is square in your chest, and you're just like shifting left and right.
Yeah.
But if you're just turning the corner, your gun's coming across all day first.
Yeah. Shades, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. Is the new cubby at the top of red new where Stu is? No, that's always been there. No. The Fortress.
The Fortress has always been there. Yeah.
This lean over shot here that looks to be, is that Evo or is that?
Yeah, that's Evil.
Yeah, that's really a tall player shot. Like that's if you're tall in this arena, you can make that shot. But this is one problem I do have with this maze is that there's a lot of people who attempt that shot who shouldn't be because they're not tall enough to do it, and their gun usually comes over the edge first. And yeah, we're on a slippery slope.
Yeah, I'd say Evil, Fox, and Cody are probably the only ones on their team that'd be able to do the shot legally.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless you get
Beanz
right
maybe,
up on it and
but
then
he's
bring your
broken.
gun over, but it's
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, Detroit's medic is out, so they have a lengthy amount of time they have to go. Syracuse looking much better this go around than versus LAPD, so they did pick up on the strat. So you notice they have Evol, one person on the ramp, making sure no one else comes back up. They have the one person floating outside of the ramp upstairs. The rest of their team is downstairs, flushing red everywhere.
Mm.
Do it.
I think it is a reflection on Lizzie's inexperience playing Space Marines that, you know, so you sort of got knocked out with minus points.
Yeah.
Rough game.
I mean, it's also rough because like,
double missile.
Yeah, that's also rough. But you hate to be in a situation where like you have a high pressure like point like fortress, and you have the new medic. It's not always on the new medic. It's also like the timing of players coming in and they're not getting low and they're standing up and getting shot. Like that's on the player. Like a lot of the stuff gets blamed on the resupply, but really the players standing up in an open area, it's on them if they're not getting resupply. But,
right.
It is a little bit tougher. I know Stu is definitely used to Ghost playing medic, so
yeah.
He's definitely, you know, the best player to probably coach Lizzie into like, hey, this is the rotation.
Absolutely.
This is what we should be doing. This is when we should leave. He's definitely a great mentor in that aspect.
Yeah.
She's in good hands.
Yeah, absolutely. If there was someone that I wanted to partner in the resupply with, it'd probably be Disco Stu. Or Than.
Yeah, partnering with Stu was a blast until like he gets mad because you're halfway across the arena. He didn't know you left.
Yeah.
You just opened a wormhole and you left through it. And he didn't get to go through it.
Yeah.
Team is leading by
You're making me look bad in front of the Wizards.
But yeah, Sewercuse definitely a big bounce back game for them.
Yeah.
Beanz, you're one-handed. You can't cheat.
Yeah, now make sure you clear that corner, my dude.
Yep. But yeah, definitely like the minor adjustments that Sewercuse did in this game is very telling to how they were able to set up into this better motion of trying to get that elim.
Yeah.
As you can see, they are looking in all directions now. They have that split 2-person, one top, one middle, and then the rest downstairs kind of floating around. And then at this point, it is a matter of time. I do expect them to get the elim just because of the lives that Phantom unfortunately has with no shots.
Yeah.
So
Silver, thanks for the follow. Just at the tail end of this game now, the cleanup mode is going swimmingly for Sewercuse. They should get the elim here. Well, they will get the elim here. There's no way that they don't. Unless the game gets killed out for some reason.
Right.
Yeah. So we've got, I think, 4 more games after this, and then the players are going to break for dinner. We'll stick around. I'll try and get some people to come and say howdy on the player interview cam. Are you going to stick around, or are you going to go get some dinner or whatever?
No, I'll stick around.
Yeah, okay, cool. Awesome. We'll give us a chance to chat to some of the players at Loveland Laser Tag.
Yeah. After this game, though, I'm going to step away really quick to grab some water and a couple things, but
yeah.
I'll be back.
That's a good idea, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in need of some hydration, maybe you
Liquid Death.
Get yourself some Liquid Death. I'm gonna do that very thing as well. Once you get back, we'll take turns. I was hoping that Phantom was gonna get to their next nuke, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Maybe you haven't been keeping up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked.
Good bounce back game for
Sewercuse
good. Here. I know, like they definitely lost that LAPD one, kind of on a level you don't want to, where you take that first game, you had a chance to elim, and then the second game doesn't go in your favor. But as long as they can take these games that they're kind of the favorites to win, they are going to be able to sit in that middle of the pack, that 4, 5, 6 spot, which is really where you want to be. You want to be in that 3 through 6. You don't want to fall lower than that.
Yeah.
Just because it does make your path to finals exponentially harder.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the way that the pods I haven't actually gotten final confirmation, or we'll look to get some clarification around how the next round will kind of work, but they are playing one full round, so everyone will play everyone in the first round, and then they'll go into a pod structure where half the field will play each other and the other half will play each other. So I assume, as far as I'm aware, it's going to be odds and evens pod. So 1, 3, 5, and 7 will be in one pod, and 2, 4, 6, and 8 will be in the other. So they'll all play each other, and then double elims bracket finals will take place. We got 4 days of coverage. This is bloody great. You want to take this opportunity to go get yourself hydrated, and
sure.
And whilst you do that, we will get this word from one of our sponsors.
Sure thing. See you guys in a...
Deactivated. Deactivated. Wasted.
Rapid fire activated. Payback available. Missile available. Rapid fire activated. Reset available.
Liquid death. It'll make you awesome at Laserforce, probably. That's a big probably. It's a very, very big probably. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage so far. We are thoroughly enjoying bringing it to you. This is kind of the first time that most of us have, myself and Scythe have had the opportunity to be purely on stream. Normally we try and run these events, and we've got people at the site. All the stream stuff is done on site, and you kind of get a good feel of what the players are feeling, because you can hear them as they come out of games and stuff. But there's nothing quite like that feeling. But I think doing it this way has given us an opportunity to talk with you guys. That sexy American ad narrator voice. Didn't I nail it? Nailed it. Real quick, we'll take this opportunity as well to check out one of our other sponsors, Loveland Laser Tag.
Do you want to play some laser tag?
And travel around the world? Come watch us at youtube.com Laserforce Loveland. Join the Rat Pack just like these guys did.
You guys are great. Swap him out for somebody else.
I love the people. I love the game. It's so unique, so different.
Better of a trade-off. You're trading a scout for a 3-hit.
Subscribe to Loveland Laser Tag on YouTube there. They're doing some excellent things in terms of content creation for our scene. The bro, Mischief, is really leading the way when it comes to that stuff as well, which is much appreciated by the entire scene. I know everyone is enjoying the content that they're putting out. So if you haven't already, go give them a follow on YouTube. You won't be disappointed. Well, you might be disappointed, but hopefully you're not. This next match, we got Cedar City Sentinels versus St. George Sunbeams. For those who aren't aware of the kind of history, Cedar City Sentinels has kind of been born out of the St. George, Utah site. Many of their players originally playing out of St. George until they made the great exodus and moved their way out to Cedar City to start the Cedar Fun Center out there. I've been to the Fun Center. If you passing through that area, go check the premise out. It's pretty awesome. And if you're a laser tag player, they treat you pretty right over there. Because of course, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they treat you good? But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this go. They did. I would say that a fair bit of the top end talent from St. George did head out to Cedar City. So they have lost a lot in terms of experience when it comes to losing Thunder, losing Snuffles, but they still have some good potential. The St. George team. We'll see how their games go. I would be surprised to see Cedar City drop any games to this team, just because of the caliber of players that Cedar City has. But we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Stand by, arming now.
Oh, we're underway. Let's get underway. So the red team not really stopping. Oh, they have stopped. The resupply stopped on that switchback. So hopefully they can have a bit of patience. Unfortunately, here comes Slaughtermelon from behind, as is his way. He's going to look to dominate this team in that commander position. He's really putting on an exhibition this tournament.
Took him out with a heat seeker. Took him out with a heat seeker.
Blown away.
Let's see how we're going. Voren, nice to see you. Gonna have to remind me who you are in real life, because I forget the Twitch code names. Green team have really set up a good, strong position here on that switchback ramp. Red team have managed to take the cubby. Slaughtermelon with his trademark, not really trademark, but his signature early nuke. Nobody really sitting backtracks there, and Luke is able to get into closet and kick them out. Although Sadie has managed to return the serve, so good work from the red heavy there. She is running low on lives though, so it's gonna be interesting. Oh, Zeb, hey man, yeah, what's up, dude? This is the way. This is the way.
Missile away.
Let's see. El Diablo, bit of a quiet start to this game. Slaughtermelon is already halfway to his second nuke. Yeah, he's just doing work. El Diablo's struggling a little bit with the frantic nature of playing these top teams, which, you know, is not unsurprising, because I think anyone's going to struggle with the pace that Slaughtermelon is currently sitting at commander. The pressure is just intense, and if you don't have a heavy that's able to really combat that, you're going to be in trouble. It's going to be interesting to see when Cedar City goes up against the California Inner Peace, and see what Slaughtermelon does against his ex-teammate Kodama, both previous champions from last year. It seems that green team have kind of pushed the red team downstairs, really controlling that switchback ramp, which has allowed Caleb to take a couple of resupplies on the fly from his team up in Fortress. Oh, getting the missiles off. Bunch of missiles flying around.
Fire team is trailing by 8,300 points.
They've taken a lot of lives here from Vulcan, the medic, so it'd be very interesting and very unlikely that red team will be able to come back from this game, but hopefully they can kind of put up a fight. El Diablo's got a nuke ready to drop his. I believe that's his first. Slaughtermelon has enough special points to drop his second. Here comes El Diablo's nuke. Oh, and it's been defused. Oh, that is unfortunate. Good nuke defuse there. I think it was Caleb that got around and got him. It would have been extremely brutal if he defused the nuke and then immediately dropped his. His nuke here is, I mean, if he could drop his nuke here, it'll just eliminate 1, 2, 3, 4 players and put a couple of theirs on. Well, now they're within range to eliminate the entire team off 1 nuke, so we'll see what happens here. Slaughtermelon is trying to get to his third, so he can drop 2 in a row, but at this point it's unnecessary. Throw them chairs. Cancelled. I don't think Caleb's gonna get. There's not enough. It's a real struggle here when your medic is trying to stave off the elim, but at this point there's 10 minutes left. There's not a lot of point in keeping your team alive. So here comes the nukes. He's managed to give out a few more lives, but that's only really going to serve to allow Slaughtermelon to rack up enough points to get his 3rd nuke off. Space Marines in a more ancient-looking arena like Quake. Yeah, it's a good call. Good shout. It's one of the best-looking arenas I think I played in. It's very, very cool. The theming there, they've just nailed it. There you go. Drop your nuke. That's that nuke. This will elim and end the game. Good strong win there by the Cedar City Sentinels. It's a good job by them. Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those cases where Cedar City are, by the looks of things, Slaughtermelon seems to be the player of the tournament so far. It's still early. We're still halfway through day 1, but he is putting on a clinic. It is awesome to watch. What's the next game we got coming up? Next game will be 5 Nights at Loveland versus Los Angeles Phasor Department, which would be the second game in this match, I believe. LAPD. St. George. Yeah, cool. Whilst we're here, this will give us a good opportunity to take a look at some more of the players that we have in the LAPD team. Let's have a quick check-in with Autumn, who's been on the scene for a little while.
My name is Autumn, my codename is Autumn, and I'm playing for the Los Angeles Phasor Department. I play at Nats every year that I can. It's my favorite thing to do, it's my only hobby, and I love laser tag. Well, I'm disabled, and it's not really easy to play sports, but it's super easy to play laser tag. It's more strategy, and I don't have to run much. I like that I get to play with my dad, and I get to play with my boyfriend, so I get to have, like, family time. Well, obviously I want to win. I've gone to, like, a ton of Nats, a ton of tournaments. I think I've been to maybe 15, and I've never really won anything. I'm usually a B team player. I'm still a B team player, but it'd be cool if we could have an upset. Just keep playing. I mean, I lose a lot, and it's okay to lose because it's still super fun.
What an attitude. Great attitude. It's really cool as an older player in our scene to see the growth of a lot of the younger players sort of maturing and really becoming the old heads of our scene. So really cool there to kind of learn a bit more about Autumn and her journey in our scene. She's played a lot of events, so I'm sure she's relishing the opportunity to play on this LAPD team because pretty talented team, truth be told. I like the look of them. Actually, let's have a look at the teams here. Obviously, the young bucks from Loveland. So far, the first round has been a little bit of a mission. Good night, Smalley. The young bucks of both teams have had a bit of a rough go so far, but 5 Nights at Loveland managed to get their first win in the first game of this match. Josh, did I see your face pop up? Are you back or you know? Oh, I can't hear him. He's on mute.
What about now?
There we go.
Okay, I messed like 4 things up. I was like, oops.
Any thoughts on these two teams?
Yeah, I know. Man, I'm about to have the Drake curse here. I picked Odin and LAPD to win it the first game, and they ended up losing in heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely, like I said, the B team definitely has a skill in the meta in their home arena to be able to pull off games from these other teams. So
yeah.
From LAPD, it's like they had a really good first game, except for that middle game where they kind of fell apart and they got pushed downstairs and they kind of never recovered. I would have liked to see them fill Odin, fill Disco, and have Odin 1v6, because you're limiting the amount of points the team can get from the other side, and then you're exponentially getting your special points. And I know it's kind of a team solo mentality, but you lost both your scouts, so you have to do something drastic to just kind of live and hopefully take the match in the next game. So
yeah.
But I think given that they got the elim, I think Loveland B does 6-0. Hopefully the curse is not going to happen, but I think they do 6-0 this.
Yeah.
They do have a very large margin of points, and even if they don't get elimed and LAPD does take the game, I don't think they can take it on the points for the match.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun either way, because the first game was definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. This is what we're after. Fairy, good morning to you, or good evening to you. Someone asking when we can watch replays of the games. The video on demand, the VODs, will be available on this Twitch channel at the end of the day. But if you missed them live, you got to wait till the VOD kicks up, which, once the live stream is finished. We might break for dinner. We'll see, though. We'll see. I'd rather keep the stream going and just stay live all day, so we'll see. Looks like they're waiting for the refs to get into position, and then they'll be able to start the game. But I'm surprised, sort of surprised, but not really at just how well the Loveland B team have managed to do. I think they've got the talent to really push some of these other teams, and if they can have the same sort of growth, I guess that's the thing, right? Is they are what they are going to be for this week. They've already gone through their growth cycle. They know the maze. They don't have to learn anything, so they just got to get their consistent reps going. But if their kind of ceiling matches the other teams, it'll be interesting. Alright, we're kicking off.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Yeah, they play that red side perfectly. Oh, you're on mute again, bro. There we go.
So yeah, notice Disco shot all the way up to third. So he was trying to catch them, quickly sneaking up to the third floor from Fortress. So he got up there. Unfortunately, they are very, very low to the ground. They know not to stand up like that. So
yeah.
Green, though, doing the thing I do not like, but if it works for you, all the more power to you. But they are doing that split resupply outside of the cubby. Again, not a huge fan of this, but if it works for you, all the more power to you.
What's your preference? You'd rather have them both in the cubby?
Yeah, just because that the opposing resupply is stuck in Fortress, and you have your own player on second there on the switchback, so you know that you can play in the cubby safely and not get pinged from the second floor.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Whoever just followed the resupply, thank you very much. My streamline's just went crazy.
I just prefer the box because it opens up the space for the heavy to be able to work and have multiple walls that he can kind of sit behind and take shots from.
Yeah.
And then if he goes down, the first thing someone's going to do when they come around the corner is immediately shoot straight across to hit the ammo and then shoot to the left in the corner to shoot the medic. And then, unfortunately for the heavy, he's going to be reset. So
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
So Strickva does get that nuke. We'll see if Loveland pushes towards Cubby.
Blown away.
It's kind of a clown car situation happening at green.
Blown away.
What's up, PogChamp?
Earth team is trailing by 3,100 points.
Yeah, so not a whole lot of change from the red side. They stuck to the fortress. They didn't push all the way in. Green, though, in that kind of resupply cubby.
Let's rock.
Unfortunately, like, they don't have the pressure on the second floor anymore, so it's gonna make it harder for them to, like, kind of resupply on those side pieces.
If I think if Strickva can kind of make his way, because I think that's him in the cubby, not cubby, closet, at the bottom of the third ramp. Yeah, if he can kind of put a little pressure coming up that ramp on the heavy, it looks like he's sort of just floating the area, so
yeah,
they don't have too much pressure on them. Oh, that I don't like that shot there that White Ninja did, because to me that looked like gun first all the way into the resupply.
Yeah, the other piece of it that I hate is, like, keep your gun up, kids. Like, even though it was blind, and you can see, like, Slaughter's showing him, like, hey, it was sideways, he was gun first, but yeah, it is a very cheeky shot, especially when it's like the resupply is so exposed. Like, they don't really have a way to defend that against that shot.
It's a good nuke there by Odin's Fist.
Yep.
Managed to put a little bit of pressure on the B team. This seems like
as you can see,
a closer game than the first one. Although I don't recall the first one.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of playing out the same way. What happened to LAPD in the mid game was they got knocked down to second without a nuke. So a nuke shortly followed when they got pushed down. So once they got pushed down to the first floor, they lost both their scouts. So it was just a 3 hits and resupply, which is why I wanted to see Odin just get full, because Loveland B wasn't immediately pressuring them.
Yeah.
But yeah, excellent nuke from Strickfa.
Yeah. It's really put these scouts on notice, and actually Disco Monkey as well, being on 6 lives. That's a little bit too low for comfort.
Yeah.
Managed to get some resupply into poopies. Good return, sir, from Odin's Fist. Take some of the pressure off his resupply. They need to resupply here. They need to get Snowflake. There we go. Managed to get some lives in him.
Yeah, see if they can get a little bit more into Disco. Missed the lives, kind of miscommunication there, but looks like the bleed over.
Earth team is behind by
So yeah, this is kind of what happened the other round, but this time Red does not have nearly as much lives and shots as they had in the first game when this happened.
Yeah.
Where LAPD start getting lower and lower, those single-digit lives.
Yeah.
And Strickva also doesn't have that spare nuke that they had the first time around. So
yeah.
This time the nuke situation's way closer versus what it was the first game.
For sure. And you can kind of see that reflected in the lives of the medic. Both are on sort of that just over half of their lives, or just under half their lives remaining. So if LAPD can kind of put a little bit of sustained pressure on the red resupply here and take some lives from the rat before he's able to resupply the team. I don't like how low LA is as a team here. They need to find some time. You have to make time to get resupply in a game like this, especially a game this close.
Yeah, you can kind of definitely see that they are semi-filling up now, but I think it took them a while to realize, hey, Red's not pressuring us.
Yeah.
Red has 5 upstairs. So whenever you see that, though, like, again, you can see about 90% of the arena from upstairs, like, you can see underneath, depending on which walls you're looking over.
Yeah.
Like, if you notice that and you're just looking up, like, hey, they're all still upstairs, I would just start filling. Just start cycling through, getting multiple shots of lives.
And that means that they're going to last the game.
Yeah.
Good missile there, White Ninja.
Oh, yeah. Again, Y is very, very close here. The next nuke is probably going to, take out the medic, depending on, either side, whoever gets it.
Yeah. Looks like Strickler's going to get to his first.
Yep.
Fire team has taken the lead.
And this Odin's Fist goes on a tear here.
Right.
Strickler's got the edge too. He's having a better game so far score-wise. About 2 grand in front of Odin's Fist. Which is why he's so much closer to that next nuke. There's that base, so he's got the nuke. Now he needs to go drop and put that pressure on, which he does. Boom!
Yep. Very nice nuke.
Yep.
And you notice his team kind of like separated away. They started going into that normal meta stance of like, hey, we're looking over walls.
Yeah.
We're looking over ramps. We're like, hey, where's everybody at? But they still have 4 people upstairs, so I'm still waiting for them to actually send a couple more down to start attacking green. But green, again, if you notice that, you just got to be like, all right, resupply. They're not attacking us.
And if Odin's Fist can get that next nuke and drop it before Manette gets killed out as the medic, Manette can actually do another round or 2 of resupplies and really keep them in this game. Real close game. Really, really close game.
I do like the fact that Odom is staying full on ammo. So, like, I know she did it last game. She's doing it again here.
Manette got double hit for the loss of 2 lives and gets killed out of the game. There goes Poopies. Odin's Fist a little bit slow getting to that next nuke, and it's cost their team a little bit. But now they don't have the pressure of having to stay protecting the resupply. They can open up a little bit.
Yeah, he is at 30 lives, so again, the point differential here is massive because of that elim, so I still think Loveland is definitely an advantage to take the 6-0. Odin's going to give it a valiant effort, though, so Rat's looking at 1.
Do it! Boosting now.
Jiroku's the only other person crit currently, so
Fire team is ahead by
they'll be able to
points.
Like at least stave off any elim. There goes the rat. So they got plenty of lives. 70 plays 76 or 69. Nice. But Strickler's well on his way to that 4th nuke. So Odin's Fist is definitely trailing behind. That 2 grand is going to make a massive difference.
Yeah.
Odin's Fist kind of needs to just open up here, go on a tier.
Yeah, definitely. I would have really liked him to just sit and get some more shots, but just like go out and just like, hey, I'm just gonna assault this other team.
Yeah. Good missile there.
Yeah, and I think, because of where Disco is, I would honestly say, like, it probably would have been better for Odin to take that spot. You kind of see Odin sitting there on the 2nd floor, kind of in big box area.
Yeah.
And you see Odin right here shooting across to the other side.
Yeah.
They have this kind of triangle setup that you want in, like, the middle part of the game or early middle part of the game. But at this point, like, you're down. It's not really going to benefit you. You're going to have to, like, try to elim the other team.
Oh! Oh, I thought he got in and got...
Ooh, man.
I saw Disco run in and take out White Ninja. I thought for a moment there he got the the defuse. good nuke there by Strickver. He's having a good game.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Got us all the missiles off too, so you always like to see that. Odin's still sitting on 4 missiles. But,
yeah, that's probably the major points difference, right? Is using all your missiles versus still Odin's has still got 4.
Yeah, I know they're playing a little bit cautious here. You can kind of see Odin sitting with Odin, like getting his shield reset each time he's kind of shot.
Yeah. That's good vet play.
It's a great strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely a good strategy, but I mean, I would love to see him just go attack right now, just full on, just onslaught, because he doesn't know this, but it's like the game is actually, within grasp, but you might be able to heal him with your nuke because you're getting them low enough, those 3 hits low enough.
Yeah.
The medic's already out. You're looking at 7 to 8 lives on the 3 hits, which is doable. Your heavy's still in the game. But I lied. Just got knocked out.
Has taken the lead. Earth team has taken the lead.
And they'll be able to hear over the loudspeakers, and this is why it's really important to learn learn the sound effects of the arena, because they can hear in the arena the score ping-ponging between the teams, so they know the score's close. Obviously, green team won't know how close red team is to being even, but off this nuke, once Odin's Fist gets it, he needs to open up a can and see if he can spend the next 2 minutes trying to kill the other team. It's a tall task. There's the nuke. And okay, you got Ezra. Drops the nuke. Now go and tear it up. I think that, like you to your point, Odin's left this kind of rally a little bit late, so red team should be able to survive here, unless Snowflake and Odin can really just pound the team and take those lives in quick succession, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
No, unfortunately not. Like I said, if they would have pulled the trigger maybe 2 minutes earlier than what they did,
60 seconds
it definitely would have worked better in their favor, and they probably could have swung the elim the opposite way.
Yeah.
And maybe even took the match with that swing, because I know the point differential back and forth, the 10K minus out. I still think Loveland may have had it on points if that were to take place, but here they're gonna easily get that 6-0, and it's kind of heartbreaking for the LAPD, because you did have a good game and it was going well, and then crap hits the fan sometimes, and you're just like, crap.
I think it's a case of maybe Loveland B, their 3 hits doing a good enough job to break that pressure. They sort of stood strong in the face of that pressure. There's a couple of really good scores, especially by White Ninja. Getting 8 grand as a heavy is a good day at the office.
It definitely is, yeah. You'd actually, if you get the penalties back, he's at 10-1. He did have those 2 cheeky shots.
The score doesn't come off them, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 10-1 would have been really good.
Yeah, definitely.
Really,
man,
really
you do
good.
more work than the commander. Scumbag taking commander special points. Where's Rusty at in the chat?
Alright, let's switch across to here. What do we got coming up next? Next game on the cards, I believe, is Sewercuse on red. And they're going to go up against Motor City Mutts on green. I like that name. I like Motor City Mutts. That's a cool name.
It definitely is. I would definitely not have thought of that. So if I was playing, we would not have had that name more than likely.
I like Motor City as like a site representative name. Alright, let's have a quick look at who should we have a look at? Let's see if we can
What about Strickbot?
Strickbot, stats?
Yeah, given the commander play, yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see how SgtTucker's stats compare against... Who else has been playing commander? Give me another commander.
Let's try Cody. Cody's up next.
Yeah, good call.
Pretty good pairing there.
Alright.
I would say Odin, but like they just played each other, so we just saw the head-to-head there. But we're foreshadowing, folks. We're looking towards the future.
Let's have a look here. Commander matchup between SgtTucker out of Five Nights at Loveland versus Cody out of Sewercuse. That's not right.
Off. That is definitely not right. Cody's is probably right. SgtTucker's is definitely not right. Maybe it didn't update because the game just ended.
Oh, yeah. That'd be what it is. Cody's got some good stats. Cumulative total of 7 medikits so far. Average of 10 grand score. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Nuke drops 4. That seems off as well.
Seems a little low. I wonder if the stats are not updating as fast as we think they are.
I would hit up our resident stats guru, but he's gone to Disney World, so thanks, Russ. Appreciate you.
Yeah, he's in Disney trying to help Mickey make more money. Like, I got some stats for you.
It's one of my favorite pastimes.
So I can tell you what Disneyland's not doing that they could be doing to be making more money.
I'll tell you what. Let's check in with the one of the stalwarts of Detroit, Laserforce. Let's have a quick catch up with Disco Stu.
Yeah.
I'm Jeremy, codename Disco Stu, and I'm playing for the Motor City Mutts. I like the immersion aspect of being like completely in a game. You know, I've always been attracted to like the lights, the sound effects, team organization, working together to hunt other people down or just rack up the best score that you can. It's a lot of fun. I'm big into disc golf as well. I've been playing with Rhea for over 10 years now. And she's an absolute monster in the arena and a sweetheart outside of it. You can say the same about Lobet. Cool personalities, cool people. It'll be fun to get together with them and see what we can put together in the arena. Watch out. We're coming.
I love the fact that he has our jerseys from 2019.
Yeah.
I love it.
Gotta represent, you know? Represent with the championship jersey.
Yeah, there's a little bit of controversy with our jersey. So I was the one that designed them, and I was trying to mix like our old school like logo from Laser Edge, and like kind of like that heritage of all of us coming together and playing. Because I wasn't a big fan of like the Revolution name tag change, and obviously a certain group owning it and changing it as well.
Yeah.
So I went back to the roots with like the original design from Laser Edge and like the off shadow of like the pentagon or the hexagons that used to be in the arena. So love the fact, Stu, if you're out there, that you are wearing the jersey, paying homage to our greatest accomplishment.
Dude, it's I was thinking about it recently, like given the history of how long our competitive scene has been going, it's been dominated for a long time by the teams out of Brisbane. These player showcase things are sick. Yeah, dude, Popeye's Mischief has done such a good job with all of the media stuff. I chimed in where I could, but he is definitely a creative talent. So, massive props to him. It just makes it a little more enjoyable that we get to kind of learn a little bit about the players that are actually playing in the tournament, which is cool. You'll notice actually pre-recorded stuff adds so much. Yeah, for sure. The stat cards will hopefully have some better stat cards tomorrow, as we've got more data to pull from, and I'll ask Russ to kind of fix the things. But what I was saying before about kind of the history of the competitive scene, being dominated so long by Brisbane, there's only a handful of players outside of that site that have won Space Marines Internationals. So if you've managed to do it, which both of us have, I think it's definitely something to be really proud of. Even if, like me, you have to add an asterisk. I've got 2 Nats wins, in one in each hemisphere. Both of my wins have asterisks next to my name.
One of mine has during the villain arc, so we'll just say.
Yeah. But your most recent one, was definitely earned. And not only did you guys earn it, you earned it against the best. Because for me, Brisbane didn't come to Nats 08 and we won. So you play the teams who were there. But yeah, it's always nice to get a win against Rusty, who was the greatest Space Marines player to ever do it. 1 and 1A being him in Tragedy.
Yeah, I definitely, it's bittersweet for us when we won because we're all friends. Like, our team was friends outside of everything, and we're like, we made the joke of like, oh, power of friendship. We're in an anime, and we're just like, use the power to defeat Rusty. But
we're going. We're live.
Oh yeah.
Let's watch us run up both ramps here. Motor City on the green side. Sewercuse on the red.
Yeah, so red only sending 1 up, kind of odd. Kind of the delayed rush up. And yeah, that's why I hate it. As you can see, green already all over them.
Yeah. Because if they get up to the 3rd floor with no real challenge, they can come all the way across to the fortress and just push you back downstairs. It's brutal.
Yeah.
You go.
They shot Evil. That's well. That's kind of weird. Evil was down. He was aiming at the player, but he ran by down. I don't know why they shot him. It's kind of weird.
Maybe they accidentally got him Cedar. I didn't see.
That could have been the case. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that happens. I find with the 0-point penalties, though, penalties have become much easier for players to actually stomach. So I think it's a really positive change for our scene. Whoever that referee is sitting on the edge of that ramp, White Ninja, get the hell out of the shot. You jerk.
We'll just be like, hey, don't have refs posted there.
Well, actually, you shouldn't be sitting on... Whoever, if there's somebody watching from site, can somebody have a word to that ref? Because they really shouldn't be sitting on the edge like that. That's dangerous.
Yeah, just in case, an accidental collision happens right there.
And knocks them off, yeah. Plus, you can't move if you're sitting. If you can't move around to... Yeah. Somebody... Uncle Steve is angry. Someone go sort out that young buck.
Oh, man.
I'm going to take a photo.
Early nuke by Cody. Photo sent to the site.
Yeah.
Early
Unacceptable.
Early nuke by Cody, though. To really, push Detroit back.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Rhea is getting a little bit closer. Does have the 2 bases, but it's rough that, Cody was able to get that nuke with just the 1 base. Almost with no bases, but it is a little bit tougher here for green team to come back up. I know, Sewercuse is all kind of bunched up here in the cubby. Rhea's looking to attack, but he immediately gets shut down.
Thanks, Dills.
But in these instances, though, you definitely want someone on the 2nd floor to kind of help supporting you.
Yeah.
Kind of just see Rhea by themselves and they get missiled from the opposite ramp. So, you hate to see it.
I think I got White Ninja in trouble.
Oh, man. But a very nice missile by Evil, who missiled Rhea that was sitting on that ramp. We talked about the height advantage.
Yeah.
Evil able to look from green side over to the red side and just missile Rhea in the back. Unfortunate, but a great play by Evil to notice that.
I tell you what, it makes me pretty happy to see Do Not Pass Go competing at a Nats again. I don't know why, but I have a very soft spot in my heart for Lenny. I love seeing him compete.
So do I. Like 2011, like me and him would joke around about the dangerous play rules because we're like, we can't run, but what can we do to avoid dangerous play penalties?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what if we drag our feet enough to where we're moving very quickly, but both feet are still on the ground? So we're like finding loopholes. But
tearing up the
when I heard he was coming, I was just like, what? Like, how could you do this to me? How could you like play and I'm not there?
I like how you blame them when you didn't go. This is a pretty close game. With the exception of a little bit real dangerously close to getting Elam'd here. I really hope that she can get some lives.
You kind of saw her down there. She was in Obelisk. They were looking to reset her. Oh, she gets the boost.
She got some. Nice.
Clutch boost.
Yeah.
You can see Lenny, though, in his prime position, his favorite position, medic, sitting pretty at 19 lives.
They just haven't gotten in touch, which is interesting because they, like, green off the start, kind of pushed red down into a not great position, but the quality of the Sewercuse team is enough that they can kind of overcome that. So they've done a really good job here. Lizzie
Lenny has that, like, the ghost mentality of like, hey, get the hell out of Dodge very quickly.
Yeah. Cody dropping the nuke. Good detonate.
Oh man, it's gonna get a little bit out.
Yeah.
It's tough luck there.
Fire team has taken the lead.
She got caught, I think, caught away and just isolated from her team. Just couldn't get back and actually get some resupply, even with that boost. That boost was looking pretty clutch, but
yeah. I was really hoping like she would have been able to make it back to her team after getting that boost because she was under Obelisk. They were looking to like get that reset of her out of the game.
Yeah.
It was definitely enough time, but unfortunately got to 3. The nuke goes off. Bam. Lizzie's also out now, unfortunately, so Detroit's working with 38 lives here. Yeah, I would have liked to see Phantom, though, nuke a little bit earlier when he had it. I know he's nuking now, but if he would have nuked before Cody, it would have given him a little bit more space to be able to like kind of resupply and get those shots and lives back.
Do it, blown away.
Not here telling on the referees. Lenny casually watching them get work downstairs.
That's right.
Big old smile on his face.
Yeah.
Do it.
Good work there by
yeah,
who is that? Oh, that must
nice
be
missile.
Blackout.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, Blackout and Phantom are both in, so looks like they've got their full team.
Yep.
Probably should have noticed that earlier.
I think they just dinged Blackout for a dangerous play. Grabbed the ball to swing around downstairs.
Oh, I can't do that. Can't be
Fire
doing
team
that.
is leading by 3,300
Man.
points.
Oh, poor Stu eats the missile. Ouch. It is a bit of a rough uphill battle for Motor City. I know, like, they do have their full team now, so it's still the first round. You're only 2 matches in. You can definitely correct some of the situations that are happening. Like, they started out really great this game. They just had the one hiccup that kind of cost them in a lot of their practice games as well. Is like being able to regroup in a set spot downstairs. I wouldn't even say like defaulting to the cubby on second because they can't hold the second. But now that they have their full team, they can start practicing like, okay, now that we have Blackout Phantom, we start setting up more. They might be able to get in a spot where, Stu and Lizzie can set up on second and not have to go all the way downstairs where you're losing 4 and 5 lives just to get downstairs.
Yeah.
But Syracuse now, though, is doing the meta strat. You notice they have the one person hanging out on the ramp. They have Beanz hanging out on the other.
Yeah.
They have Lenny floating on second. And again, the height advantage you have from being able to just hang over the wall and shoot is definitely a good thing to have. You have Fox looking now. You have all the tall players hanging out, looking over the ramps.
What are the referees doing there in the closet?
I wonder if they're discussing when they shot Evo when he was down. I'm honestly wondering if that was what they're discussing. But.
Yeah, right. I saw White Ninja got Evo
Earth team is
shooting into
points.
He was just outside that second floor cubby shooting across in the big box, but he was doing a blind. I saw him like get pinged there. But, four refs standing in one cubby. I've seen that video. Oh no. We're professional here. We're professional. trying to stay professional. I think we've got one more game after this. I believe we have Cedar City red versus St. George Sunbeams on green. I think that's the next one up.
Okay.
I'm enjoying. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm enjoying. I always enjoy watching when the East Coast teams do battle, because it seems like one of the kind of old / main rivalries of our community is that rivalry. And because it's such a rivalry, I think it's what unites Detroit and Syracuse together is that fierce competition. It's almost like a, hey, we fight each other, but if somebody else gets involved, we team up and fight them. So it kind of seems like that kind of mentality.
It definitely feels like that, because I know we have been on those hybrid teams multiple times where they paired us with Syracuse.
Yeah.
And I absolutely loved playing in those situations. Obviously, it's a little harder now once you start getting into the higher skill levels. They don't like to let you play on other teams as much.
Yeah.
As a merc. So, but yeah, I definitely love those games. The rivalry for me is I love it. I love going to New York's arena and just getting mollywopped by them.
I'm sure you return the favor when they come to your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We technically have one win there, but other than that, we haven't had much success there. It's difficult to play against their top tier team in their own arena, just as when they come to us. But again, it's why I was looking forward to so much of a neutral arena, Detroit versus Syracuse. I have a proposition for Beanz after the tournament if he can stay healthy. I'm trying to make that happen. I'm trying to run a gauntlet between our two teams at a neutral site.
Yeah.
13 games. So elims don't matter. It's total score.
Yeah.
And then pitching to him to the details and see if we can make it happen. But
you get the 10,000 points for the elim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just a crazy gauntlet. Our team versus theirs. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tapu Sika. I appreciate it. I'm unfamiliar with Phantom and keep forgetting that she is in fact not a guy. Although as a Kiwi, I'm oft calling pretty much everyone man or dude, but I'll do my best to properly use pronouns. Before this game kicks off, let's let's have a quick look at Vulcan on the St. George Sunbeams team.
My name is Gabriel, my codename is Vulcan, and I am playing for the St. George Sunbeams. I am playing in Nats because a close friend of mine invited me to them, and I felt it would be rude to not do so. I hope to survive the tournament, in a literal sense. First day, everybody's fine. Second day, your legs hurt. Third day, your chest hurts. Fourth day, you're just ready. I like playing laser tag because it's an active sport that allows me to move around a lot, and it's actually pretty cheap. My team is very passionate, and I am also a fairly passionate person, and I feel that passion attracts passion, like attracts like, and great minds think alike. Be ready for the hammer falls hot.
Did you pay attention to his unique blurb at the bottom? It said something about a record for the most syllables rapped, but I couldn't catch the last part of it.
Oh, really?
You know what that was?
No, but I can check it out later. I'll check it out later for you.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I was sitting there watching the video and I saw that at the bottom. I was like, wait, what did that say?
Shadow Dagger, how does the new penalties work? So, minor penalties like shielding, chases, that sort of thing are 0 point, so you don't lose points if you get penalized. The referees can issue a penalty in-game and it'll deactivate your suit for 7 seconds, but you don't lose the 1,000 points like you used to, which I think is good. It's a good way to do it. But we'll talk more about that after this game.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Yeah, this is a game I missed the first go-around, but...
It went about as well as you'd expect. You see Slaughtermelon down there going off to get the bases.
Yep.
I wonder if there's a world where, you know, you can kind of preemptively slow his progress downstairs. Maybe not, unless you're the other commander purely going to just attack him downstairs. That'd be a good neutralizing effect.
We tried a cheeky strat the one time against him where I was sitting waiting and he got shot at Obelisk by me and he's like, what are you doing down here?
Yeah.
Just hanging out, bro. It definitely did not benefit my team, but I knew my team would be down there shortly, but it was just funny. The match was really close though. It was a hard fought match, but
yeah.
We did a similar thing in 2015 with the team that I was on in my villain arc, where I went downstairs a couple times just catching teams off guard. But they're like, "Why is Sight down here?"
Yeah. Or
but it's just because we had Mike on our team.
Diablo there with a missile. Yeah. You're gonna get another one there.
We had Mike on our team who was just as quick as me. It was definitely a nice missile. Chain missile? Nope, he gets put down.
I was thinking he was going to try and get that another one off on Grak, because Grak stayed in the cubby, didn't move. And if Snuffles had gotten the reset and gone in there and got the Kraken again, then would have been in a world of hurt. Instead of just the shallow end of the pool of hurt.
Team is ahead by 6,000 points.
Sanders here is actually putting some pressure on, or at least keeping them out a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. It was like running back and forth like that definitely seems to be helping them. The other side, like they have, the part that you want to try to avoid in this situation is you have the two people looking for red. You have one in big box, one top on green side. Like you need a player backside on red to be able to shoot red in the back there. But
yeah.
Unfortunately, they all got pushed downstairs. So green is kind of regrouping down. But they're in a situation where you don't want to be in. Single-digit lives.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Chaser doing some veteran moves, putting 3 in the Satyrs, keeping her down.
Leading by 5,700 points.
I like their team shirt. The looks to be black and white. It's pretty cool. Rockwood dies out again. We should see Rockwood in chat momentarily.
Man, that's definitely a rough situation.
Rockwood's got to start, trying to do what he can to kind of stay in these games, because dying out is not helping his team. As soon as that mismatch of players happens, like it puts so much pressure on your team to try and keep up that shortfall.
Yeah, it's especially when you're going against, one of the top 2 teams. It makes it even more difficult being that one player down, let alone, you still trying to cohesively play as a unit, because it is kind of a hybrid team. So
yeah, big nuke there. Kills the heavy out. Or was the heavy already out? I'm not sure.
No, it did die. The heavy did die on the nuke.
Right. It seems Cedar City have really hit their strides coming into this tournament, which is pretty great. Good to see them kind of keep some team cohesion up. Hopefully El Diablo can get a couple more specials and drop a couple of nukes in a row.
Yep.
It might be more beneficial to actually drop that first one just in case. But I mean, at this point, again, we're killing time.
Yeah, the woulda, coulda, shoulda thing that is gonna eat at me is like, I really wish we could have got a Detroit team.
He
he
got defused. Yeah.
It is very disappointing we couldn't get a full Detroit team here to battle Cedar and Loveland A in the arena.
Our scene is always better when the absolute strongest teams that are available can go to the go to the competition.
Let's rock.
I mean, I would really love to see Sewercuse host again, and then Cedar and Loveland be able to make it out there again, because it's been a long time.
Oh, he got.
Outside
he didn't
of the
get
COVID
it.
Tournament.
Got another
he did
defuse.
not get it. No.
Yeah. Slaughtermelon is on him, just putting way too much pressure on him to actually be able to get those off. So.
Yeah, he's getting that bomb diffuser.
Yeah. He wants all the awards. It's awfully refreshing when Rusty isn't the one winning everything. I think that is the final game of this block.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and tee up a couple of don't know.
I have so many messages. I'm just like, I'll look at all these later. If you're sending me a message and you can't get a hold of me, I apologize. I see them all. I will respond to them when I get a chance.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's quickly jump across to here. For any of you who aren't aware of how our game is played, the great minds at Loveland Lasertag have put this wee video together, and they'll help you teach, help you learn Space Marines in 2 minutes. Here we go.
Limited lives, limited shots, and unique special abilities. Team Space Marines 5 is an advanced game mode by Laserforce Lasertag. 2 teams have 15 minutes to eliminate each other from the game. Each player has limited lives, limited shots, and unique special abilities. Teams fight for the high ground in this 3-story arena. Teams that get stuck on the bottom floor have few defensible options. A player who tags an opponent is rewarded with 100 points and 1 special point. Special points are spent to activate special abilities. A tagged player loses armor. When a player runs out of armor, they lose 1 life and are deactivated. There are 5 classes in Space Marines 5: Scout, Commander, Heavy Weapons, Ammo Carrier, and Medic. Commanders lead the offense with strong armor. Their nukes can change the entire momentum of a game. The Heavy takes and holds valuable territory. Ideal defenders, they can deactivate any player with 1 shot. Medics keep their team alive from the back line. They start with 20 lives and can never regain them once lost. Armed with unlimited shots, Ammos ward off attackers and give juice to their team so they can fight. Scouts are versatile troopers that provide support for their team in all areas of the game. Players can tag bases for 1,001 points and 5 special points. Each player can destroy 2 bases, the enemy base and the neutral base. Teams win if they have the highest score or eliminate the opposing team.
Boom. There you go, Scythe. Now you know how to play Space Marines.
A little bit. I want them to highlight Scout, please, because Scouts matter.
Don't come in here with your Scouts matter rhetoric now. I heard the disdain in your voice earlier today. Oh, just a Scout.
I love Scout. I cannot get enough of Scout.
Dude, a good Scout.
If,
as a commander, like, I mean, you'd be able to attest to this. Having a good Scout is so key to breaking a resupply.
Oh man, so I don't know if you remember when we were in Brisbane, we were playing like the random games, and we had Rusty as our ammo. I had 2K as my Scout, and I was commander, and I was just in heaven. Like,
dream. It's the dream.
Shout out to 2K brothers. 2K.
Hopefully we see the King brothers make their triumphant return wherever Nationals is held next year. The word on the street is that we'll be heading back to Brisbane next year. So for those of you who are interested and want to come and play Space Marines, Serial Slayer, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, start saving now for a trip to Brisbane. Shout
out to Slayer. So he's one of my Magic players.
Welcome to the broadcast. I hope everyone's enjoying day one. Oh, Tapu Seka, thank you very much for your follow also. Could I ask everyone a favor if you haven't already? I myself run a regular Twitch channel called The Resupply. Twitch.tv/The Resupply. If you could give us a follow as well, that would be amazing. We are rounding the corner and trying our best to get to 1,000 follows. But I think we're about 8 something. So if you don't already follow us, please give us a follow. We do a podcast weekly about our Space Marine scene, but also laser tag as a whole. And I also do a bunch. Oh, there you go. There's some follows. Look at my Streamlights go. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. But yeah, if you don't already follow this channel as well, please give the tournaments channel a follow. We're gonna look to build this as the main streaming platform for all Laserforce events, and hopefully we've set a decent enough bar on this year's coverage that we can kind of take what we've learnt this year and make next year's Nats even better than this year. Onwards and upwards.
Yeah, I can't guarantee I'll be part of the production next year, especially if I can get a team together.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the goal, right? Thank you guys.
All the followers.
Ready Randomness, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. You guys are legends. Thank you so much for the support. We're doing I think that's the goal, right? Like ultimately you want to be playing Nats. This is an interesting one. I was talking about it before, but there hasn't really been dedicated announcers like this at a Nats. Like we've had Nats where players are still doing the announcing, but nobody's done this so far. What are your thoughts so far? How do you feel it's gone? Thanks, Wombat.
I feel like it's going good. I've received, again, I'll answer your messages as soon as I can. I received quite a few messages from the community saying like they like it. I know DK messaged us on the side in the group chat talking he loves it. So
yeah,
I honestly love it. I mean, it sucks I can't be there. I apologize to Stu and Rhea. We just couldn't get a team together, but the next best thing is casting with the one and only G&D, and then casting a game that I love playing and casting it from a perspective of I've won in that arena. I know how the arena plays. I know how the meta plays. So being able to like open people's minds and kind of give an idea of like why these teams are, either like falling downstairs, losing, getting nuked out, living, hiding, all those types of situations in the arena, giving that perspective.
Dude,
definitely
it's so
adds
valuable.
to the experience.
Yeah, like I've been singing your praises and I'll sing them some more. Like I could listen to you break down. I could listen to you break down any arena, but like hearing your perspective as a like, obviously for me, I'm predominantly a heavy / defensive player, always have been. You're very much the opposite. You play a really good heavy game, but you are definitely a commander through and through.
A scout.
But definitely an attacking player rather than that defensive. So like hearing you break down that start game especially. In fact, let me switch across to here, because I could listen to you talk about this all day if I can find my mouse cursor. Here we go. Let's switch across here. I should really put you on this view as well. But like hearing you break down the start kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Strategies.
Strategy, meta, whichever one comes to mind.
So just to recap, say you're starting from this side, which is the green side of the arena. What's your go-to? What are you wanting to see from from your team at the start?
Yeah, so as a I'll do commander first. So
yeah.
I know Caleb, Josiah, Luke, the main players from both Cedar and Loveland know this. But 9 times out of 10 when I'm on this green side, I as a commander go 3rd floor. So I'm athletic enough to
come
where
up this ramp?
I can give. Yep. So I go up the ramp and I'm going all the way to the top because I'm low enough to stay under the walls.
Right.
I post up on this wall right here, looking to fortress.
So just here across, or right up against this half wall?
Right up against that wall.
Yeah. Right.
Because really the only players that are going to match that speed, Josiah's one. I'm sure Lenny could probably do it. There's not a whole lot of people that's going to meet me right there at that spot with my speed. So I have the unique advantage to be able to see who are they sending middle and who are they sending upstairs.
Right.
And then I immediately call out like both 3 hits middle, both 3 hits top. And it gives enough time where my resupply is going to ideally just sit on that first ramp. Because they're watching A for the flank from red, but they're also waiting for that signal where they can double each other and make it up to the 3rd floor.
Yeah. So that's kind of this side of the arena. I've seen, maybe a scout, or in some instances, other commanders will come up this ramp and cut across the 2nd floor, heading towards Big Box, which is this section here. I suppose this is the battle for kind of the midsection, right? Like. Is this Minecraft? This battle for the midsection, if you can keep this area under control, it really forces that red team to have to go back down the ramp, or push everyone into this really cramped area here. Like you said, it's like clowns in a car.
5-person fortress.
Yeah, there's barely enough room in here for 2 people to stand side by side. So, and that's where I find you can run into some real problems with blocking penalties here. Is if you are if you're standing side by side, and nobody's moving, if an attacking player coming from this way is trying to get down and hit people as they kind of come across this or go down this ramp downstairs, you're gonna run into some strife, I think.
Yep. You definitely are. It's happened many times to me.
Yeah.
It's happened to Rusty. Like, there's the famous one where he's like going back and forth like this with, I can't remember, it was one of the players from
you gotta throw your arms up too.
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, they're both trying to just go like this, and they're both going the same way with each other, and it's like, you're blocking me, and it's like,
yeah,
he's not intentionally trying to block you, he's trying to go the opposite way. But it does happen in that spot. It's such a crazy spot.
Daydreamer probably get eliminated so fast trying to navigate the place. You'd be too preoccupied looking at all the cool hiding spots.
It's not a lot of hiding spots.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like
that, but there's not.
It's a big-ish arena, but for being a big arena, it's not very big. Like, there's not many spots in here that you can hide. All these little cubbies and stuff up here, you can usually see lights reflecting off these walls. You got a good idea if there's people up on this back section up here between the closet and fortress. they can usually see down into this area and kind of kick you out. And it's only really downstairs where some of those hiding spots kind of come into play. And even then, you know, if you've got a good hunting team, well, we'll see if I can get some good looks into this area. But there's so much, I guess, it's so dark down there, or dark enough that you can kind of see light reflection on these walls bouncing around. So it's really hard to disappear in this arena.
The other tough part when you're down there is third floor and second floor looks down into that obelisk right there. So
this one here, yeah.
So if you look up, you see the shadow from the light coming out.
Yeah.
Those people are just looking over and see you running around down there.
Yeah, if you've got like a good scout or even the commando who's keeping this whole second floor on lockdown, yeah, when they run into this area here, it's all exposed. So, you know, someone like Dylan or Cody, you know, those really tall players, Poopies, Disco Monkey, they've got the reach that they can basically lean over these half walls and ping you if you're down here. So you don't want to be down in this kill box. I love this map so much. Big shout out to Marco from Loveland who made this map, I believe. I think he's the one who set this up. If he's around, I don't know if he's around, but if he is around, you've got a t-shirt, a Nats t-shirt waiting there for you, bro. I made one up for you, so go to the center and claim it. Right. We are currently on a break for the next hour. I'm gonna try and track down some people to do some interviews and stuff. Let me quickly switch back so we can see Scythe's beautiful face. Is there anything you wanted to quickly talk about of that morning session before we take a quick break?
No, I think we've covered quite a bit of stuff. Shout out again to our sponsors, Liquid Death. Always remember to stay hydrated, kids.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm actually gonna go grab myself one of those when we go to break.
Yeah, same. So I'm actually gonna grab one, take a little bit of breather. Pretty sure the baby's still up, so I'm gonna go visit the future Hall of Fame champion. He's currently fighting sleep upstairs. So we're gonna go try to put him to bed. But I'm loving the game so far. I know like some of the games have been crazy. We've had some opposite switches. The LAPD and Sewercuse game, by far one of the best games we've seen so far. And then even the LAPD matchup versus Loveland B. So super close games. That 4 through 6-7 spot's going to be definitely great to watch as they compete with each other. Yeah,
for sure. I think did we end that block? Was it the end of that block, or are we only partway through it?
I believe it was the end. They should be, I believe, on break because all the elims, I think they were 10-20 minutes ahead or something.
Yeah. Oh, we are up to match 8. So we are in a new block. And just before we do break, let's have a quick look here at the tournament leaderboard so far. Cedar City Sentinels currently on top, equal with Sewercuse. Is that right?
It has not updated. I don't think it has the most recent.
Come
matches.
on, thing.
I don't think that is right. Something happened.
I don't think that's right either. That doesn't seem right. I think Sewercuse, because Sewercuse drop points. They don't have 8 points. It even says there, win, loss 1-1.
Yeah.
All right, kids. We'll work on trying to get this stuff. Like I said, there's still some kinks, so we're gonna work on trying to get things sorted.
Stream end stats LTE.
I'm sick of looking at that. I mean, let's go to here. We will be back. We'll be back in about let's say 30 minutes. We're gonna keep the broadcast running. We'll go to the start soon page, but we'll be back in about 30 minutes. We'll try and line up a couple of interviews so we can have a chat with some people that are on the ground playing in the tournament this year. And yeah, we'll be back shortly. But yeah, appreciate you guys sticking around. Appreciate you guys giving us your support. Appreciate you guys' patience. We'll be back soon to kick off the afternoon section of day 1. Let's go.
All right. See you guys soon.
Sand Queen. make your head bang. Check it. Check it.
Strange in my body, something I cannot control. Maybe I'm going crazy, but I can't take this no more. I'm falling down, falling deeper. I feel so close to the pavement. I don't know where I am. I'm lost and I'm frozen. I don't know where I am. I'm lost and I'm frozen. without you drives me wild. Oh, pretty lady, will you come and save me? The thought of leaving here without you makes me wanna die. Pretty lady, will you be my baby? Cause the thought of leaving you without you drives me wild. Oh, pretty lady, will you come and save me? The thought of leaving here without you makes me wanna die. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. We used to stay up all day and all night and get carried away. And back when we used to spend our summers on the beach. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. Pretty lady, will you be my baby? Cause the thought of leaving you without you drives me wild. Oh, pretty lady, will you come and save me? The thought of leaving here without you makes me wanna die.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Laserforce Space Marines 5 Internationals 2024, proudly brought to you by Liquid Death, getting amped and ready to go for the afternoon session of day one. My name is Guy Next Door. Joining me for most of the session until it becomes way too late at night is the legend all the way from Detroit, Michigan. Scythe, how are you, brother?
I'm doing excellent. Happy to be here.
Dude, I gotta say, you killed the morning session. I'm not surprised because seemingly you just destroy everything that you set your mind to. So bloody well done on a good morning session.
Awesome, thanks. Likewise.
I don't know why I keep saying morning, because it's not morning there, is it? I mean, it's almost morning.
It's almost morning.
I should rename these.
I like to live on the western hemisphere side, so we'll go with morning.
Yeah, we'll go with morning. It's fine. Chat, welcome back. Welcome back to the we're halfway through day one of Nats already. We are amped. We had such a good morning session. We had some really, really fun games, really interesting games. We'll take a look at the leaderboard shortly, but before we do that, I wanna go to the grounds. We're gonna go all the way to site. We've got someone on standby here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the broadcast co-host of the Resupply Podcast, weekly double tap of all things Space Marines, all the way from the California Inner Peace team. Please welcome our brother DK. Hey DK, how the heck are you? Oh, we can't hear him. That's cool. Why can't we hear him? did
I can hear him,
Beanz...
actually.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be my end. Hang on. There we go.
I have one thing to say why he's working on that. Don't hate me, but mama, there goes that man.
I think we got you now. It was only. Turns out it was only me who couldn't hear you. I think everyone else could. How you doing, dude? How's Nats?
Doing good. We've only played one match, and then we had a very extended dinner break, but we're going to play Sewercuse here coming up pretty quick. But so far, everything's good. Really like with my team. We're organizing well. Had some good practice games last night. Very close to besting the Cedar City team.
Yeah.
With the untimely new managed to capture on the broadcast. But overall, it's a good tournament. You guys, thanks for.
Well, we caught most of what you just said. As is the case with this particular Nats, the internet is is being troublesome. But how are you liking your team's progression at the moment? Like a couple rounds into Nats so far.
It's good. We're building on a lot of different things that we. I feel like our team has a reasonably good identity right now. We haven't had lineup struggles as some of the other teams, but we're going to see if that continues.
I'm always rooting for you guys, particularly because obviously my affiliation with both yourself and Old Man Than. But dude, like. I mean, we did a podcast in the weekend about about our expectations of the teams. Who's a standout so far for you? Who's exceeding your expectations?
Expectations? It's hard to say because a lot of teams are doing really well, and it just kind of depends on matchups are. But there's already some jockeying for between some of the different teams. I was really impressed to watch the Loveland B against LAPD match.
Oh, yeah.
Those were some good, intense games. And similar thing goes for the LAPD versus Sewercuse match. I think those have been some really good games. A solid kind of middle of the pack. We'll see who can take up the ladder, but those were really entertaining games to watch, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the Cedar City versus Loveland Phoenix matches coming up in the next block.
That's I think we're a couple in. Yeah, Josh, what do you got?
I was just going to say the most expensive one life in history was Odin's one life for Sewercuse.
That was awesome. We you know, we celebrated pretty hard when that happened.
Odin and causing some drama in the very first match of the game, their combination.
Yeah, exactly right. I wouldn't expect it any other way. Tell people to get off the Fun Center Wi-Fi. That's good advice. Now, how's the vibe there? Like, things are usually pretty good on day one, but how is the general vibe in the building?
Great. Everybody's excited to be here to get in games and play. He asked me again in 5 hours when we're a little crispy. In the wee hours of the morning, we're going to play Loveland A in a very, very lock, so that will probably be somewhere around like 2 a.m. So we'll see what happens with that. But overall, I think everybody's great attitude is just really see everybody and just hang out.
That's awesome. Well, I know, like, we'll be getting some praises come through for the teams from chat. I think everyone's enjoying just, like, the general quality of the games. With the exception of Slaughtermelon, who's apparently playing at a much higher level than anyone else so far in the tournament that we've seen. I know, right? What are you up to, mate? Why don't you calm down and let someone else have a turn? I like your team jerseys. They look pretty dope.
I really love these team jerseys. It's been like an elevation here in the design schemes into these. I remember when it was basically just a black jersey that had your name printed on the back, and we thought that was the most badass thing possible. And it's kind of
it's rad that people are putting so much effort into like team jersey. Obviously it's a little more accessible these days to get something that looks really cool. So I'm glad that people are making the effort. Have you got a favorite aside from your own?
Aside from our own, I do like the LAPD jerseys. Obligatory ACAB for everybody in chat, but I think their jerseys are pretty cool.
Dude, they've got like a gold shield on the front, and it looks incredible. It looks so good. Taipan asked in chat, how long before a heavy gets chased out in the Loveland competition?
It happened already.
They happened already?
Things that may have already happened.
Perfect.
All I say is, don't be on one life.
Yeah, dummies, go get resupplied. Always remember to resupply. Josh, have you got anything else for DK?
Which team are you looking forward to playing the most?
I'm probably looking forward to playing Cedar City the most, just because I had a really good game against them last night that didn't necessarily end up reflected in the final score because it wasn't elimination. But I hit them really close. I'm looking forward to our rematch against them. I'm definitely looking forward to playing Loveland today because you come to these tournaments, you want to play against the best, you want to test yourself against the top level competition. And so far it seems like that might be them, but I'm curious to happen in the match between Cedar City and Loveland because there is, I'm not going to say it's bad blood or anything, but I think there's a friendly rivalry that's happening there, and both teams really want to win.
Yeah, especially,
Caleb's on that villain arc.
Yeah. He's looking to spoil the party.
He is aware he's painted a target on himself, I think.
But well, I mean, look, if it's all, if you could back it up, then it makes it worthwhile. It's so far from what we've seen, just how quickly he's getting to those first nukes, getting that pressure on the opposition resupply. It's been really awesome to actually see that from a spectator perspective because you could pick it up on the cameras pretty well. It's been pretty awesome to see.
I'll also add. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're right.
I was gonna say I really liked the game last night, DK. I know like you guys felt the score didn't really reflect it, but we were casting the game and we were talking about like just that nuke alone was the only thing that went bad that game for Dill. Like that cancel was so detrimental to them flushing you guys out. It's just like if that wouldn't have happened and he would have nuked first, it would have been a totally different game.
Yeah, I think we had a good chance to get maybe one or two of their players out because we were positioned really well, and then it was just kind of a womp womp. That happens. I'd rather have them practice night than in finals or something. So
100%.
Get the mistakes out early.
How's
Definitely. But obviously, I have a ton of respect for those guys. Half that team, on Nat's team, it's obvious that I have very high opinions of them. But when you're in this kind of competitive situation, you want to play against the best.
Yeah, 100%. How's the old man's knees holding up? How's he doing?
Oh, you guys are like Fan has turned back the clock. He is crushing it at Anthem. I absolutely love it. He got himself a nice $80 knee brace, and it's like he just took 10 years off his life in a good way. He turned back the clock 10 years.
I'm gonna have to get them.
Can you have? Yeah, I was gonna say, can you have him share that with GND and Traj so we can get some more epic players back?
I need a segue.
I think Traj might need a $500 version of this brace, and it might have to be.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, we are thoroughly enjoying all of the action. Keep up the good work. Try and keep as fresh as you can, obviously, through day one. I'm looking forward to the end of the day podcast that is clearly going to happen by yourself and Than, obviously, at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. Yeah, progress in the tournament. Thank you for being our first guest live from Loveland Laser Tag. Appreciate your time, dude.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you guys. Keep up the good work.
Will do, bro.
Yep.
Have fun. Love you, bro.
Yeah, love you.
Oh, that's the wrong scoreboard. There we go. Let's go here. Wow, that's loud. Quiet, Spotify. There we go. So as is the norm, the internet sorted itself out eventually. It sounds to me like they're having a ball of a time, dude. Like, it's always so bittersweet when like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we had such an awesome time." You're like, "Cool, yay!"
Yeah, I'm not there. Sad times. FOMO.
Good shout, Taipan. Let's have a look at the leaderboards. Let's have a look here. Bit of chat all up in your face. Let's get rid of that.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfectly fine.
This is the current live leaderboards. So far, Cedar City Sentinels on 12 points. 2 wins, no losses in the matches. Have currently 6-0'd all of their opponents. 4 elims, which is pretty good too. Sewercuse in that second spot. That's surprising, actually. I guess it's a reflection of who's played who, right? They've taken a couple more points than the other teams. California in a
they
piece.
definitely probably wish they had that 4 points though.
Oh yeah,
4 points. They could be at 12 as well. But
yeah,
we'll see how it comes around the second round in the pods.
for sure. California in a piece, Loveland Phoenix, 5 Nights at Loveland, all on 6 points apiece. LAPD on 4, and then Motor City Mutts and St. George Sunbeams yet to register some points. But I'd be more surprised this year than most years if any team goes without points this year. They put together some really good looking games, and especially in the practice games. Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's a fancy looking scoreboard. Thank you, sir. I've made it myself. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I definitely feel the same. I know, like, every year there's kind of like a team that you feel like, is bottom. You're rooting for them to get that one win. Where in this case, I think, just judging from the games you saw alone, you don't have a team that's kind of like that. I know Motor City Mutts and Sunbeams, they've played 2 of their hardest teams already.
Yeah.
So once they start playing each other and they start playing, LAPD, 5 Nights, even like Sewercuse in a sense, if you're not careful, these teams will take games off of you. And Sewercuse saw it already in their one match, but you can't take anything for granted when you're playing some of these teams, especially given the players and the caliber of players you have on those teams.
Let's have a look at some of the other leaderboard stats, assuming that I did in fact fix them. Let's switch across here to
shout out Morge.
yeah, he was sitting in second place for Medikits. Current Medikit leaderboard, we've got Cody sitting on 7, equal with Disco Monkey in first place with 7 as well. The Fair Turkey in third place with 6. Snuffles 5th, and rounding out that top 5 is DK. I'm surprised not to see Caleb's name in this list yet.
Yeah, I think his nukes are doing more work than him shooting the medic.
To his detriment.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like, so one thing I call out, like I'm always, joking about the scout position, but I love seeing the Fear Turkey here at 6. Just 6 medic hits, meaning that, hey, you're getting in, you're getting those shots in. Even if you're roaming on that second floor, you're catching the medic running downstairs through Obelisk or on the side or front of the ramp. Medic hits can come all ways, shapes, and forms in this arena, so it is a little bit more compact than I thought with like the medic hits, so I'm sure as we kind of go through the days and like the teams get used more to the meta, we might see a little bit more of like the commanders creep up there. But I expect the heavies to have a strong showing. They always do in this arena of like the meta kits.
Snuffles reckons he got 7 meta kits in one game, so maybe these these figures are lagging a little bit. But close enough. Close enough. I'll refresh him. I don't think it's going to work. If we switch across here, accuracy leaders. Rockwood's apparently not missed a shot yet this tournament, which makes sense because he keeps getting killed out of the game too early. He has been killed out early several times, and if I was on his team, I'd be annoyed by that. But I am keen to see if Russ, if Russell, once he's finished at Disney, could take a look at how this data is coming through, because hopefully it's correct. Interesting to see if those are in fact correct. I would say Meds, Minette, and Azra are all in those resupply roles, I think.
Yeah, I like the fact that you see Dill here at 95 playing that 3-hit position.
Yeah. You're coming back to resupply and stay in there all game. Yeah, exactly. Get out and shoot some people. The last we're going to look at current MVP point leaders. So far we got Kodama at 31, almost 32. Snuffles in second, Meds in third, Slaughtermelon in fourth, and the Fair Turkey running out that fifth spot. I would imagine it'd be interesting to see how Slaughtermelon kind of shifts up and down this leaderboard as we progress out the tournament, because he's doing work. I think the goal obviously for Nats is to win Nats. It doesn't matter about any other individual stats, as long as you win Nats, and then everything else that comes kind of secondary. So maybe he's killing out the teams so fast that it's obviously going to impact some of these leaderboard things, but that's a good thing, I think. What do you think?
I'm definitely in the same boat. I've never been one for like the individual accolades. So like when you guys reached out asking me, like I had no effing clue of like what individual awards I had won.
Yeah.
I had to go look it up. But yeah, same thing. Like it's always like I've played soccer for years. Like it's always been team first. But even in these situations, like when you start focusing on like, oh, my MVP or my medikits or my missiles or stuff like that, you start kind of swaying away from what got you to where, put you on the podium or has put you on the list to begin with. When you start refocusing, like, how do I switch my game so I get more MVP points? Your team slowly starts, paying the price of that individualism that you're searching for.
Well, I agree. I think the thing that we did a podcast recently over on the Resupply channel talking about Hall of Fame nods for players, and it was for funsies. Like nobody's taken our Hall of Fame nods overly serious, but especially when we all nominate each other. But I think the things that stand out for most people are the Nats wins. That's right at the top of the list in terms of accolades, and you can win a bunch of individual awards and that makes you a great player, but the thing that people I think really remember you for is Nats wins. It just so happens that a couple of the guys at the top of that list have done both. Lots. Lots and lots.
Definitely.
Yeah. Teams win games, players just help. That's a good way to look at it, Conky. I like that. All right, coming up next, we have a great matchup actually. We have Sewercuse on red versus Inner Peace at green. This is gonna be maybe the biggest test for Sewercuse. I mean, they played. Who did they play? They played Detroit in round
PD and
that's right,
Detroit. Yeah.
So this will be their toughest game so far. A couple after that, we've got Five Nights at Loveland versus St. George Sunbeams. That's going to be another awesome game to watch. And then after that is the big one. We've got Loveland Phoenix versus Cedar City Sentinels. And if you only watch one match during the game during today, come and watch that match. This will be possibly the only time these teams square up against each other during the week until finals. Might be a huge one here. Massive implications on that game. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'd say the only way that you'll see them paired up in, the proposed pod play is like if they royally mess up against one of the other teams and they fall out of a spot they're not supposed to be in. So, if they fall to second If they go from second to third, then you could potentially see them matching up again in pod play, but highly unlikely given the scenarios that we've seen.
Yeah. I haven't had confirmation, and somebody, if I don't know if Beanz is this thing or Beanz is around or anything, but can someone just clarify what, if any, changes have happened for the pods? I'm pretty sure they, as far as we're aware, they're playing as we were aware going into the tournament. There will be odds and evens, so at the end of round 1, we'll split the teams in half. Teams 1, 3, 5, and 7 will all play each other. Teams 2, 4, 6, and 8 will all play each other, and that will determine seeding going into the double elam finals. Nationals this year is only 4 days, so there's a lot of Laserforce to cram into those 4 days. I'm getting a thumbs up. I'm getting a thumbs up off camera. So yeah, that looks to be the case. Hey Beanz, if you're there, do you want to jump in front of the camera, or do you want to? Are you good just lurking? Or actually, it seems that refs are going into the arena, so I would imagine we're not too far off from kicking off into the next round. Let me switch across back to here. There we go. We'll see the screen light up once the game starts. I think that it looks like all the refs are in there, so we're moments away from kicking off the afternoon session. Why is the pod system done that way, not the traditional? We'll come back to that question, my dude. Let's switch across.
All right, so we have Callie on the green side. They do if they cut across. So
Fire team has taken the lead.
Heavy went straight up to the top. So, like I said, I kind of talked about that when I was reviewing with the 3D model. So myself, Kadama, a few other players, we love running straight up to the top. Unfortunately, Sewercuse did not send someone on that side, so they're stuck getting shot from big box.
That's a clutch shot there on the
ramp,
switch back into big box to help take. Who is that? Looks like, is that Lenny?
It's Lenny, Wookie, and who else?
Who's their medic? Jackal. Of course it's Jackal.
Jackal, yep. They did switch Lenny back to heavy. Unfortunately, they lost their positioning here, so they have the long walk of shame down. You're eating the missiles on the way down.
Yeah, and Dill's being as tall as he is, leaning over that wall from big box into the switchback. Oh, here comes an early nuke from Cody.
Yeah,
relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, nice nuke from Cody after he gets those missiles off, which is even better.
Yeah, awesome.
So definitely doing work there. Dill's still trailing behind a little bit.
Dan is running very, very low. He's almost on crit lives. The last thing that Inner Peace wanted to do.
Applesauce got missiled. I don't think it was twice, but she got missiled by Cody.
Oh my goodness,
she's at 8.
on 8
We're 2
lives.
minutes into the game.
That is brutal.
Yeah, so Cody with that flank definitely saving Sewercuse here because they were in a rough spot there when they lost the top portion.
That's interesting. It seems that both the attacking players have kind of done work. It's just Cody's managed to work over the green team a little more than
Resupply.
Yeah. What's up, for real? This is the afternoon session. We're at round 1, match 8, game 1.
The bad part about this now, though, is like green does have the advantage upstairs, whereas red is not regrouping downstairs.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those
is on an island
situations where the team is like just trying to like get as much, like squeeze as much juice out of the other team as they possibly can before, you know, And if the green team can really hold off of getting elims, then they should be able to put themselves in a good, strong defensive position.
Yeah, I definitely look for New York here. They're heeding my warning. Like, as soon as you get downstairs, just fill.
Yep.
They are trying to get as much as possible into their team. The medic is missing a few resupplies there, but overall the dubs are coming through on the main key players. But Dill did finally get some lives. He was sitting at 8 as well, but he is taking those resupplies.
I mean, yeah, it's rough for Applesauce to get put down to 8 lives within the first couple of minutes of this game, but if they can really put their backs up against the wall and re-establish themselves, you know, they can kind of keep them out for an extended period of time. Good nuke here by Cody, though.
Yeah, Cody gets the base to nuke again, so putting your medic lives critical.
Yeah.
In at 88, so if she can't get a few shots here, it doesn't look like there was a lot of pressure. He just did it maybe to attack a little bit downstairs, keep the pressure off. He didn't come up any of the ramps.
DK's got himself on the switchback, kind of in a no man's land situation.
Yeah. They are running downstairs, it seems like, so...
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if you're Sewercuse, you definitely want to be able to, like, come back upstairs if your team is getting smashed like that. This may very well come back to hurt them with them just hemorrhaging lives downstairs. You have the advantage.
1,600 points.
They still do with Applesauce on crit, but yeah, it's going to be tough. I think it's really important now that Than makes sure that he's topped up throughout this portion of the game, because if he gets a little bit too low and Applesauce goes out, then green team are going to find themselves without shots, you know, around about the kind of 3 or 4 minute mark.
Yeah, I am looking to see really when Red decides to make a move.
Yeah.
Because they're still downstairs. They're battling most likely by Obelisk, judging from all the player pathing downstairs to that bottom left camera.
Applesauce down to 3, back 2 lives.
Oh yeah.
Where is the green resupply? Oh, they're trying to get the base.
I think they went. Yeah, they went to get the base. They're at the bottom left camera.
There's
it
the
looks
base.
like they were trying to get the neutral. Yeah.
You need to drop your boost.
Well, she was trying
There's
to
the
get
boost.
red.
Did she drop the boost? Maybe not.
Confirmed.
That's what Dills needed to do, really, was drop the nukes for them to go on that base run.
Yeah.
But this puts them in good stead.
Detroit base style.
Yeah. Applesauce will be able to give her team some lives, and hopefully that'll carry them through to the end of the game. Kodama really needs to come and get full, though.
Yeah, I definitely think they reached this point now where they can fill up lives, will live the game, and then really it's going to come down on points.
Yeah. Both teams are in pretty good stead in terms of how many lives they have. Applesauce has done really well considering how many lives she lost at the very start of this game.
Yeah, I think if Sewercuse would have pushed a little harder at that point where they had them down like that, they probably got a route earlier than this.
Yeah.
Like, probably around that 11-10 minute mark. But
it's one of those cases, though, like you can only push as hard as you can push, and, you know, if it's just not enough, then, then this happens.
Yep. Cody does have that nuke, so it will take them
drop it now.
Yeah, they do have a ton of lives though, so it's going to be really tough for Sewercuse here to.
Yeah.
If he does drop it, it doesn't look like he's going to. I think he's going to stay out for. They're just staring down at Fortress. They should have.
Well, here comes.
Oh, that wasn't good.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Who's that there? That's Kodama the Heavy coming in to get some some resets. That gun placement there by Evo, don't like it. Konami's done well, though, to kick him out. I'd be surprised if Cody doesn't go and drop right now.
Space Marine
there we go.
Clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirm.
Yeah. Nice work. I mean, Green Team really... California have really, like, recovered really well.
Yeah.
They might possibly be slightly better positioned than... oh, good missile, Konami. Slightly better position than Sewercuse here. Assuming that they could get Jackal out within the next, like, 30 seconds. Then Jackal... If they don't, Jackal needs to lose a few lives into the surrounding teammates, just so that they outlast this game.
Yeah, definitely. Given like Dill's gonna get another nuke here, but the problem it seems to be is like Evil's stuck upstairs. Cody is probably upstairs by choice, but they're not near their resupply, and they haven't made an attempt to get their resupply to come upstairs. Which the meta of the arena, it's tough when you're split like 2 floors away from each other.
Yeah, Jackal killed out of the game, so I think things have swung back into the favor of Inner Peace, California Inner Peace. I think, with 5.5 remaining, I think Red Team should be okay, especially because King Fox has got a lot of lives, so they shouldn't be an Elam, but Dills and Kodama really need to step on the gas here.
Yeah. I think it's just tough. If they could have got their resupply upstairs instead of having them hemorrhage lives downstairs.
Yeah.
Sewercuse probably could have made a run for an elim if they could have got, Cody another nuke, but here you're just looking for the next game. They are trailing by quite a bit. So you have maybe one more base on board here. But you have both 3 hits on green side, rounding that 9K mark.
Robert with the follow, thank you very much.
7 canisters of CN20.
Dill's got his nuke off.
Roll them in there and nerve gas the whole
Yep.
rest.
Earth team is leading by
detonates.
7,100 points.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, the life swing, I looked away and looked back, and King Fox has lost a lot of lives in the last minute. So
yeah, he's been getting shot.
Yeah.
Again, like it's just the reading the game state. Like you cannot stay downstairs. You have to go back upstairs at some point. And they have ample opportunity to just come up this red ramp. They just haven't done it.
Yeah.
It's like they have stronghold. They have on the side as they just lost it with Kodama shooting them. But
yeah. I got sent a list of the place names of the maze over the break, so hopefully be a little bit more on the ball with what things are actually called.
Earth team is leading by 10,000
we make our own
points.
names up.
Damn right.
We don't use your meta name, so you don't know what's coming.
And nobody name an arena like the Oakley boys.
Oh right.
3.5 minutes left. 22 lives on the red team. Cody pushing towards that last nuke. If he can get that off before he dies out of the game, he'll be happy with that, I think. There's only three shots away from it, so. But he's only on 2 lives, so we'll see how if he can get it and get it off in time before he gets killed out.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Do it! Don't shoot your own team, man. It's bad. Especially when you're low on lives.
Yeah.
By 10,000 points.
So he's at it. We'll see 1 on life. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see if he can get it off. I'd imagine they know where he is and there's pressure on him. Oh, guts died out with it.
That's rough. It was going so well too for Sewercuse.
Yeah.
And it's just you got to come back upstairs. You can't hang out downstairs. No matter how much it seems like a good idea and you're recovering downstairs on the first floor, you got to come back upstairs.
Hey, Beautiful in chat. Firstly, nice to see you, bro. Secondly, there is a t-shirt somewhere at Loveland laser tag with your name on it. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, can we get some love for Beautiful. Beautiful is the man in charge of basically all of the Nats graphics and stuff that we've had for the last 10 years. Appreciate you, bro. Go chase Tucker down. Yeah, we'll hook you up. Credit where credit's due. Yeah, it'd be a miracle if Do Not Pass Go manages to not get killed out in this game. Look at those 3 hit scores. Kodama and Dills both hitting 5 figures. That's awesome.
Yep. So Lenny's back downstairs. Obviously, they're gonna go try to find him and chase him. He's getting shot from upstairs, so not a good thing. Ouch. Yeah, he gets taken out. But valiant effort, but again, like, you have to come back upstairs, kids. Can't hang down there.
That's a good win there from California A, or California in a piece.
Yeah.
Good strong family win, that one. Real quick, before we get into the breakdown of that game, let us have a quick word from our main sponsor, Liquid Death.
Rapid fire activated. Payback available. Missile available. Rapid fire activated.
Liquid Death. It'll make you awesome at Laserforce, probably. quality advertising there. Yeah. I've got me a mango chainsaw here. I'm gonna try and crank this open. Are they an actual sponsor? They are an actual sponsor. They come on as the first major sponsor that we've had at Laserforce Space Marines International. So thank you. You get that that ring tab pull. Hang on a sec. Oh yeah, so good. Liquid Death, cheers, y'all. Bit of mango chainsaw up in you.
Cracking open a cold one with the boys.
That's right. What were your thoughts on that game?
So many thoughts. Again, Sewercuse. It's kind of like deja vu all over again with the situation with LAPD, but in this case, they had the game. Like, they're gonna kick themselves if they watch this replay. It's like they had applesauce at 2 or at 8 lives 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, crazy.
And she lived for another 8 minutes.
Yeah,
so to speak, on 8 lives. So I know they regrouped downstairs, but one big thing I harped on it a lot. It's like, you can't stay downstairs. You can regroup downstairs. You can take a couple dubs downstairs. But you got to make a fight for one of the ramps and come back up. So you live and you learn. So I expect Sewercuse is going to go back, kind of talk things through. But that game was definitely theirs. Like, it was theirs. Elim, maybe 10-minute Elim. But it wasn't meant to be. California recovered nicely. Applesauce, having that rough go in the little bit, they recovered, and then they did what the meta does in the arena. They came back, took the ramp, and then they hung out upstairs, and then all of their players are experienced enough to look over the walls and shoot downstairs, and then basically shooting fish in a barrel, unfortunately, for Sewercuse.
I love to see that though, because they were seemingly ahead at the start, and I'd love to see a gutsy clawback victory like that. That shows a lot of character and a lot of leadership within that in a peace team. Which you should expect with obviously the resupply and the resupply. That's not true. It's then shoring up that kind of that leadership at the back and Kodama really, like, 10 grand heavy score, outscoring the commander. That's big. That's really big. What was the penalty
As
on Kelly
Rusty
for?
would say, stop taking my special points.
Yeah, get off my Kool-Aid. Real quick before this game kicks off, because I really like checking out these player spotlights. Let's hear from one of our furthest traveling players, shall we, before they kick off?
I'm Marcus. My in-game codename is El Diablo, and I'm playing for the St. George Sunbeams. I like the competitive nature of tournaments, and I like to travel and see old friends. I like playing laser tag because it requires a certain level of fitness, requires a lot of strategy, a lot of communication. I've been to 5 countries playing tournaments, so I like all-style tournaments, like especially Space Marines. My goal this tournament is to have a lot of fun, see my team improve, especially the newer players, improve myself. Since I've played in so many places, and we are playing in a slightly different style in Europe, expect the unexpected.
Darkwave.
What an absolute champion that guy is. I'm so glad that that he's cemented himself as a mainstay in the Space Marines tournament scene.
Yeah, and shout out to fellow German.
With him in our scene, in the competitive scene, doing what he's doing, he is really leading that way for the Europeans to kind of follow him to these tournaments. So keep up the good work, Diablo.
Yeah, I would love to see us be able to host a tournament in Europe somewhere.
I reckon it'll happen
amazing.
sooner rather than later. I think it's definitely on the cards for us to head over there. We're going live. We're going live. Right off the bat.
Yeah, so we have 5 nights at Loveland and St. George Sunbeams. So again, you see both teams instantly battling for that middle ground.
It's the same thing. It has to happen for every game.
Yep. Red did get a flank on green there, so unfortunately for green now they're stuck, so they're gonna get pushed back down. Not a great spot.
That's a real shame, because it looks like Cedar is actually, I think that's her running across into the fortress, yeah, which means her being the heavy now separate from her resupply.
Yep. Yeah, and her resupply was forced to go downstairs, so that's also another kind of upset piece as El Diablo looks down to where Saturn's was.
Yeah.
But one point to make of this, as El Diablo and Saturn's are keeping this pressure up, like, their team is downstairs. They are getting bases. The one thing I'd like to see, though, is like if they're downstairs, they are resupplying their team that is downstairs. But also, something you would want to see from Green, like, as they're attacking, they notice, like, hey, the ramp's clear again. Slowly make your way up this ramp.
Yeah.
Because you see Fortress is clear. You just have one person kind of scouring from Loveland B on the second floor.
Whoa. Here comes Strickland's nuke. This is going to put Saders in a very precarious spot. Looked like Marcus El Diablo just collided with a player there. Trying to set that backtrack out of closet.
Fire team is leading by
I think it was with his own player. I think it was with Cedar. She ate a shot for it too, so she did lose another life.
Chamber. That's what that's called. Chamber.
Oh, and she's out, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame, because just as the Sunbeams resupply have gotten into chamber, the heavy gets killed out of the game. That's a real shame. It's who was that running in to get the resupply?
Ceasefire!
Watch your fire and check your targets.
with the top. No, is that SgtTucker? Not sure. I think the cameras might be a little bit behind.
Fire team is ahead by 11,000 points.
Yeah, I think it's SgtTucker. Man, they're just like fish in a barrel in this corner here.
Yeah.
Missile away.
Sunbeams are really struggling here.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck, and then they don't have their medic either. Or sorry, they didn't have their heavy either. So
yeah.
They're all single-digit lives. It's definitely a rough game.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Rockman understands the concept of getting resupply. No, that's not fair. It's hard because it seems under a lot of pressure. He's trying to kind of stay out and stay, putting at least some sort of pressure on to kind of alleviate, for the rest of his team. But
yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's backfiring a little bit for him.
So anyone that's in the chat, I will say. How I play Chamber and Fortress. So everyone hates this. Everyone's fallen for it at least once. Even Rusty has fallen for it. With the little hand check, you just throw your hand out there and they shoot. And then when you shoot, you come out and shoot back.
Yeah.
It gets everybody, but you'd be surprised how many times that works. So when people are just kind of staring down there, I'm just like, yo, throw a hand check out there.
Yeah. That hand check has gotten me so many times. I don't think I'd seen it really happen until I came up against you. Boy, it really sucks.
Yes. It's like when it happens, you're not even realizing. You're just like movement, shoot, and then you shoot, and you're like, God, I fell for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, red here is split up. They're just kind of taking care of business. They have the one person obviously chasing, calling out where they are. They have the couple people on the second floor. It is unfortunate that your ammo is the last person left alive.
Yeah.
I mean, for some players, it's unfortunate. Others, they probably would want the 1v6 ammo, infinite ammo situation. Rusty would probably be one of those people to want that. But
yeah. Yeah. Clean up.
It was definitely a tough game. For Sunbeams, but like I said, with these games, like when you have that one bad situation, it just kind of cascades into a bunch of catastrophes.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be the end of your tournament either. Like, if you can keep positive, keep kind of pushing in your games. Don't let it sort of get in your mind too much. Some of those little errors, you can start addressing, and then that'll hopefully flip the outcome of some of these games for you. That was a very quick game, though. Good job on the B team.
Yep, definitely. You saw it like in the very beginning. Same thing. Like both teams rushed the middle. Red did flank, so green kind of got pincered there and got stuck on the second floor. They went down. Unfortunately, Cedars and El Diablo were both upstairs on the third floor still attacking. They were doing work. They were getting points, getting medikits in, inching towards that nuke. But unfortunately, with their team downstairs, they have to make the gut-wrenching decision of having to go, 3 flights of ramps all the way down to try to get resupply.
It's so brutal.
Yeah.
So
great job to the B team.
Yeah, they look good. They look really good. We knew that they were going to be, capable. We just didn't know how capable. So it's good to see them actually getting some real decisive wins. Is it better for tournament standings to win via elimination? Absolutely. You get a 10k deficit towards, not deficit. Advantage in your match. So if you
no one's eliminating ever.
You play two games to a match, and you get 2 competition points for each game win that you get, and you also get 2 competition points for winning the match. So you want to try and take 6 total points from any match that you're in. Otherwise you can split it. Oh, best viewers, hell yeah! I need to deputize some mods. I think I need to get rid of that.
So I mentioned the hand check thing, and I got instantly 3 messages about the hand check. The hand check. There's some salty players out there.
So real quick, Popeyes. If we have a look at the leaderboard here, tournament leaderboard, you can see here that you get points for wins, and you get points for game wins and match wins. So you want to try and get a total of 6 points every time you finish a match. These points are obviously a little bit not up to date yet. Let's have a look at this next match, because this is the big one. Do you want to run us through these teams?
Sure. So this is the match that probably everyone has been waiting for. We'll probably get top viewers here for this match. We have Loveland A, aka Loveland Phoenix, versus Cedar City Sentinels, led by Slaughtermelon and his villain arc, as I'm calling it. I messaged him on the break to congratulate him on his game so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, like definitely this is, the battle for the top 2. I think that the other teams are really battling for that 3rd, 4th place spot, because these teams both know the arena very well.
Yeah.
They both execute the meta of the arena very well. I do look to see which scouts are going to control that 2nd floor. Like obviously we know Slaughtermelon is gonna do his thing. We know Ghost is gonna do his thing, both as commanders.
Yeah.
But it's really watching, Thunder, Fear Turkey battling out in that middle portion to see who can gain the most ground. But yeah, it's gonna be definitely a tough call. I think like the first time them playing each other, round 1, the first game, I am gonna probably lean more towards Loveland A on this one.
Interesting.
Loveland Phoenix. I do really like what Cedar City's doing, but I think knowing me, like in my arena, and you're playing like the next top team that you expect to play. So when we played Brisbane, we threw out a curveball the first time we played them. We're just like, let's just kind of see if it works, and it worked. So I do expect that teams do that. Loveland just may come out and play a normal game. I think they will. Okay.
Yeah.
But if they throw that curveball out there and they do something different, I think it could catch Cedar City off guard. But I can totally see the game going either way.
Switch back to here. If you're taking the home team, Loveland Phoenix. You've got them coming out on top.
Yeah, I think it's the first meeting between the two. I think obviously Loveland wants to defend their turf.
Yeah.
There's definitely the rivalry there between the two sides. I think, given that, aptitude and, pumping themselves up, I think they're going to come out and take the first game.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the Sentinels here. I think Caleb has looked so strong so far today. The only way that it could not is if he kind of gets in his own head. But let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go! I'm so hyped. Let's see how the top teams play this split.
Yeah, so you noticed red team, the A team, home team went 2 and 2. So they sent 2 on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 3rd floor. Green team did a little bit of split. They kept the resupply on the ramp. That's normal. And they sent 1 up and 3 on the middle floor.
I don't know if I've seen.
Slaughtermelon is kind of in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Slaughtermelon cut through and did what he's been doing this whole tournament so far. He's just got to get the bases. Interesting.
Yeah.
Luke, try not to get a chase penalty there. Oh, good work.
Oh, nice drop shot.
Team has taken the lead.
Yeah, definitely he's moving to keep them out of that cubby piece there. I don't believe, though, he got... I don't think he took it off break. I think he just went up the ramp without it. because he is at 7. He wouldn't have lost, you know, that many lives coming up. But red is definitely on the pressing the attack here. They do have them kind of flustered on the second floor.
Yeah.
And if you see how everyone moves, they're so low, so it's very hard to hit as well.
Even like SgtTucker as a bigger dude, shout out to the bigger dudes. He was able to like stay pretty low running from, you know, from that cubby area, from the chamber, sorry, all the way along towards Fortress.
I don't know why they tagged a Ghost there, because Ghost definitely, it wasn't a chase. He was in between the half lines. And it's kind of rough. 0 points though, but still kind of rough.
Comes the new from Ghost.
Yep.
They can't chase. They can't chase Slaughtermelon here into chamber, so you're gonna have to be careful that they don't get that penalty. Oh, they're keeping the pressure on.
The 2-shot. Yeah, so green did retreat to that green cubby on the second floor. It looks like Caleb is going. Oh, nope. I thought Caleb was going to make a trek downstairs and try to get a nuke.
Yeah.
He is a little bit behind, so he is sitting on 14.
And the lives count
Ghost
here.
did get both his bases low, so...
The lives count here for Cedar City is pretty dire.
Yeah. Again, so Slaughter did go get his bases to try to nuke, so I was correct. It's definitely what I would do in this case, because you are hurting a little bit. Team is getting a little bit out-positioned here, but Loveland also did abandon the box. So they abandoned the box, they're at Fortress. They know they have the second floor, they know they don't have to watch anywhere.
Yeah.
You see Luke with that tall ability to be able to just reach over and shoot underneath.
Yeah.
It's such a key skill when you're holding that second floor as a heavy.
Because the ref listens to stuff as telling it's a penalty. Now, Abby. Alright.
Cedar, I like what Green did.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I was just going to say, Cedar have managed to kind of establish a foothold here. Not completely get knocked down, and they are now all the way up in Fortress. Looking to capitalize.
Yeah, the only bad thing is, like, Meds lost so many lives downstairs.
Yeah.
He's at 3.
Yeah. And he's a... whose nuke was that? Slaughtermelon's nuke.
Yeah, Slaughtermelon's nuke.
That's pretty ballsy.
Yeah, it is a kind of pushback nuke. If Meds can get some lives here, definitely into Metal Face, but also into his team.
I think Meds is floating the ramp, actually.
Boosting now.
Yeah. And it's good on red here. So you see red, he's immediately going second. He's going to go down, it looks like.
Ceasefire!
Oh, he's going to nuke, that's why.
Requesting clearance for
yeah.
nuclear strike. Confirmed.
Getting a little bit of lag on the scoreboard here, ladies and gents.
Yep, so it does get the medic and the scout out. So now it's definitely Loveland's game here. Tucker is getting kind of pinged here on the second floor. Not a great spot. Yep. Penalty on Thunder. Thunder, you cheat! That was a chase all day, but he did go down before he got. But yeah, I really, really liked what Loveland A did. Slaughtermelon, he did cut across second. He just didn't have that extra oomph.
Yeah.
He was getting kind of reset, and his own team did shoot him the one time, so he did go down, unfortunately, by his own team. But Loveland A definitely showing, like, hey, they can play both sides. They can roam back and forth. Luke doing work is heavy, as you can see. He's just everywhere.
Yeah. Seems like we got one of the cameras in the bottom right-hand corner frozen.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Team is leading by 6,400 points.
Thunder's such a dude. Slander. Slander, Coda. I thought you were going to bed.
Let's rock. Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Yeah, so I do look to see Loveland A. So this is kind of the strat that they've created. So you see Luke here. He is hovering this ramp, and you see that there is only 2 like red on these ramps. So they are kind of just focusing. They're seeing people move down below. I expect that they will send someone down here shortly once they get the last green person off second floor. But again, like we've kind of touched on in multiple games, you can see roughly 90% of the arena from second and third floor. So you can see everything that's happening. You can shoot roughly 65, 75% of the arena below legally if you're a taller person. And it's definitely an advantage for Luke, Dill, Cody to be able to make those shots. Definitely Luke, because it's this arena, he knows all the angles.
Yeah.
He's definitely utilizing it here.
What do you think is gonna affect the teams more? Like, do you think it's gonna affect Loveland Phoenix more in a positive way, or Cedar City more in a negative way for losing this game?
I definitely think like you're gonna have that flow of confidence. So I mean, we had it when we beat Brisbane in round play for the first game. We're like, holy crap! Like, we took the game off them. All right, let's build on that.
Yeah.
But then Baden came out with this ridiculous strat where he came all the way forward to the front side of tower and just sat there.
Yeah.
And from our arena playing there, it's like, okay, everyone's normal, but when you're seeing it in the heat of the moment and your scouts just keep running in, feeding them points, it's definitely rough.
Yeah.
But I think it will definitely light a fire kind of under Cedar to kind of talk through, hey, what happened, what went wrong.
Yeah.
But I do think like Caleb going down like that and then getting reset by his own team and then getting shot again definitely hurt them on the second floor, being able to try to keep that ground and keep Loveland A from pushing forward all the way up the ramp and then all the way over.
I reckon the home team can take a lot out of that victory. And you know what? I think it does help you a little bit if you do, get a couple of losses like this throughout the tournament. If you are, a really strong team, it just helps, to kind of be able to combat. All right, look, they did this good against us. We had a weak spot here. Let's see what we can do to kind of, fix that up a little bit. Fix it in post, if you will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if Caleb does swamp back to the early rush. I know like Loveland's used to it just because they play their B team so much. I've seen Loveland do it multiple times. When we've played random games with them, in 2022, they did it a lot, where they have the cheeky commander play where you're not expecting them to go downstairs, but to do that, you really, really, really need a strong heavy to be able to stand there and say, okay, I'm gonna post up here, I'm not gonna let anyone by, we're not gonna put our resupply all the way up top. So to be able to do that, they would need Snuffles to hold red side that they're about to be on pretty firmly from the side of the ramp there, being able to look into big box and look across the green. I'll be interested to see if Caleb does try the quick double base early nuke start and try to flank. But with the teams knowing each other so well, they might be just expecting that and keep someone back to see if he does it. But worst case scenario, you could run all the way up. Even if you get shot down, you can run all the way up, and then they have to look 2 directions. But
I was
definitely eagerly awaiting the next game.
Yeah. I was hoping for, I wouldn't say a better showing. That's probably not the way to say, but I thought that the game was got to be a little more competitive than it turned out to be. But I mean, this is a feeling out process, and unfortunately, it just given the pods, assuming that these teams do finish first and second, they're not going to get another opportunity to play each other until finals. So,
right,
it is a shame, but hopefully they can get a good feel for each other. And plus, I mean, the build up for the final series is going to be Ooh, it's gonna be cool.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I will say though is like because of this outcome, like let's say that the standings, don't flip here and Loveland A cruise to a 6-0.
Yeah.
If Cedar drops another match or another game, you could potentially see a pod where, hey, we get another game in there where one plays 3.
Yeah.
And you see another rematch of this. So it really also depends. Can another team kind of step up and take Cedar? So we saw, Cali A last night. They were doing great until Dill's nuke cancel.
Yeah.
So you never know. They could probably kind of sneak in there in that second spot. And then we may get another awesome, 2-game series with these two teams. But I am interested to see how they kind of bounce back and then how the rest of the games kind of shake out for standings.
Yeah, for sure. Let's move to this game. We've got California in a piece versus Syracuse. Let's have a quick look at the dynamic playmaker that is Sweets for the week.
Nolan Delgado, codename is Sweets, and I'm playing for California A. I do architecture, I do design, so arenas are really interesting in terms of like the 3D spatial awareness and all that. My dad, we opened a laser tag arena, and to raise me and my sister, we got pretty good from playing, 10 hours a day every single day. These are all extremely experienced players that have played for a long time on different teams, and now we're all kind of coming together and forming this semi-super team of at least like extreme experience. We're looking to win. We're coming together and we're taking it pretty seriously, so we're gonna beat everyone.
Yeah, get him, Nolan. Taipan, it's only a 5-day comp. This one's actually only a 4-day comp this year. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Nats has only been played over the 4 games. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing, and I am actually I've got one eye on chat because it's really interesting to me. We've got a decent zone, competitive zone presence in chat today. So shout out all you laser tag brethren. Appreciate you guys and what you do. It's really cool when events like this. I spent a little bit of time watching one of the local zone comps here in not here. I think it was in Australia recently. But yeah, shout out to you guys in chat. Hope you're enjoying watching our I would say a little bit more open form of laser tag rather than the closed stance. I was inspired by the event recently. I kind of quote unquote borrowed your opening graphics. I got a little bit inspired by your opening graphics, so if you see those pop up, just know that was you guys. Real quick, and we might only get a real quick look at this match preview, but I'll bring it up here just so we can check it out. We'll switch back to the game once it goes live. We are moments away. That last game was great. The first game of this match.
Yep. So Syracuse did make that one mistake, so it did kind of hurt them. They stayed downstairs in the comfortability of they were easily resupplying until they weren't. So see if they bounce back this time and kind of learn from that mistake. See if they can try to come back upstairs. And then Callie here is just like, hey, keep doing what you're doing. You forced them downstairs, you kept them there, and then you actually like gave them that false sense of like, hey, everything's fine, while slowly bleeding their lives off. And then the huge recovery for Applesauce of going to 8 lives in 2 minutes and then living another 8 minutes on those 8 lives. So definitely regrouping there and able to come out with the win in the elim.
Yeah, shout out to my resupply co-host DeathKnight and Old Man Than. It made me real happy to hear that Old Man Than has dialed the clock back. It seems like every time we do a tournament as of late, he's playing out of his skin, which is awesome. This might be the 2 oldest teams that we have here, potentially. Maybe.
Yeah, can we get an average age of the teams?
I mean, they've both got some youth, but Than and DK really kicked that curve up.
Yeah.
The 3D maze is wicked. So that was actually designed by Beautiful in chat. He did a great job with that, and I wish I could kind of annotate, put notes about like positions and stuff in there, but yeah, it is what it is. I might switch to the song because it gets a little intense when you're trying to talk. Here we go.
Very tough hombres. They're packing state-of-the-art firepower. There's nothing they can't handle.
Earth team has taken the lead.
So yeah, it looks like they sent Jackal downstairs on a flank. Off the break. I know the camera's kind of choppy, but you could see him down there at the bottom of the ramp by the ref, shooting up. Dill though did, unobstructedly come over to second, really do some work. But Jackal getting those hits in, those sneaky little shots in from downstairs.
It's so important.
Yeah.
Send some messages out. We seem to have one of the cameras upstairs has died. See if we can get the other ones to play nice.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Fire team
Applesauce is losing. Same thing. A few more lives here. They did get kicked out of Fortress there for a little bit, and they instantly regrouped after Cody got shot down. But definitely liking the style of play. Dill still controlling that second part. You can kind of see red there on the second platform. Unfortunately, you see green running back and forth, up and down,
Missile away.
It saps your strength so much, like having to do that stuff.
Oh man,
night,
Evil
Cody.
taking missile after missile after missile. That is not great. He should have left. Honestly, that was rough.
Jackal putting in some work. There's a scout. Still on 2400 with no bases. He's had a great start to this game.
Yeah, he's definitely like owning on that second platform, and again, we talk about the height with him leaning over there. He's scurrying over to nuke on the second floor, but
yeah.
Oh, and Cody gets nuked out. Yeah, that's what I figured was happening.
Oh, that's so brutal.
So,
good work.
Cody
Good work there by Dill.
Cody got shot. Yeah, awesome work by Dill. Like Cody got shot there. He was stuck upstairs. He got missiled. And then he was running down. He got shot 2 more times while he was up. And then, Dill had that awareness like, hey, I heard your pack say crit. I'm just going to go run over here and nuke.
Yeah, Evil's out too, both 3 hits.
Yeah. Evil ate the double missile early. That was not great. Got missiled twice up in the box.
And again, these
so both 3 hits getting knocked out.
It's 4 minutes. It's rough, and it's not like these games are like an indication of how every game's going to go. So you'd hope again that Sewercuse don't beat themselves up too bad on the outcome of this game, because I think those outliers, they are just that. They're outliers. You can kind of just let them wash over you a little bit and kind of deflect.
Yep. Definitely, you have to have a memory of a goldfish pretty much. You just you sit there, you see it, you forget it.
It's so hard as a Space Marines player to do that, though. I know I can dwell pretty badly, so been known to move a chair or two.
I've only dwelled on 2015. Everything else is everything else is pretty good. Soccer taught me well. But yeah, I think like that mindset though, it's like it is difficult to develop if like SM5 has been your only like induction into like a team event or team sport.
Yeah.
It is hard to build that, very I guess, high level resolve of like, yeah, it's just whatever. It's a crap game. Next game will be fine.
Yeah.
You just brush it off, but other players, they do, sit there, they beat themselves up over one missed shot or like a missed time resup or a new cancel or something. It's just like, you just gotta sit and forget, like just next game.
I think we can kind of take the losses personally, like it was a personal insult that I lost the game or whatever. That's a very quick elim, sub 5 minute elim there. Well done to the California team. They're gonna feel real good about that one.
They definitely are.
Yeah.
Jack. It's unfortunate because Jackal was doing work at the beginning. He went downstairs. He was the first player at 1,000 points. He was easily, shooting all the California players, going up the ramp. And then, unfortunately, his team didn't have a great time on the second floor.
That's very amusing, Abby. already, quote unquote, talking to Cody in their group chat. If we've got a little bit of time until this next game goes in, can you talk us through kind of what happened? I'll bring up the map. See if you can talk us through what happened at the start of that.
Sure. So we'll go green side here. So on the green side, obviously at the start base where that number 2 is in the back, that is where Jackal went. So he went that back side, ran all the way down the hall, and then shot the players turning the ramp on red side. So
he ran over here
all the way down. Yeah, and he's shooting people as they're going around that corner.
Yeah, right.
Up the ramp.
Up here.
So, and then he walked up there and started shooting people in the back going to the second floor.
Yeah, up here.
So that was great. That was the one lone good spot. The problem was Dill was already in kind of the middle area shooting over here into the green cubby. So Dill was right in this area, that big square. Yeah, just shooting over, racking up massive points. The other piece that happened was upstairs on the cubby. Both Kadama and Dill got a missile on Evil going down the ramp. So
down this
each
ramp?
got one on him. Yep, he was at 7, went to 5, went to 3, got hit again. And then same thing happened to Cody right after him. So Cody's running down the ramp, gets missiled. You have to go down 2 more ramps. So he goes down, comes up to the bottom. Dill shoots him twice, and then immediately scurries over in the corner on the second floor to nuke and knock both 3 hits out the game.
Just over here?
Yeah, right around that corner. So
yeah, right. Oh, in this little space here.
The backside, yep.
Yeah. That's gnarly. And real good, intelligent 3-hit play by Dills there, just to be... I assume that he heard the suits.
Yep.
That critical. And, it's gnarly.
You hate to see it because they did do the double, like Sewercuse did do the double 3-hit, on that second floor, and then sent one up, and they sent the scout over to flank. So Jackal did everything he could, holding the flank down, which was great.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like when your 3 hits get stuck like that on that third ramp, they can definitely get reset back and forth by any 3-hit that's on the second floor. So at one point you're just gonna have to be like, yo, you go this way, I go that way,
and we'll see what happens.
Meet somewhere back downstairs.
Yeah. Hopefully, well, we're gonna hope for the best.
Yeah,
because sometimes that's all you can do.
Yep.
What have we got coming up next?
But yeah, like they'll definitely get it. They'll get it together here.
Yeah. This Sunbeams. Sunbeams up next. St. George Sunbeams versus 5 Mutts of Loveland. Let's go. Great looking game. This block is actually turning out to be really awesome.
Yeah. So I know Sunbeams had a little bit of a rough time last game. With their 3-hit getting knocked out, so it was a little bit challenging for them, but we'll see if they can bounce back this game. They were stuck in the box getting reset a ton, so we'll see how it goes for them.
What have you got for this lineup?
So I'm definitely taking Loveland B again. I think that, again, they're just their experience and their play against Loveland A speaks volumes of how they're playing the arena to the meta. For Sunbeams, it's like just repetition, just getting used to like playing as that team.
Yeah.
Our fallback spots, where we need to go. And El Diablo and Cedars, like, just communicating, like heavy commander communication. Like, hey, if you're getting full, I'm out attacking. If I need to fall back, you're going out and attacking. Or if like you're both good on live shots, you're both attacking, trying to break into that third floor. So, but yeah, with Sunbeams, just repetition. They looked really good last night in practice. It seems a little bit off currently. It just could just be, you know, jitters, the tournament starting, but I do look for them to have a good showing.
Yeah. I hope they can find some consistency. I know that these games against the B team, they would have liked to be able to take 1 or 2 games off this home site team, but I think part of it is that there's always a stigma attached to a B team, you know? Teams are like, oh, it's the B team, we should be able to easily beat them. It's not the case this year. Yeah, this young team is looking pretty good in their own home arena. Yeah, and again, that's a testament to the work that they've been putting in with the A team in the build-up.
Yeah, and just to call out, the first game we saw them, we were wondering which player kept running in. It was Rook. They kept running in and shooting into the Cody, and putting those players down. So definitely you love to see that with like newer players coming in and being able to like have that situational awareness of like, hey, 3 people are down, I'm just going to go in and reset everybody.
Yeah.
And no path being set either. So obviously coming around the corner, they were just blasting away, forcing them to make a decision. Do we leave? Do we stay here and hemorrhage more lives?
Yeah.
But definitely great play by Loveland B, and look to see them to carry that forward, because again, it's going to be really tight between that 3 through 6 spot. Let's wave hi back to the refs.
Who is that? Is that Dills?
It's not. I think it's Dill. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't look as tall there. But
No,
I mean,
he does not.
His he's almost able to just stand on that flat and look over into big box. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
Get out of here, you behemoth.
But also you have Fox there that's sitting on green ramp, and you're just like, he can almost see over the walls for like the second floor walls.
There we go. It should
That's
remove the scoreboard. The Twitch chat from your face when we go to those scenes. I'm busy trying to make adjustments on the fly here. I think we're in a groove. We're in a rhythm. I feel good.
Stand by, Armin.
Here we go. Oh, big resubs right off the start.
A little bit of a delay, but you can see Loveland B keeping their resupply on the ramp. No flank. Up. Game ended.
Game ended. Who's that on? Scout.
I don't know. That's weird.
Come on, Heavy.
Someone was the wrong player, maybe?
Ammo, medic, scout. Come on, Heavy, ammo, medic, scout. That's really strange. Weird.
Interesting. Alright.
Maybe they didn't like the start. They were like, no. Let's run it again. Didn't like it.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Get out of here, short start round. You gotta be on, just... Oh, here we go again. We're gonna get a delayed scoreboard here, because whenever they restart the game, it takes a little bit for the scoreboard to actually feed back through. So we'll try and keep you mildly entertained throughout the process. We're also missing a camera. That's really annoying.
Blown away.
Yeah, so no flank from red this time. You notice green is still kind of sitting on that half ramp there, the second ramp going up.
Yeah.
While everyone else just kind of battles on the second floor. You see red there, they did get multiple hits into them as they were trying to get up to Fortress. Green is actually coming up with the flank this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad time. No one was watching the back of the ramp, so it does look like it's not going to be great for red. It looks like they got pushed over and now they're going down the long side of the ramp.
That's such a long way to run.
It is.
I think Vulcan may have dropped his phaser there.
Fire team is
Yeah, it did look like he dropped the phaser.
That's not a good way to start. All right, the scoreboard is back.
Right. But yeah, Loveland B definitely taking care of business here. Cleaning up house on the second floor. They did push red down. And again, red's in that position where now they're, you know, their commander who has been eliminated early in the game as a scout, is now kind of stuck here. See how many lives he actually loses.
Running them pretty long lives.
Yeah. White Ninja, though, is getting kind of low there, sitting crit at 5. Rockwood is 5 away from a nuke without bases, so Ninja's just going to say, okay, I'm going to get some lives here. I'm not going to die out the game this early.
Yeah, I hope, you know, they put Rockwood as commander. I hope Rockwood actually makes the effort to come back and get some resupply before he gets killed out of this game, because dying out as a scout is one thing, but dying out as the commander, no bueno.
Missile away.
Right.
Do you guys have some H2 or still purely training on? Oh, I don't know what that means. That's some zone talk.
Oh, is that what, Helios?
Yeah, I think it's
Zone
Helios,
time?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Where's Micro at? Like, Micro's big into the zone scene. He's missing the zone talk in the chat tonight.
It's too far for him to travel.
Right.
The Rook's
maybe I'll bribe him. Be like, hey, come to Brisbane and then we'll get you a zone tournament in the Western Hemisphere.
Dude, there is going to be a round either before or after Nats in Brisbane next year where we play for the Laserforce Disc Golf Association trophy, which is sitting on my shelf just over there. That's another competition that'll run that same week. Checking back in with the game, St. George real low across the board on lives is going to probably be, oh my goodness. Here comes relieving nuke from Rockwood.
Yep. They did get stuck there in the fortress, so as you can kind of see, it was a clown car situation where everyone was just running everywhere. We kind of talked about the blocking thing, so there were two players that, you know, lifted the Phasor up with the player through, but it is definitely difficult in that space of, like, you have two different areas that you're trying to go to, and everyone's trying to cross everywhere to try to, you know, get those resets. But,
yeah.
The life situation, it's like,
yeah, I was gonna say they need to take the time now, whilst most of the green team were pretty low on shots and lives to actually try and get some resupply in, but there's way too much pressure on them that they're just really struggling with. Medic's about to die out, so another good show of strength here from the B team. Really enjoying watching them play.
Yeah, the Rook was doing work that game. If you could see, like, she did come up the backside and was really just shooting down that corridor. Solo took, well, some support from the second floor, but Solo took the ramp side there on red side. I keep wanting to call it green side, but on red side up the fortress. And then falling back just to the middle of the part and just floating on that second floor. So another good strat is having that floating scout. If you don't have big box or you have a big advantage, that floating scout is just going to put up points because everyone's just going to be running around. I know the video's a little choppy, but you can definitely see multiple people are leaning over the walls, both in the middle and the outer rim, shooting down at the red team below them.
Intense. Diablo managed to get quite a bit of resupply. I mean, he's basically full. He might regret that a little bit. as this game progresses.
If Rockwood could have got the resupply that he got, it may have been a little bit different.
Yeah. Here comes some nukes. Or Arc Nuke. They've got a good attacking core, this young team. This young Loveland B team.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the scout play. Like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Strickford and the scouts, they are putting a lot of pressure on. I really like the way that White Ninja, for the most part, moves around the arena. Just really direct in their attack.
Yeah, I do like the flow between the Rook and Jidoko, because how they're positioning is how you really want your scouts to work. Not just in this arena, but really other arenas as well, especially like in Detroit, where you have that flow where you're not really next to each other, but you're aware of what the other is doing, and where they're kind of moving from and flowing from. So you kind of see the Rook solo attacking, but then you see them being backed up on the side of the ramp or on the second floor by Jidoku. So I do like that dynamic, and I think it will only build farther from here as the week progresses.
Watch your fire and check your target.
Getting very nice messages from Poopies in chat. If you're listening, Poopies, love you too, bro.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Yeah. And now comes the fun part for El Diablo. He gets to work on his cardio for a couple of minutes. Yeah. That's kind of maybe a symptom of being back in the resupply for too long.
Right.
Because really, I mean, like you said, if Rockwood as the commander was able to get that much resupply instead of El Diablo, then it serves the commander a little better, but I mean, not much better, because there's still 6.5, well, just under 7 minutes left in this game, so it's time to run. You know what he's gonna need after this game is a nice can of Liquid Death. That's sponsorship right there.
He's definitely gonna need it. He's choosing to go up the ramps. I applaud him for doing that, because there's multiple people in green down, but you also want to play mind games with them. You want to go up and then you cut across, and then you go down the ramp and you just kind of turn the corner and sit there.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, he went back downstairs, and then you see them all go back down.
I love doing that stuff. You reckon the Laserforce guys are less disadvantaged than there's own people who are one version behind?
Earth team is leading by 16,000 points.
What's up, Laserforce Brisbane? Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hopefully members night went really well last night. I know they played there. We've got ours here in Auckland tonight. I won't be playing. I'll be right here with you guys enjoying coverage of Laserforce Internationals 2024. This is 2024, right?
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
all the years of the pandemic just blend together, but we are in 2024.
Welcome back in, Stallion. Nice to see you, dude. Give that man a can of Liquid Death. Deserved it. It's the Liquid Death hard-earned index.
We should make Rockwood our Liquid Death next sponsor. It reminds me of the ad that we have where it's like, oh, I'm just getting shot all over the place. Let me crack a Liquid Death and then start owning people with rapid fire.
Somebody said in chat before, there's no way Jeff will allow any liquids to be consumed in the suits. Correct.
Do it. Man, El Diablo, I applaud you for constantly making green work for this ELM. We're running up and down.
On current events, we just got our asses kicked, pal.
It's one of the worst when you're the last one in and you're battling and
Yep.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in.
it's a rough spot in this arena, but if it was me in Detroit's arena, I love it. Or New York's arena, I love being the last person left, and you're just like crapping on everyone. It's like, someone shoot him.
Yeah.
And it's like, nope. It's all fun and games till you run out of shots, though, and then it's not fun anymore.
SM5 didn't really kick off due to time restrictions. That's a real shame. I mean, you know, you guys need the practice. You're all old. Right, we've got game 2 of the match that we were highly anticipated. The top 2 teams in our competition. Yeah, that went real quick. Those were 2 reasonably quick elims. In fact, this whole block has had some pretty big elims.
Yeah.
Who's on what? What have we got here? Cedar City versus Loveland A. I can't remember what you said, but what do you think the stronger side is? Do you think that switching colors is gonna make a difference here?
I'm probably not the person to answer that question, just because I like the weak side. But no, I do definitely think from red side, again, I kind of talked about it at the end of the last game when these 2 teams played, but I'm interested to see if Slaughter pulls a fast one on them, heads downstairs to get the bases, and then comes up.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, he's played enough with the Loveland folks, they're probably expecting it, but at the same time, you just never know. But it also involves Snuffles being able to hold, you know, that second floor essentially by himself with help from Thunder. But it is a gamble, but sometimes those big gambles pay off in huge ways, especially when you have the experience that Slaughter has in the arena.
Yeah.
But I think, like, playing red side, though, with the speed of some of the players from Loveland, it is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Cedar to get around that switchback and up to the 3rd floor if they're going to send multiple people up. But I expect, you know, Slaughter's going to cut through second, like normal, and we'll see how he kind of battles out this time. He had the unfortunate mistake of, not his mistake, but getting reset by his own team in a very bad time the first game go around. So
yeah,
he got shot 3 times in a row. He's down for 24 seconds, and his team is getting blasted while he's down. So it's just a series of unfortunate events for him in the first game. But I do look for it to be a little bit closer this time. Prediction-wise, though, I think I'm still going to go with Loveland on this one, just because they do have that cushion. They still have that cushion to work with. So
yeah.
But again, Cedar, you can never count them out. They could very well take the game as well.
Yeah. Well, whilst we got a little bit more time before this starts, let's hear from one of the newer players on that Cedar City team.
I'm Jace Jensen. My codename is Chaser. I'm going to be playing for the Cedar City team from Utah. I work in like a medical device manufacturing area, kind of making COVID tests and things, while spending time with my family. I have 2 kids and a 3rd one coming on the way. I love how competitive tag is. I love the feeling I get when I'm here, the adrenaline rush. I love the team aspect. Just overall, it's a really fun game to play. I've never played in a Nats, and I'm really excited. I've only been to a couple tourneys in my own home arena. It's really tough to travel, and I've never played in a new arena, so this will be a real challenge for me. And so I'm hoping it's a good opportunity for me to grow and just learn more about all the positions. We love you all the same, but we're hoping to crush you.
Love the, I wouldn't say smack talk, it's far too nice to be smack talk, but confidence maybe, shall we say.
He's slowly building Caleb's villain arc. Caleb's gonna message me like, stop calling it the villain arc.
I'm not a bad guy. But I am a
Caleb's
bad
a great
guy.
everyone.
Let me switch across to here. This is gonna be a good game, I think. Hopefully, Cedar can have a little bit of a better showing than the first game. I mean, they'll be disappointed with that loss, but I don't think they'll be disheartened by it. I think, you know, they're not the kind of team to kind of get down and out, and I think with Thunder and Slaughtermelon's leadership, they can kind of come back and look at what happened in that last game objectively, and then, you know, make the changes that they need to make to hopefully pull one out. The way that these games are kind of gone, it makes me think that even more that the pods maybe should have been done, you know, top 4 and bottom 4, and you just play your pods. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. Let's go. Chase's wife, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. He seemed far too nice to be smack talking.
Earth team has taken the lead.
So you see green, Loveland A, they sent 3 across second, and they sent 1 up to third. So definitely same strat I talked about earlier before we started the podcast today. Same thing I do is I immediately go up to third floor as commander, just because it suits me better on green side. Red side, I go immediately second floor. But red is holding their own currently, so they are in fortress. They did get up there. They only lost 1 life on it.
In the closet there, going across that second floor, trying to do some work. Just been kicked out though.
Yeah, you see Fear Turkey popping up over there, just kind of constantly looking at that ramp, keeping an eye, make sure they're not coming behind them. So as Caleb gets double tapped, unfortunately.
Where's all these
comes around again?
That's Beanz. Blame Beanz for that. He hasn't sent anyone to me. He's throwing me a thumbs up.
Yeah, much closer game here, as you can see. Like, Slaughtermelon was able to get in pretty early, so Slaughtermelon goes keeping steady.
Do it!
I think he'll be.
I like the fact that green spread out on second floor.
Yeah.
Keeping red kind of confined to the fortress. That's what you want to do when you get red kind of trapped in the fortress. But again, Slaughtermelon is a good enough player to kind of overcome that.
Yeah. Middle face doing some work there at the bottom of switchback.
Oh yeah.
Earth team is ahead by 3,000 points.
Bit of a not tentative start from both, but I think Slaughtermelon's definitely going to need some resupply.
Yep.
Especially, you know, Ghost is still a little bit far away from his first nuke, but maybe Slaughtermelon drops here and then takes a couple.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I think he's just gonna go back down and just take it, but nope.
There you go. He's dropped.
Yeah.
If he can get it off, which he does.
Oh, I don't know. I would have been like, ref, he walked in front of my shot.
Now he's gonna have to really take some, especially because Ghost is pretty close to his first one, so.
Yep.
You know, even taking 2 resupplies there, if Ghost was able to drop his, it throws the pressure back on. Can you switch scenes? We're missing a camera. Yeah, the other camera died a little while back, so we don't actually have the 4th camera at the moment.
Yep.
He used to blame his stuff on Beanz. It's my go-to. Good. This is definitely a better showing for Red Cedar so far, but here comes that green nuke.
Yep, and they're gonna set the backtracks.
I needed that.
Who's that standing in the fortress? It might be Mischief there, doing a bit of work.
Yeah. Yep. He did miss the whole team though, heading down. He only shot the couple people there.
Yeah. Well, good missile there on Caleb.
Yeah, Ghost doing work there. Shot by Snuffles, but
team is leading by 4,400 points.
I do like the fact that they did push them out, so They kind of have this control now where they're going to reset on second, and then I know we can't see the camera, but as you can see in Fortress, he's getting resupplied from his resup that is in Cubby on the green side. So it tells you that they do have the entire second floor as Red tries to mount an attack here to get back upstairs. You can probably look to see Slaughter is getting his bases, so yeah, he was trying to get that next nuke to kind of like clear the way.
Yeah. Help Snuffles get a few lives
decimated.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, the resup is getting kind of bounced around. Meds lost a lot of lives downstairs, unfortunately.
Fire team is
The Phoenix have really kind of shifted gear, it seems. They've had a good initial first start of the game. Now's the kind of the midsection where they really need to kind of put their foot on the neck. See if they can really pressure Red Team into making a catastrophic mistake. I mean, you know, at the moment they're slowly bleeding them.
Yeah, Green was kicked out of Cubby, so Green was kicked to Fortress, as you can kind of see.
Yeah.
The clown car building over there with 4 players in that little Cubby.
Yeah.
But so Red was able to get up there, kind of kick people out, but on the Red side piece though, it's like your medic's at 4. You want to be careful. Tucker is at 9, so I mean you're not too far off there. It's going to be 6 here if Caleb drops the nuke, but
just the remainder of the team
Caleb is
look a little healthier.
Yeah, Caleb is struggling on a little bit of shots though.
Yeah.
So, we'll see here. Ammo's full though, so definitely props to Meds keeping Chaser full.
Good news from Ghost here, keeping that pressure on.
Yeah, and then Ghost getting those reset shots on him.
See if Slaughtermelon returns serve here with a nuke of his own. He's only getting lives, so he's not getting shots, which he's got to be annoyed about. He needs to get some shots.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like
I
the
think
worst feeling too when you know you need to get shots and you just can't. And it's like your team's hurting. It's like, please.
Meds is just trying, it seems, just to get as many into him as he could before he died out, but you know, it takes not too much more to get a double. You can still give doubles, but you know that panic sets in, and yeah, the medic's just like, nah, I need to give you shots. Sorry, lives.
You can kind of see what's happening here. Is they're stuck in that section, and Green is just like full screen, just punishing them that area.
Yeah.
And again, easily like for Luke, anyone that's tall, you can easily shoot over those walls, try and see them. They're all stuck on the back side underneath by the base.
Yeah.
Probably between the base and obelisk, as we see some of them float underneath. Underneath the green cubby there on the second floor, but getting bounced around like that's never great.
Nah, not a good nuke there from Ghost, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely puts the pressure on here. Snuffles is out, Thunder is about to be out. Slaughter does have, you know, that nuke hanging out, but he's only 10 shots here.
Yeah, and he's also now outgunned, and the amount of pressure that the Phoenix are putting on them, that he's going to really struggle to find a clean pocket to kind of drop that nuke.
Yeah.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site.
There it goes. And he got it off, so good job. Yep. Good job, Caleb. He hopefully can mop up a couple of resets. You see him running up the switchback up towards
Fortress.
Fortress. Oh, God. How do I not remember that already? We've said it so many times.
That's okay.
Switching to
Oh! Ghost got all up in... Oh, no, that's Simply Okay. Got all up in his face.
Space Marines.
It's a little bit lippy there.
Oof.
What a drop. Good drop, that one. It did look like he stuck his gun around that corner a little bit. Just there. I don't like that shot.
Yeah. No. The thing that I will say, like, I know we said it a couple times when Rusty was in the chat, is that is a literal incline. So that little space there in the middle is an incline. So when you're coming around, it is blind almost 99% of the time, where just your phaser sitting on that railing there.
Yeah.
And you're coming that across.
That was one of my peeves playing this back at West Coast 22 was this corner and the amount of dubious shots that come out of this section. Anytime you lead with your phaser like that, the likelihood of it being not phaser first is pretty low. So yeah, not liking that. But they're on mop up here. They should get the elim. They will get the elim. 5 minutes to go. Only 13 lives on the red team. A better showing. It's a better showing than game one. Similar result.
Yeah, definitely better in the early game. Like, it was even there for a while. It's unfortunately when Cedar got pushed downstairs, Meds lost a lot of lives. He went double digit to 6 very quickly.
Yeah.
So, and it just speaks, to Loveland A's playstyle, where they had their split resupply, so they had people taking doubles at Fortress and then looking over the side and shooting people at Obelisk and then taking doubles. And even when they lost the Cubby and they retreated to Fortress in the clown car situation with 5 people, they were still easily able to regroup and resume doubles as normal.
Yeah. To answer your question from earlier, Stallion, the tickets are a feature of Gen 8 that's attached to the FEC as a whole. So similar to playing the arcade games, you get tickets for playing games of laser tag. Kind of like a rewards thing. Pretty cool. Good win there from the home team. They're going to take all 6 points from the match against probably their biggest rivals of this tournament. I know the previous champions from last year that are playing on Cedar City are really looking for a repeat win. But if Loveland Phoenix have anything to say about it, that's not going to happen.
It is definitely difficult. I mean, like, you hear all the greats say it, like the goats of the goats. They say the hardest thing to do is win back-to-back.
Yeah.
And then, the second hardest thing to do is win on a team back-to-back, because there's so many things, so many variables in team sports, that can go wrong. Injuries, just bad games, refs in some cases. But yeah, like, they are looking to repeat. Like, they'll definitely learn from both of these games they had and then from this match. If they don't drop any other matches, they won't have another opportunity for like a second match against them. But if they do drop a match and they fall into that third spot, we will see another match from them in pod play. So we'll just wait and see if that pans out. But Loveland A definitely looking strong. I kind of picked them top of my list here. Sewercuse, also looking a little bit better. I think Beanz definitely would have made a drastic, case for where I was coming from of having, Sewercuse top 3. But I think Loveland A has solidified themselves as the favorites, and then top of the pack. And then you have Cedar, Sewercuse, and even Loveland B and Cali A all kind of battling in that second, third, fourth spot.
I'm looking forward to some of those games. Those Loveland B games, versus the traveling teams. Those are going to be really, really cool. Caleb is the only one whose card is set up for the ticket since he got his card a long time ago and set up like that. Typical. Rich getting richer. Right, let's whilst we have a quick moment, let's get a quick word from one of our sponsors.
Do you want to play some laser tag?
And travel around the world? Come watch us at youtube.com Laserforce Loveland. Join the Rat Pack just like these guys did.
You guys are great. Swap him out for somebody else.
I love the people. I love the game. It's so unique, so different.
Better of a trade-off. You're trading a scout for a 3-hit.
And we are back. Phoenix are going back to back here. They are up against the St. George Sunbeams. Start of a new block. Interesting matchup here. What have we got? Is that right? I'm gonna push a button anyway. No, it's not right. Ignore that. Don't look at that. Nobody look at the screen. Whoops. waiting on Beanz. Blame Beanz again. Beanz is doing it after each game. Yeah, so the way it works, Popeyes, is somebody has to upload the PDF or the TDF, I'm not sure, to the stats website. So that is the job of Beanz, as well as hopefully trying to lock down some guests for us. We'll streamline this for tomorrow, I think. Going back to it, why do we not do 1, 4, 5, 8, and 2, 3, 6, 7? That's a weird way to do it.
I don't know where that came from. Any
I know,
play
yeah.
I've ever done in like sports has always been 1 through 4, 5 through 8.
I like that way better. Yeah. I guess if you're doing 1, 4, 5, 8, you've got the top team, the bottom team, and then the 2 middle teams. Every other seeding pool. What? How is that every other? 2, 3, 6, 7. You're confusing me, Taipan. Yeah, the I like that better. 1 through 4 and 5v8, and then you improve your standings within your bracket. So 1 play 4 will determine who is 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it also gives them the ability to play more higher quality games against the top teams. I think that benefits Cedar more because it gives them more of an opportunity to try and play more games against Loveland Day. And then 5, 6, 7, 8, they can't advance further than 5, but it means that their games become, I think, a higher quality. They're playing kind of the same tier level, so we get higher quality games, especially from a spectator perspective. But I don't know, that's how I kind of would have done it, but I think you'd probably agree.
I do agree. Like, we've had, by the way, I love the fact that we're still experimenting with the pod play, because we tried the pod play. It worked really well for us when we did it for like a couple of random draws for even the Nats play and like East Coast play. I definitely like it because, again, the 5 through 8, it's not necessarily like, oh, we're in this bad pool, like we're never gonna make it out. It's like the pool is just for seeding.
Yeah.
So like you're getting quality games against players or teams that are around your same level, and then you're still seeded. You're still moving on to the Elam bracket, but it just gives you more of a chance to like hone in on your skills, get the arena knowledge down, having that experience, and then it's like, yeah, unfortunately, like that 8 team is gonna have to play the second or the third team, sorry, depending on how they do, like if there's a first round bye, second place bye, whatever.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna have to play, a top tier team, but we do it the way where you play everyone once first, because then you get that match against everyone, and then you get better quality games, at least in my opinion, against that second pool of players. And it's just for seeding purposes, but it's also for learning curve purposes as well. Yeah,
I agree. I think the games you get a higher quality. Whilst we wait for the refs to get in position, let's have a look at the preview for this game, now that it's correct. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, so Loveland Phoenix back in the AMAs again. So coming off their win from one Cedar City / St. George team to the next Cedar City / St. George team.
Yeah. I have a feeling Loki's in this game as opposed to someone there who's not. Beanz.
Yeah, I definitely think Loveland Phoenix here has, the clear advantage. For the Sunbeams, I would say, hey, just keep working on, the skill set, keep working on your positions, fall back, and then strategy. See if you can execute, your beginning strategy, your fallback strategy, your recover strategy against, the number one team currently in the bracket.
I think St. George will be looking forward to getting through this match, and maybe having a look at some of those other games that they have coming up. I don't know, are they yet to get some points so far at Nats? I don't think they've got any points yet.
I don't think they have points yet, but I think as we see them play, some of the other teams, you could see a position where they catch them off guard. Motor City Mutts versus Sunbeams is going to be a telling story of who's going to take, the first points there from that 0 point perspective. But yeah, again, it's really if you don't execute and something goes wrong, you never know with those lower seeds, they might be able to, sneak a game off one of the top teams.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. It happens once.
Hey Beanz, are you in front of your computer? Chuck a thumb up if you are. I'll see if I can see you. He is? Okay. Hey, can you check your Facebook for me? Stop ignoring me. I'm trying to get your attention. I can't give you a thumbs up. He just sent me a thumbs up on Facebook. Alright, we're getting started. Here we go.
They're packing state-of-the-art firepower. There's nothing they can't handle.
So, as expected, I was thinking this was going to happen. Loveland A did swap their lineup, so they did take a little bit of a different approach this time around, playing against the Sunbeams.
Do it! Do it!
Red is still trying to make it up the ramp, unfortunately, but it's not working out in their favor.
I needed that.
He is doing the Lord's work. He's doing a great job. It's interesting they've got a bit of a lineup change here.
Yep.
It's always nice to
always
get a
remember,
run.
kids, all three people had their gun pointed down. Always keep your gun up, kids.
Now, you see what Simply Okay did there? He managed to run ahead of the resupplies that were coming down the switchback ramp. Now, you need to be real careful in those situations where you're trying to get ahead of the retreating players, because if you cut their exit off, that is sometimes in breach of the rules. You get done for blocking. So, you got to be real careful trying to run ahead of your opponent, trying to, carry along that same path. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
this is going to be over very quickly.
They got stuck on that middle part of the ramp.
Yeah.
Hey, do we go up? We go down?
Sometimes.
Yeah, always remember, the deactivated player always has right of way.
Yeah.
So,
I think he was further out.
A strategic part.
Yeah, he was further enough in front that I think he wasn't quite impeding them yet. But if you are running ahead, you really need a little bit of gap between you and the players that are following your line, because they're trying to retreat. And if you are impeding that in any way, I'm not a big fan of people running backwards either in the maze. I feel that I feel like that is a little bit dangerous if you're doing that.
Yeah, definitely down a ramp as well. So
yeah,
or up a ramp. Especially, granted, they're probably used to how many steps it is and can do it backwards in the dark or whatever. But you just never know. One misfloating, one misplant. Catching the carpet at a wrong angle or something. Definitely hurt you and other players.
Well, I think it's more of a, if you running backwards down a ramp and somebody turns that corner just as you get to the bottom, you can potentially take out a player doing that. So, yeah, you really need to be a little more careful. But
behind by 15,000 points.
Good to see Loki getting a run around.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20.
Who am I? 2?
Oh, no.
Wait, I am who I am 2. Yeah, it'd be better if I read the whole name properly. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. This was a very quick game. Is this the quickest one?
I think so, yeah.
What was that? 11:17.
4 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Sub 4 minute England. That's a rough one. But again, I don't think you need to be too demoralized with that defeat.
Yeah.
There he is, very. Loki's getting a run around. Alright, up next, Inner Peace. We have the California Inner Peace on red team, and we have the LAPD on green. This is the Battle of California is about to happen.
Yeah.
Oops. I'm just out here pushing buttons at this point. Here we go. I know that this is an interesting one because this is kind of the remnants of a couple of the California sites, specifically Sacramento and Chula Vista. So I know that it's not over for them. Exactly right. They're playing the top team, so they just let it wash off, just water off a duck's back, get to your next one, and look forward to some of those other battles that are coming their way. West Side Brawl, that's a good name for this matchup. The West Side Brawl. What's the fastest elim in history? Can Russ tell you? Russ is at Disney World. That's how much he cares about laser taggers. He's gone to Disney World.
Russ is improving Disney World stats currently and not Laserforce stats.
All right. Let's have another quick look at the spotlight of one of these players. Who should we look at? Maybe LAPD. Who haven't we looked at? Let's catch up with the towering inferno that is Disco Monkey.
John Helmuth. They call me the Disco Monkey, and I play for the Los Angeles Phasor department. I like the competitive nature. I like the tactical aspect of Space Marines 5. I really just like to play, so winning's great, but it's definitely not everything. The people that I've met here, they really add value to my life. I play with a lot of family. I have throughout my years of playing, and so it provides a good opportunity for us to grow and deal with crisis together, because there's a lot of that when you play laser tag on a team. I want to hang out with the people, have some good competitive games. I really want to see people grow and get to be a part of that.
Really cool holistic approach to the game that Disco Monkey has, and he's got one of the best haircuts in the game.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely I like his approach because now having a son, it's like you think about, what are all the things we're gonna do together?
Yeah.
And it's like with him, obviously playing with his family on teams, prior to this, playing from those Sacramento teams, having his family with him, it does add a unique perspective, being able to play with your family and just have fun with it.
A close second with the greatest haircuts. That's my trick. Don't get a haircut. I've had one haircut in the last 4 years, and that was to raise money for charity. So there you go. What's really cool as well is not only does he get to play on competitive teams with his family, he gets to travel with them. Like they've traveled the world together to play this game, which is incredible. That our passion for not just Laserforce, although obviously we're a little biased, but laser tag in general. Like laser tag in general was such a family-orientated thing. Like even watching the broadcast for some of the zone events that have been recently, and you know the Western Australia scene, the amount of like players that have brought their families along to these tournaments, and you know they've had kids and their kids have grown up in the scene, and you know the players have seen their kids grow, and it's a really special thing. So really, really awesome to see. Playing with family doesn't always go well. Yeah. 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 But most of the time it's good. I know that, you know, like playing, I really relished the opportunity to play on competitive teams with my younger brother when he was playing out of, you know, we moved to Brisbane and we didn't often see each other that much. So, yeah, playing on teams with him, I've really, really enjoyed. So, shout out to Disco Monkey and Fano, which is family. It's family. All right, let's have a quick look at the matchups here before we get underway. We are very close to kickoff. What's the kickoff equivalent in laser tag? Zap off?
Oh, that's a good question. Zap off.
Zap off? Anyway, how do these teams match up for you?
It is Battle of the State of California, so Governor Newsom's gonna pick the winner here, probably. I'll get him on the phone.
Perfect.
It's not his election year, I don't think. But no, I definitely think, you know, obviously California Interpiece has the advantage here. It is a pretty big advantage when you have like Kodama and Dill, but I think they're definitely gonna take it.
Yeah, I put them ahead as well. But you know, it'd be cool. As much as I'd love to see Interpiece win, it'd be cool to see LAPD take some games.
Yeah.
Seems like a good start for Green.
Did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they shut down instantly the fortress, so they came barreling across second too, so they got that flank over there.
Yeah.
Once you get it, it's kind of hard holding it because then you're wide open.
Yeah.
If your team's not behind you, and their team was not behind them, unfortunately. Their team was back a little bit. But,
yeah.
Red has set back up in the fortress. Only one life lost on Applesauce, one life off from the net. So overall, medics holding steady.
Oh man.
And pretty even lives across the teams as well. Like nobody's running especially low. Kind of. I would say that this initial start of the game is maybe a draw. Neither team really getting an edge.
Yeah. The thing I did like, they did switch Odin to heavy, and they switched Snowflake, so another tall player that can get those angles to commander. So it is someone that can go toe-to-toe with Dill and the height, advantage over those walls. But you can kind of see here, unfortunately for Green, they're stuck, and they're being pushed back downstairs. They got pincered there on the second floor.
Sweet's able to stay at the top of Green ramp and just get a bunch of resets as they're running underneath.
Yep.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Yep. Snowflake on the long trail going down. Dill definitely pulling that nuke, seeing if anyone's kind of in that position that's low.
Yeah, more of a tester, I think. He might be able to catch Snowflake out, but shoot, there we go. There's the resupply. So, most even
you kind of also see these players. The second floor, top floor, they are like looking over the side. They are like leaning over the walls. They are shooting the people down an obelisk and on the side. So, it's really hard to set up downstairs for a long period of time. Really, when they got pushed down, they probably should have took two, came back up the opposite ramp. Because it is just stand there, especially if you start seeing 4 people downstairs chasing you guys, just go back upstairs.
Yeah. So it seems like red team have kind of got a little bit of an edge over green team at the moment. Some of their players dipping down into those single-digit lives, which is always risky business.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, you look at that 50 or 60 lives versus 117. Big live difference. And this ain't going to help. This is going to help things for the green team to be able to hopefully relieve a bit of pressure and get some resupply. It's the most I think I've seen, Than.
I was definitely hoping that, with Disco coming up like that, more of his team would have came up with him, because the nuke detonated, but they didn't really fill anything. They didn't. Yeah. They didn't double anyone. They are getting some of the shots here on DK as he's kind of attacking around, but it definitely missed opportunity for them to be able to just get resupplies. Free resupply really on everybody.
Yeah. And yeah, they're sort of dipping back into those single digits. So Red really pouring some pressure on here. And with Dills is about to drop another nuke, that's not going to help this situation.
Yep. Alex at 2, Ammo's at 12. Obviously everyone else is going to be single digits, almost crit probably after this nuke here.
I think if Snowflake can get to his nuke, I'm calling it now, nuke over nuke.
This team is behind by 6,700 points.
Yeah. There's only so much Snowflake's going to be able to do with single-digit lives and very few shots.
It's so hard, though, also is the thing that, obviously they swap positions, but, you've been playing Scout, you swap to Commander.
Yeah.
The problem is you can't stay downstairs as Commander. You got to go back upstairs, even if it's just you, trying to shoot everyone else. Cali did have 3 people, up on the second floor there. You clear a couple of them out, you can give your team some breathing room if you can clear a ramp or clear a cubby. Whereas that wasn't the case for this one.
Happy to see Southern San Diego still representing. Still got people cranking hard.
I needed that.
They're doing the Chula Vista massive proud.
9,100 points.
Right.
Do it.
There's a good decisive win by the Cali team in a piece.
Do it.
Space Marine requesting clearance from
There comes that nuke.
Yeah, again.
Whoa!
That's a nice win from Snowflake. Ooh,
yeah, you had to fight off, had to fight Kadama off a little bit, so that was very close.
Get the consolation nuke in there.
You'd be happy with that. It seemed, it was on a knife's edge for a good portion of this game, and then Red just managed to push it over the line. So got a little bit of tidy up here to do. I think that's a good strong lineup though. Snowflake is the Commando, and Fist is heavy. I think if they could kind of get that that lineup to stick with Disco and Poopy's kind of in those attacking scout roles, then they should be able to do some positive things during the week.
Yeah, I also think they just gotta clean up resupply a little bit, just because they had that nuke to kind of back everything off, and then they just didn't resupply anymore.
Yeah, nothing kind of happened. It didn't seem that Disco was actually anywhere near the resupply when that nuke came off.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Again, when you're stuck downstairs, the battle's happening all around you, and you have to make quick decisions. Sometimes you gotta kick your team and be like, "Yo, take it." And you just forcefully just shoot them with doubles. I know players will get mad here and there, but if your game state is more, if you're more aware of the game state versus theirs, and you're paying attention, hey, I notice you're on 8 lives, just take doubles.
Yeah.
Take 2 more doubles and then just leave, please. Especially for scouts. Those 2 doubles make a difference.
What are we up to now? Was that that was the first game that they played, right?
Yep.
Alright, so we got Motor City Mutts versus Five Nights at Loveland.
Yep.
Yeah. Loving this soundtrack. If you want to have a listen to to the music that we're listening to, it's actually all original music from Simply OK from the Loveland Phoenix team. Search for Simply OK in Spotify. Get some OG music from him.
Yeah, and then whenever the music messes up or it's not working, get John Calkins on the phone.
I'm pretty sure after the last couple of months, there's a good fair portion of Lovelanders who won't be taking my call at any particular time in the near future. Sick of getting calls from me going, oh, can you fix this for me? Oh, hey, this ain't working. Can you look at this? Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Motor City versus Five Nights.
They have you blocked on almost everything. You start getting calls from saying, hey, G&T needs you to fix this.
Why don't we have any Fuku music? That's a good question, actually. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even add any jet noise in. I really should have, but you know, like it's hard when you mix genres, I suppose. We probably should. It's alright. Prefer to have stuff that's not. Let me quickly hang on. Keep doing that. That Beanz. Let me quickly switch across to here. This. Hang on a sec. Let me I'll unmute you. Beanz, are you there, mate? Can you hear Beanz?
I cannot hear Beanz.
You can hear me now because I had my unmuted.
You look refreshed, mate. How refreshed are you?
Very refreshed. I'm trying out this cherry obituary.
Yeah, right, how is it?
Pretty tasty. Taste the cherry, taste the carbonation. No? Goes down the throat nicely.
I'm not a big cherry guy, but this mango chainsaw is it's more my speed, and you know, honestly, it'll make you awesome at laser tag probably. So you know, cheers.
Well, probably. You know what the cherry obituary has in common?
What's that?
My wrist. My wrist.
What?
I was gonna say, does it heal wrists? Can it heal Beanz enough to where he can play?
You mean like this? I'm too tall for this.
Yeah. Are you that much taller than DK? he was way shorter than you. Real quickly, how's the night been for you, dude?
I played 2 games so far.
Yeah, how did they go? How's the wrist feeling after the 2?
My thighs hurt more, but you know.
Those ramps, unforgiving.
For about 3 weeks.
yeah, understandable. My thighs hurt because I haven't done any exercise for a year. No.
I mean, squatting down right now kind of hurts, so I'm gonna have to cut off my feet.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes. Really appreciate it. You kind of become the de facto fix everything that the other guys aren't, which is quite a lot of stuff. So appreciate all the work that you're putting in behind the scenes. It sucks that you're not able to play as many games as you prefer, but the team looks pretty good. The team looks pretty good.
They didn't do too bad.
Yeah.
There's a couple communication errors and paying attention to where our lives are. Other than that, they're not doing too bad at all.
Yeah. I think for most of the teams here, if they can kind of not get too disheartened about the losses that they are taking, you come a little bit of flack in chat, but stop being a bully. The game's starting. We'll talk to you soon.
I'm always a bully. Yep.
Express elevator to hell.
All right. It's gonna be interesting game. See how like green does here. So yeah, green. So Loveland B following the same strat, sending 1 all the way up to the top, 2 across the middle. Red trying to flank. Flank did not work out. Green was already ready for it.
Real quick, just gotta go to the little boy's room. I'll leave you to do this game.
Sounds good. Man, Rook getting in there. Definitely devastating red team there. Definitely shout out to Rook because I'm a scout at heart, even though I never get to play scout, and they are rocking out at scout right now. So, and it's not just this game; like multiple games in a row, they've been able to just like own on the second level. Same like floating up to the third level, and then running in and getting those resupply hits. So, big shout out to the Rook. Strickfoot is approaching their first nuke though, so pulling the Detroit Caleb strat there, getting the 2 early bases, getting that nuke very quickly, whereas Phantom, she is still stuck at 8 currently, but getting resupplied, so you'll notice though also green has pretty much full control of the upstairs, whereas red is kind of hanging out downstairs for a bit. I'll say it a million times. It's just definitely beating a dead horse at this moment, but you definitely don't want to stay downstairs for a long period of time. So even though it may feel comfy down there, you may feel like you're getting, efficient resupply down there. You definitely don't want to hang out there because you're just going to hemorrhage lives. You're going to keep getting shot from all angles. But red is holding their own. They're not doing too bad. So Phantom is kind of pushing them back off. She kind of floats between that square portion that's in the middle. And then green does look to just, continue to try to hold that upstairs piece, but it's kind of like chaos at the moment. Everyone's kind of everywhere.
Fire team has taken the lead.
So Rhea is in big box, it seems. Looking to try to get a shot over to Fortress.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Do it!
Lizzie falling to 10 lives, unfortunately, without a nuke being dropped yet. Down to 9 without a nuke being dropped yet. So, a little bit of a rough game. Again, anytime you're stuck downstairs, it is going to make for a harder situation for you and your team to get resupply, but also live efficiently into that mid-game stretch that we're approaching here.
Fire team has taken
I look to see Strickfa probably double nuke here. And it is going to probably devastate red team. Lizzie is going to be at 3. Does have both bases though, so that does work out for her. Green team though, just going through the motions. Red is attempting to mount this push on the second floor and a flank onto red ramp, but the clown car situation is set up over in Fortress with the green team, so they have the 5 players there in that section. And then red slowly trying to make their way back up the ramp. Red is, though, trying to hold steady on the second platform. But Strickfoot is going to start the nuke chain here. So it's 1, 2. It is going to drop Lizzie, unfortunately, the 2.
Switching to full auto.
Does appear.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Nope. So still at 1, able to come up. So
Missile away.
It does look like they did head downstairs a little bit. She is resupplying the team. Phantom is still sitting close to that second nuke phase as well, but the Rat is sitting at 14, so would only put them at 8 if both nukes successfully drop. Lizzie is knocked out. Unfortunately, did get a couple clutch lives there for her team, but again, it's really, really hard here when you're on that first floor and you're just kind of stuck. Red, though, are kind of holding off here, kind of staving off for a little bit, trying to live in the game a little bit longer, but Phantom is dropping currently as she kind of works to alleviate the pressure a little bit, but it's not going to do too much damage to Green Team as, you know, their medic is very well alive and kicking currently, so... The score is pretty close. There are a couple bases missing on red. About 8 bases missing on green, so score's a little bit deceptive on that point. But I do look to see really just how red can set up. So even though that they are down, they are looking at a potential elim here. Just getting in the motions of being able to hold downstairs, hold like the positions where you need to hold for a resupply efficiently downstairs, and just keep practicing that, because the teams that push you downstairs, you're going to be stuck there. You want to use these games where you're in those situations to be able to learn and continue to grow.
Switching to full auto.
All right. Switching over to the chat. What teams are you predicting to see in the final match to win this tournament? So, prior to Beanz' injury, I actually had Sewercuse in the top 3. The reason for that being is Sewercuse actually had a really, really strong tournament in 2015 in this arena. They caused me a lot of problems playing against them, so I did in fact win the tournament in 2015, but knowing their playstyle and knowing how well New York plays together when they have a full cohesive unit, they could have done some damage. They're still doing okay now, even without Beanz. They just have, you know, a couple things they need to fix, but I do think that kind of pushed them down from that, you know, top 3 maybe to top 5. So maybe in that 3, 4, 5 spot. I do have Loveland A, so I know I talked to a couple folks about this on my predictions, but I do have Loveland A at the top of the bracket with odds of negative 100. And then I have Cedar City about like negative 150, we'll say, ish. So I do think both teams are extremely strong. The games that we saw earlier, obviously Cedar did lose both games, got elim both games, but the first game, again, Caleb definitely got hit in the beginning of the game that kind of threw off the whole game flow. He got shot, got reset by his own team, and then got shot again. So he was down for a good chunk of team. His team got forced downstairs. Second game, it was just the nuke timing. So they had a really good nuke against Cedar, and it forced them downstairs, and then it forced them back up into the box where they were just bleeding lives. Meds, I think, lost 6 to 7 lives downstairs before he could get back upstairs. So right now I currently have it as Loveland A and then Cedar playing in the finals. I think the semifinals is more telling of where you might see kind of deviation. So I won't go like 1 through 4, but I do think you'll see some combination of Cali A and Sewercuse in that top 4 semifinal bracket. But that's not to take anything away from Five Nights of Loveland either, because again, the B teams, they get flack all the time. Certainly Detroit B got flack in 2019, but as you kind of realize, those B teams come back to haunt you when you take them for granted. They will definitely take games off of you. So that's kind of my prediction. I definitely think Loveland A 1, Cedar City 2, and then some combination of G&D is back. Some combination of Cali A and Syracuse 3-4. So we'll probably do full predictions before we start finals again after we get a couple more pod games in as the week progresses, but that's where it's sitting at currently. But yeah, welcome back.
That game kind of went as expected, I guess. How did St. George do? Sorry, Motor City do?
So they held pretty good for a little bit. Unfortunately, they did get pushed downstairs. They held a pretty good amount of time after their medic died. Everyone was on single lives, and they were holding steady for about 2 minutes. But like I was telling the group, you really, like in these types of games where you're down, you really just want to focus on repositioning, holding those spots downstairs, regrouping, and then resetting, and then coming back up. So one thing to point out though, while you were gone, I did shout out the Rook again for the amazing scout play. So had a tear through the team in the middle of the game, like putting 5 people down, catching them all off guard on that second floor. So she is doing work. I definitely love to see that scout style. Again, scout at heart. Never get to play it, but I love that scout style. So great work there. And then congratulations to Loveland B.
Yeah, good win. Good win. You guys are killing it. It's awesome. Slam Man, what up, dude? How are you? Are they doing 2 rounds of games? Sort of. So they're doing an initial round, do round 1, and then round 2 will be made up of pods, 2 different pods. So everyone will play everyone once in round 1, and then the field splits in half, basically. Odds and evens, and they'll each play everyone in their pod, and then we'll go into a double elim final series. Loveland Phoenix versus St. George Sunbeams. That's who we've got on the card next. How many rounds have we been playing tonight? Well, we have... Let's see.
Not a ton of elims, so it's kind of... They may actually finish on time here, I think.
Do you know what time it is there at the moment? Any Loveland locals in the chat?
In Loveland?
Yeah.
It should be 11:39 their time.
Oh, so they're they're at this point about 2 hours ahead of schedule. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more games to go today. So yeah, I think instead of playing any more games today, they're going to finish as early as possible, so that they, you know, can kind of come back to site tomorrow as fresh as possible. And it means that they're not playing until 4 a.m., which just sounds about one of the worst things I could possibly imagine.
Yeah, anytime you run the overnights for the tournaments, it's definitely rough. If anytime you can finish early, you definitely want to recharge, because it is definitely the best for everybody involved. You get that extra recharge.
Time does indeed go by pretty fast. They made pretty good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10:20, so they're about an hour and a half ahead. Sorry, 2.5 hours ahead.
Yeah, there's been a ton of elims where it's like, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minute elims. So it's definitely cutting down on the time. And then one thing I will shout out to the tournament organizers and those that are, in the lobby getting everything set up. The refs are in the game ready to go. The teams are in the games ready to go. It's very fluid. There's not a lot of gap in between the game starting. So
it's the mark of good tournament
organizing. So much so we can't even get player intros.
Speaking of which, who we got coming up? We might as well fit them in when we can, right? Loveland Phoenix. Let's hear from one of the homers again. Loveland. Hey, who have we got? Who have we done so far? Ah, thanks, pretty girl. Oh, legend. What a legend. You know what? Let's hear from one of my favorite Loveland players, the Fair Turkey.
Yeah,
stand
let's
by.
do it.
I'm Josiah, the Fear Turkey. I'm playing for the Loveland Phoenixes. I've never played a Nats in my home arena, and I've been playing for Loveland for 9 years, so I'm very excited to be able to have my first shot at it. Laser tag helped teach me how to be a man and not treat people like garbage. This is the best Loveland team I've ever played on. They know how to read, and when I send them places, they do it. I want to win. I want to take first place. I want to crush my enemies. You're going down, losers.
Oh, I love it.
He's just the best. You know, we as a community have kind of harped on about this in our various podcasts and whatnot, but I've got a lot of time for that young man. He's flourished into a well-adjusted adult. You know, there's been times where his firiness has been kind of a question mark on any team that he's played on, but he's really done a lot of growing over the last, I would say, over the COVID period, and you know, he's a much better person because of it. He seems to be a lot happier, which just warms my heart. It was great to have him out here in Auckland last year, so really rooting for that kid to do really good this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I know, like, last year, he was messaging me constantly about the games, things they could change, things they could do differently. And it's like, I haven't played in Auckland, but it's like, really the team struggles they were having is some of the struggles that Team USA had in the past. Where it's just, you're building that cohesion, right? Like, for me, the difficult part was I was used to Detroit Resupplies playing a certain way. And be able to do things without me having to direct traffic or like lead them. But our resupply was used to like Sacramento's way, where they're being led on where to go or where they need to set up or where they need to, you know, look, or the fallback point or anything like that.
Yeah.
So that stuff, like mechanically, when you're playing on these hybrid teams or when you're playing with, you know, teams that you're not necessarily used to playing with, it does complicate things. So yeah. I definitely think like him reaching out last year and like showing that level of maturity, like, hey, let me ask for advice. Let me see like what are other top players doing? How did they overcome this? No one's listening to me. They're not taking my ideas. Like, it was like present them in a different way, right? Like, help lead them to kind of like your narrative of like, hey, these are the things going wrong. How do we fix this?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, maybe I do this and it fixes itself. As we get into the game here, so.
We're on express elevator to hell. Going down.
2, 1. Mark.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Do it, do it.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Yeah, so it looks like Loveland A keeping the same lineup they had from the first game they had against the Sunbeams.
Team has taken the lead.
They've swapped up a little bit on the Sunbeams. Looks like they've switched across the board. So maybe trying a couple things out. Experimenting here. So they have Vulcan and Commander Rockwood they put as medic. Who has down 4 lives currently, but El Diablo to ammo. But yeah, against like the top tier team, it's perfectly fine to you know, experiment and just kind of see what might work, what might not work.
Missile away. Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Mischief with a good missile there.
Oh, good nuke there by Vulcan. Good to see him getting a run in that commander role.
Yeah, he definitely did the 2-base start, getting that early nuke, get the pressure. Fortunately, gets tagged for a penalty there, but it looks like a chase on the Simply okay, but still momentum there. Does each side of the arena starting point have an equal chance to gain the top level? That is subjective really to multiple factors. Speed plays a big part into it, so myself am very quick. I can get up probably up the green side to the top floor faster than most players can get to the middle of the third of the red ramp. So that plays into a big part of it. But technically, yes, but it's a chess match. It's, do you send your heavy to third or your heavy to second? Do you send your commander for like second? Do you send them third? And then where do you set your scouts? So it's kind of a chess match, and then the outcome of the trades in that first like 10-15 seconds really dictates where the teams are going to set up from there. But yeah, depending on like that, you can have two teams like we saw earlier where the two teams went up a little bit slower. They were kind of anticipating both of each other's, mind games, where they're like, hey, is someone going to take third? Let's just kind of slowly creep up the ramps really low and see where each team's going to go. But
yeah.
I've been on both ends of like it working out and then it not working out and just going horrible. So I have gotten to the third floor as commander and was able to get a nuke very quickly without bases. I've also been a commander, get to the third floor and the heavy just trades with me, and it's like, well, hope second floor is going better than my situation. Bit of a rough point here, so Rockwood unfortunately is out again pretty early, but as a medic, it's to be expected.
It'll be interesting to see what his downtime is like this tournament so far, Rockwood.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. So this is pretty much the end of the game. Another sub 5-minute game, but
it's crazy, man.
That's rock.
Yeah. I would say like the big learning curve here is like even when I first played my first game in Loveland, all the Loveland like players were very nice. They were kind of telling me like, hey, this is how it works. This is how you kind of play it. This is kind of the meta. I arrived very late. I booked my ticket in 2015 very late, so I arrived the day before the tournament started. I didn't get a lot of practice, but I have very good situation awareness, so I can kind of see everything as a whole picture.
Yeah.
And knowing how the ramps play, it just really comes down to the player that you have in front of you. Like if you're the commander going first, the heavy going first, those early trades just make a total difference. And we saw this here, simply okay going over and creating havoc, but also Vulcan with the flank getting the early nuke. It is another strat, like Caleb has used it, so it is viable, but it's also you have to be wary, like the other team knows you're going to flank. So
with a player like Vulcan,
game of inches and game of chess.
Like with Vulcan, he's kind of an unknown, because he is so new to the competitive scene. So it's cool to see him actually get a bit of a run, head out and not have to worry about kind of getting stuck in that like pigeonhole, I guess. I think we might have another person joining us. It'll just depend on if I get a thumbs up or not.
Are they going to send the thumbs up in the chat or the thumbs up on camera?
One of them, yes. Are 5 consecutive nukes doable in this arena? I mean, I don't see why not. The meta's kind of changed from that, though. I don't think a lot of teams really do it anymore. Like chaining those 5 chains. Do you guys still? Because I know you guys went through a period of time doing that in Detroit, right?
I never chain, so I love dropping my nukes as soon as I get them.
Right.
There is the Scythe strat. I know, like we've been calling it the Slaughtermelon strat, but for me, when I start on green side in Detroit, I immediately go both bases and I just start assaulting red ramp.
Yeah.
Just because like you get that early nuke, it's so game changing to be able to push the team downstairs. You can definitely stack, like some commanders stack, sometimes Baden stacks, and it works great to his advantage to, you know, take 9 lives off the team and really, you know, kick someone in the teeth. But,
I'm gonna.
I would say like it's easy to stack 5 in our arena, but
we're gonna quickly cut across while we got him. I hate to cut you off, my dude, but we're gonna make the most of the time we have with one of the Loveland A players, SgtTucker, joining us from site. How are you, Tucker? How you feeling?
Doing great. I'm doing good.
Yeah. How was that last game for you guys?
It was fun. We were, you know, we didn't take everybody seriously, but having a lot of fun with the stuff. Yeah.
I guess the thing I want to know is how good did the win against Cedar City feel? How's that match worked for you guys?
Yeah, we were talking about it beforehand that we were gonna just play our game, see what was gonna, and as we just started, you know, getting the advantage, we just kept pushing, and it was awesome.
Yeah. You could kind of tell, you know, going into it and actually during the game that like both teams kind of want to send a message to the other one. I mean, you guys are the top 2 ranked teams at the competition, so whenever you can kind of take that win from the other, it's got to feel pretty good, dude.
Oh yeah.
How's the chemistry in the team going? Like, you know, everything that you guys have kind of worked on in the build up. How are you guys finding that holding up?
Really good. I mean, Sean, we've got a couple different lineups that we've been running, and so it's going really nice. It's nice to be able to flex each other into positions to get different results depending on what you're looking to do for teams. So
yeah. What do you got for Tucker there, Josh?
Do you have a favorite team so far outside of your own team that you like watching playing or have seen played?
So, I mean, I do always like seeing the Five Nights at Loveland, but other than that, honestly, watching Syracuse has been a lot of fun because they have been insanely tenacious with a lot of their games, especially when it feels like they are getting shoved around. They do fight really hard for it. So
there's some of the kind of tiers that we had the teams at are being kind of shaken up a little bit, but dude, the games that have been played from teams that are kind of in that same tier as each other, dude, some of those matchups have been awesome to watch so far, and we're only a day in.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited to see how it all shakes out, to see what the results are. You know, everyone's doing really good. So,
dude, we're excited for you. We're stoked that you got the win against. I'm loath to use the word nemesis, but I'll use it. Your nemesis.
I use rivals.
Yeah, rivals. Yeah, that's a good word. Before we let you go, you guys are quite a bit ahead, right? You're sort of couple hours ahead of schedule.
I think we're about an hour 20. Yeah.
Right.
So give or take a little bit. So it'll be nice. Instead of ending about 3:40 our time, we're hoping that we'll end up closer to like 2:30 or so.
Yeah.
As long as we keep the pace going and the games are going good. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to actually get home and get a little bit of rest before the sun comes up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So. All right, dude. We'll leave you let you get back to it, but thank you for stopping in. Appreciate it, and enjoy the heck out of the week, my friend. You deserve it.
Yeah, good luck in the future games. Awesome job so far.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro. Talk soon.
Yep. Champion.
What legend. We're going to try and fit more of those in, I think, because I like it. It kind of makes me feel like I'm there.
Right? All we need now is a microphone. We're just like shoving the microphone in their face. Like.
Yeah, during the game, you know. We get Beanz to go on with a lav mic and just start trying to interview people as they're playing.
How does it feel that your medic just died out? Wait, my medic.
What? Yeah. This is going to be part 2 of like the Battle of California.
Yep.
Here we go. Looking forward to this one.
All right. Yeah, so again, things kind of fell apart early for LAPD the last time, but as you can see here, so they are swapping it up. They sent 3 to second, trying to catch, obviously, Tally A off guard there. We don't have the extra camera to kind of show us like how many people are on that switchback ramp for green, but you can kind of see here that they are kind of split currently, as Odin's getting some nice missiles over here from down players.
That might prove to be, kind of the difference is that impact that Odin's versus Go. He's at 1,200 points already with no bases. That's yeah.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Yeah, the only bad spot of what happened there was Manette did lose 5 lives stuck in the fortress there, so she had to go down, had to run back up. But on the flip side, they did get a couple lives off Applesauce, but Dill, sitting on those 13 specials with no bases as well. But Snowflake 20, no bases, so definitely having a good run at this game.
Yeah. It's interesting, because like you said, the start of the last game actually was very similar. Snowflake's got himself caught out a little bit here. He's just on crit lives and losing lives.
Downstairs, unfortunately. I don't think he knew exactly that his team was in Fortress. I mean, I would honestly jump the nuke here to get back up to the Fortress.
Yeah, that's a good nuke. And Pro Strat's there by Resident Evil Scythe.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he got back up. Oh, he did. So he did get shot coming around that switchback there. He did get hit with lives, which is good. But as you see, Red's doing work on this side, so they're kind of pushing green back into that cubby.
Yeah.
I would love to see, Snowflake just camp here for a little bit, get like 3, 4, 5 shots. Maybe.
Yeah.
If he can, before he pushes back out again.
Fire team is trailing by 300 points.
I'd like to see Sweets try and get back and take some lives, which he does, which is awesome. Good start by both teams here. Yeah.
DK running into completely the wrong team. Heads downstairs, go get green.
Yeah.
Go meet his team. Well, Snowflake is going out earlier than I expected, but he is on 35 shots. But
Fire team has taken the lead.
Again, we don't have the camera over in the cubby. I would have liked to see Red push over to the cubby. So, and then had Snowflake, escort his resupply over there, take it, and then him go down green ramp because the team is all there.
Yeah.
And what you're going to see now is it looks like Kadama at the top of green, kind of hanging out there. I expect him to come across third and flank Fortress.
Yeah. There he goes.
And he comes in. Yeah.
Which is perfectly timed because here comes his...
Oh, he sent Dill instead. So Dill came across instead of Kadama. Yeah. And then
it's given green
instantly take Fortress. Yeah.
Awesome.
But as you can see here, the people are standing up. They get flanked by a scout. You got to come around that corner low, else you're going to bleed across. DK setting up in big box. We have Dill shooting across, going up to second. He does get the scout down. So now Red's kind of in a precarious spot because you're stuck. You don't have your set resupply yet. You can see they're not in the cubby up the top of the screen. But Snowflake's going to pull here.
Fire team is ahead by 2,100 points.
So yeah, I definitely like what LAPD is doing here. So they did nuke to get across. They're going to get that counter nuke in, unfortunately. They got some resupplies in, but they don't have a backtrack set. So you're going to see the train come down. Again, I don't like the running in front of the resupply that happened there. That's kind of the rush right there. Kind of saw it. You're definitely blocking if you're moving faster than if the down player is moving faster
you
than the
can't.
person in front of you. They won't.
You can't be
make
in
a
their
path.
way like that. It's terrible. You have to make that effort to move, and yeah, you won't get a reset, but yeah, I don't know. It's rough.
Series of unfortunate events. Poobies does unfortunately die out the game on this, but
rough.
Manette is at 4, so they're back downstairs. So really, like from this point, it's like, hey, I want to regroup. Let's regroup, get some resupplies in before they come down and try to hit us.
Yeah, I mean Snowflake's in a pretty good position with live, so you know maybe taking a couple of resups in maybe 2 or so minutes after coming out and getting some points, put a little pressure on.
Switching to full auto.
Yeah, I like that. Odin's also getting full, so semi getting full, almost there. But it's gonna take a little bit of time. But they are taking those extra lives, extra shots. Manette's at 3. Dill's not near a nuke yet though, so. Losing the scout's tough though, because it is that you're down that player.
Makes such a big difference.
Yeah, and then now you have a lot of the green team getting bases while red team is still downstairs. So now it's kind of like chaos happening, ensuing.
This is kind of what happened in the last game. Like it seemed to be really even for the first half of the game, and then you know, in that kind of transition period where one team needs to kind of regroup and you know they lose a player or two here and there. Medic ends up losing a bunch more lives than they should, and Green able to capitalize. What? Is that what it said?
Yeah, it said just go claim to beacon. That's kind of...
That's weird.
I'm not sure if that's a thing.
Do it.
But... It's kind of neat, I guess. So yeah, red attempting to stave off this onslaught that's kind of hit them. Manette did die out without that going on to take her out. So... you're on the lives you got. It was a long time. This is, you know, another elim for Cali Interview.
Yeah.
Fire team has taken the lead.
But again, it's like that early game's good, it's even, and then once you hit into that late early game / mid game point is kind of where the wheels fall off there. We saw Dill run in, take the resupply out. We saw Kodama setting up for it, but he sent Dill in instead. Which is smart because obviously you want to get your commander ahead. You want to get those special points on him. And it did work out. He got a nuke very quickly off that. So props for Kodama, like not trying to hog that 10k score and kind of sharing the love. It's like, no, you go in there and grab him.
It's high quality team play.
Right. But yeah, like again, Snowflake holding his own. Again, using these games kind of as that learning experience, kind of getting that angles down as you're playing an attacking 3-hit, and then really practicing nuke timing. He had some great nukes time this time. Unfortunately, it's like just those little like errors that happen where your team gets stuck on a ramp or like they're trying to go down. They have the blocking shenanigans on green ramp happening, but
and you know it's not like it's not like you know Sweets or anyone that was running is trying to stop the players. They're trying to be proactive and get points and lives off the other team, but you know that is why we have referees. The referees need to be proactive and kind of stop that stuff from being an option.
Yeah, because even if it's not the player that's running in front of the deactivated players, like if you're slowing them down in any sense, your team's getting reset on them. So especially in this arena where you're having to go down the 3 ramps, it's definitely rough.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it was any ill intent from Sweets doing that. It just looks like the timing of running down, but you're also running slower. The team. The team behind you is like, yo, get out of the way, get out of the way. And you're like, oh, crap, like, hands up, I'm just going to the side here.
Yeah, you gotta move. You have to make that effort to move.
Yeah.
It is a shame. Again, whilst I probably want California and a piece to do a little bit better, it is always nice to see upsets. So.
Yep.
Fire team is ahead by 29.
Yeah, I definitely like the fact that Snowflake hasn't hemorrhaged a lot of lives here.
Yeah.
Even though they were sitting at, 8 minutes since their medic died, he's only lost about 7 lives in that time span. 3 of them off a nuke. So
yeah. Which one?
Props to them like setting up and living for that time frame.
Yeah, it won't help obviously in this game or this match, but going forwards, if they're in a position where they're playing game 1 of a match and they want to stave off an elimination, getting this kind of practice on how to do that is definitely important. So
yeah, and it's gonna definitely help heaps around the teams that are near them in the standings, like Syracuse and like Loveland B, right? So those teams that are right there with them, even like Cali in a sense, depending on how the standings flop around.
Yeah.
Fire team is ahead by
It's definitely a learning
points.
experience for them where they can take it and be like, hey, maybe the Odin thing doesn't happen in New York and you get a 6-0 versus a 4-2 split. So.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it doesn't seem that the stats are updating, which is a real shame. Hopefully we'll have that worked out tomorrow. I'm going to send Mickey a message to get Russ to contact us.
Ceasefire!
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more from Cali A here, like on the pressure of Elim. So they've kind of let them just kind of hang around here for this 5-6 minute mark. Whereas they definitely had them dead to rights, like, 3 more minutes, 4 more minutes, but
Earth team is behind by 3,000.
it could also be like it's late, you're tired, mountain air, tramps, like you're like, I'm not going down there, I'm not running up there.
I've done my dash for the day.
Yeah, I did my damage. I got 9k. Someone else go and shoot that person.
Boosting now.
But you're right. Like I think a lot of those factors come into it. Like it's getting late at night. It's that altitude, mountain air.
Boosting now.
Right now, you're thinking they're saving their health for the next day. I mean, maybe. Dan's gonna need to conserve his energy.
Dan's gonna go through what is it? The platelet enrichment. Where they
Space Marines
siphon off your blood.
for nuclear strike.
Yeah, he's gonna have some brand new knees tomorrow.
I'm gonna sacrifice some of those young Loveland B players and get a hold of their hemoglobin.
Yep. But yeah, great game by Calier there.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I would like to see them shore up the mid game a little bit. It's gonna make the difference when they're playing like Cedar and even Loveland A in a sense of being able to control that mid game to the late game of being able to elim. So, LAPD lived way longer than they probably should have in that game.
Yeah.
But definitely props to Cali, having that regroup, being able to retake the ramp after getting, kind of decimated in the early part, and then regrouping, resetting, not panicking, then coming out with the elim win.
It's very loud. At least the air is so much less smoky today. Oh, that's a good call. How has it been there? Like, is it quite smoky inside the building, or do you not really get that when you're inside? Obviously T's and P's to those in the Loveland area. The fires that have hit that area the last week or two. Pretty gnarly.
Yeah, some of the pictures I've seen remind me of last year where we had the Canadian wildfires. So Detroit was under these horrible air quality alerts. And it's like you go outside and it just smells like a bonfire. And you're like, it's all hazy. So many people had breathing problems and they tell you to stay inside. And you're like, man.
Come down to my neck of the woods. The air is nice and pure down here.
It's probably 1000% pure with all the Lord of the Rings situations happening. The hobbits are taking care of the air.
Yeah.
The trees.
Right, we got Motor City Mutts up against Five Nights at Loveland. The Loveland B team have, I reckon, played probably higher than what people were kind of thinking that they were going to, which is awesome to see.
Yep.
Really love that for them. It's good when the Young Bucks can kind of put on a good show. With that in mind, let's have a look at one of the young Five Nights at Loveland players.
My name is James. My codename is Sherpa, and I play for now the Loveland B team. I'm a bit of a nerd. I usually play video games, read books, draw. I'm playing in Nats because it's my first international tournament, so I thought it'd be pretty fun to dink around in an national tournament, have some fun with some out-of-towners and, play laser tag. We're just here to have fun because it's almost all of our first international tournament, so it's going to be an experience for all of us. But I hope we're here to have a lot of fun, and we're here to compete, and we're here to show the out-of-towners what's up. Be prepared to stay all 5 nights, pal.
So good. There's a lot of talk recently about
Sorry, the chat. They're taking the air quality of Isengard.
Frosthammer is a massive Lord of the Rings fan. I'm going to use the word. There's been a lot of talk recently of kind of our scene. I'm loath to use the term, but our scene is dying. Is the the sentiment that we've been getting from some people. But I think. Just with the growth of Loveland especially, it's real proof that it's not the case. Like, our scene is most definitely changing. But dying, I wholeheartedly disagree with that sentiment. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree. Just because, obviously, coming from Detroit, it's really hard. There's a lot of opinions like, hey, it is dying, it's not as it once was, but I view it as like a changing of the guard, so to speak. So you really saw like the Brisbane change kind of happening as you kind of saw Tragedy moving in that Detroit tournament out of heavy into like that support scout role, resup role. So we took it as like really as Detroit's peaking at that time. Who knows what would have happened if the pandemic didn't happen.
Yeah.
And I told the dudes in 2019, like, hey, 2020, we're going. Like, I'm paying for it. I don't care how we get there. Get your passports. We're heading there. We're defending this. So, but yeah, the sentiment now, it's so hard to get even 10 players to play in Detroit, but it's not necessarily it's dead. It's just like regrowing that base.
Yeah.
And it happens, with every site. You have the lows, you'll have the highs, but it is changing, but I think, it's changing for the better. I also think the changing of the guard is happening. You're seeing the younger players now maturing, taking those bright spots. You see like some of the GOATs and the higher tier players, sailing off into the sunset, so to speak. But,
there's got to be
and
that younger generation. They've got to come through, and it is cool to see that happening at Loveland especially. It's happening here locally. We've got a good influx of newer players that are playing Auckland on the regular. Brisbane, I think, are making changes to make the game more accessible for more people. There seems to be good positive change in our community, which is important. The scene has to. I talked about it this week on the Resupply Podcast, twitch.tv/Resupply. I'd been going through a little bit of a crisis of self over the last couple of weeks, just with trying to balance my own ego issues with having to be okay with not being as good as I once was with the game, and also the quality of content coming out of Loveland. But then you remember, like, it's all in pursuit of making our scene better. So, you know, you have to shut that voice down in your head that's there going, oh, maybe you don't have it anymore. You know, can't let those intrusive thoughts win. I'm sure that's nothing you've ever felt being one of the best.
No, I definitely think, like, my perspective is, like, I still have so much to give to the game. Like, you know, I'm still, I feel I'm still at, like, you know, the peak level. I have so much more to share knowledge-wise of the game. That's why I wanted to do this. So, you know, helping other players kind of see what's happening in Arena where they may not have ever played in it, but they can at least understand how I'm seeing the game flow and how I'm kind of seeing what's going wrong for the teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, my thoughts are more centered around of when do I, you know, kind of hoist my sails and say, okay, I think it is time. It's Sipes' last tournament. You know. I don't think it's here, you know, in the long term. I do think it is something in the shorter term. I think, like, you know, if Brisbane happens, that could very well be the case if I have a full team. If not, I think I may try to end it in New York or Europe, depending on which happens first. But it's not so much like, hey, I'm washed up, I don't want to play anymore. It's more of like, I do want to play, I just need a team to, you know, want to travel as much as I do.
Yeah, for sure. We'll put a pin in that for the moment. Come back to it.
So,
Swan song.
Swan song? Yeah.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Yeah, love. It looks like almost both teams just kind of met up there at the ramp there. It's kind of an awkward situation.
Earth team has taken the lead.
It's a Spider-Man meme up there. They're like, yo, what?
I find in those situations the team who has the person make the most impact from coming from that behind channel is probably the one that's going to suffer the most. But it didn't seem to happen in either case here. Both teams kind of managing seemingly to get set up in both resupply positions. So
yeah, and Lizzie doing work as scout though. So she came from that flanking position. Good missile from Phantom there, but yeah, you notice the scouts taking form here. So the Rook, definitely one of my picks to watch for the rest of the week. Again, so devastating on that second floor. I love the fact that they float there and they kind of just pick people off, and then they know when to leave, they know when to get resupply, they know when to go back. So definitely my pick for one of the players to watch as we move forward with Loveland B. I'm loving what Lizzie's doing. Yeah, definitely good nuke.
Yeah. Trailing by 2,600 points.
Oh,
good job,
okay. I was about to say there's a little bit of lag there.
Little lag, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're suffering a bit of lag on the scoreboard, but that's alright.
Strickville, though, is playing heavy versus Commander, so red team is regrouping here, and then it looks like they caught green kind of with their pants down over on the ramp side, so...
That's a real shame. They were looking in a pretty good position, the green team. See Rhea there doing some work trying to break into
the cubby,
whatever that place is called. Chamber. Oh my god.
Team is leading by 900.
I don't necessarily like attacking from that spot. I think like you'd be more beneficial attacking from second. Just because you can see all the red people are just standing straight up. They're not even making an attempt to duck down. Outside of chamber. So
it's something that I do worry about a little bit with this Loveland B team, because if they get kind of comfortable, maybe some of those rookie mistakes start happening, those lapse in concentration start happening, and like a capable team's going to make you pay for doing sloppy stuff like that.
Yep.
Blown away.
Do it. Do it.
Space Marine requesting clearance.
Oh, this is going to be a devastating nuke, this one. Rough.
Yeah.
Really
they
well
got
timed.
pushed down at the worst possible time they get pushed down, and they get hit with a nuke, so highly unfortunate, but
Fire team is ahead by 9,200 points.
It's amazing
doing
actually.
an NBA level tour. I was looking at the chat.
It's amazing how quickly things kind of flip in this arena. Like you know, you'll have two teams that are kind of on par with each other, just kind of feeling each other out, and then bam, like something happens, and one team is all of a sudden missing 3 or 4 players. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Game over, man. Game over. Old school, you will not see medic hits till first chain. Yeah, well, in this arena or just in general? Have we been doing this for the full 8 hours? We sure have, Leech. All day, every day this week.
Missile away.
You get these two pros
Earth team is trailing by
rocking the microphones.
8,200 points.
I'm actually drinking a lemon honey ginger tea to keep the throat nice and supple. That's not a nice sentence. I regret saying those words.
Someone's gonna clip it, and just, you're gonna hear it all the time.
Yeah, that's all right. I've got a soundboard here, so I'm kind of used to it. You've done a whole day at work, and we're still on this all week, baby. That's what we're doing. They took the week off.
Switching to full auto.
I have one more day technically of work, so
you.
Yeah.
Oh, that means you'd
Things
be
came up on
uninterrupted during finals.
Earth
Yeah.
team is trailing by 8,900 points.
Hopefully everything will go smoothly. It didn't. I wasn't planning on work going as bad as it did last week and kind of today, so to be expected though. Just
for sure.
The nature of things in the U.S. currently.
From 99 to 2019, we really played games where medics would protect their lives and try to stay at 20. Love it, Slam Man. When was the last Nats you played? Just quietly? Just the subtle dig there. Sitting around watching.
Was he doing a great job of attempting to hide here?
Is having the cameras in the arena as a standard for laser tag site, or is this just for tournament play? These cameras are just in here for this tournament. Some arenas will have built-in cameras and stuff that camera feeds into the foyer, so that, you know, I suppose that parents can watch their kids play. But these cameras are here only for Nats. But hopefully going forward we'll have cameras like this set up at most Space Marines internationals that we have going forward, so we'll see. Good solid win there by Five Nights at Loveland, really putting the screws into Motor City Mutts. They should be proud of how they kind of fought the first third of this game. I thought it was pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, it's really just the thing that we've been harping on for most teams is, like, you get pushed down to first, you gotta just pick your spot, find the spot, reset, resup, and then just head back up. Like, you have to be able to do that in quick succession. Usually probably no more than 2 resups, and then you're back up the opposite ramp. But you're also communicating, so if you have teammates still on the 2nd or 3rd floor, you want them to be able to call out when it's safe to try to come up where it's only like minimal resistance, especially if the 3 hits are downstairs, you know, bouncing you guys around.
Next game up on the docket is Inner Peace, California Inner Peace on red versus Loveland Phoenix. Let's take a look at the lineup, shall we?
Yeah, really liking this matchup after what we saw yesterday. Cali again playing Cedar. They had that one nuke that didn't go well for Dill last night. So seeing this matchup, I think they're gonna definitely test some things out and kind of see what Loveland's gonna do.
Yeah.
Prediction wise, I'm sticking with Loveland here.
Yeah.
I know Dill's been doing work and so has Kadama. So I think that if they can keep the score close enough and they avoid the elim, you just have a lot of points to make up because it is the home team's arena. But if anyone can do it, it's definitely Dill and Kadama to be able to like kind of push Loveland back a little bit.
Yeah.
Cedar unfortunately wasn't able to do it, but Dill and Kadama are going into this knowing that it's going to be an uphill battle. We'll just see, that 15-second chess match at the beginning of the game. Who goes where.
From the Loveland side,
also see what Ghost and Mischief, which way they go as well.
I was going to say I'd be surprised to see who lines up for Loveland. Obviously, they're rostered 7 this year, so we could see Loki play in this game. We could see him drop out, and who's missing from that? Bromley. No, he's there. I don't know. Someone's missing from that.
Fear Turkey.
Fear Turkey, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're gonna probably want to get Fear Turkey back in for this game because whilst California and Apiece aren't necessarily the same kind of threat that Cedar City is, they're definitely a threat. They're definitely putting together some wins, and we'll see how this kind of goes. I know that they're excited to play this game though.
Yeah, I know California is definitely probably also excited. It's like you saw what happened with Loveland A and kind of Cedar, and then you saw last night with Cali and Cedar how it was close up to that nuke cancel. But I definitely DK's demeanor and the post-game interview and kind of just the sentiment all around with Cali, it's hey, we know what's going to happen, we know who the top teams are, we just want to play our game, do our thing, and if it works, it works. If not, we try something different and see if that works. So
should we hear a little bit from that man? We'll let's flick it across and we'll find out a little bit more about our good friend DK.
Yeah.
My name's Dave, aka DeathKnight, DK for short. I am playing for California A, aka Team Inner Peace this year. Been doing this for quite a long time. Nats is my great excuse to come out, see everybody, and it gives me a reason to stay in shape throughout the year, which is definitely important. This year it's going to be great to play with a lot of California people, including Van, who I've been playing with for over 20 years. It'll be nice to have a little reunion team with him. I do want to make finals. It's always my goal to make finals and just to be a good competitive team. Don't give up. Always work on your skills. And remember, it is a team sport. It's not about individual glory. It is about the team as a whole. So focus on that.
Wise words from that guy. He's the kind of player that when he talks, you should probably listen to what he's talking about. There's a handful of players that I have in that echelon, and he's one of them. Quietly come up, I know that he probably doesn't get... You got Goat? I don't know about Goat, but he's certainly one of my favorite players, one of my favorite people, actually. Has the arena got the house lights on? Nah, this is their arena. This is how it plays. There's a lot of light in this arena because of how open everything is, and that kind of yellowy brickwork paint job that they've got really brightens the place. So it's part of the reason why all the media that comes out of Loveland Laser Tag is so good. It's such a nice arena to film in. I forgot the back half. Okay, forgot. Yeah, he's quietly, I think DK's, and I don't understand why, but for a while DK was a very underrated player. Yeah, people sort of looking at the way he kind of plays and maybe not giving him his due. So, I'm glad that he's had some, you know, some real solid success in the last couple of years. You know, specifically getting I mean, much of the chagrin of me and my teammates, because it was at our home site, but getting that win last year at Nats is, you know, well-deserved victory for him, I thought. You got a full
Yeah, definitely agree. It's also tough, like when you're playing on teams where you're not necessarily that top echelon player, that you kind of get overlooked, and then when you're playing away from that team, and you're put in a role where you may not necessarily be used to, or you know, where they don't see you as valuable, it kind of creates that unknown piece, and then it just feeds the underration of your value. But again, different players bring different things to different teams. So like the hybrid team that you're playing on, you may not always be the best fit for that team.
Yeah.
But being well-rounded as we start the game, it does make a difference to be able to play all the positions very well.
Yeah.
Earth team has taken the lead.
See, unfortunately, Applesauce and Than got beat on the ramp there by Bromley.
Yep.
And taking some medical lives off Applesauce. It was a bit sloppy there, actually.
Yeah, again, like those quick players, as I was kind of describing, like, you know, both sides have a chance to get up there. It's like the quicker players, though.
Yeah.
That's going to be the difference, and then who you're sending where. So we kind of see Red here struggling a little bit, just where they're positioned.
Yeah.
I say that as Dill just walks in and takes 4 people down.
Yeah. The dude, he's so massive.
Yeah. He just waltzed in. He wasn't even, there was like zero effort into what he was doing. So
Yeah.
Kadama's back at Resup.
Earth team has
We'll see what kind of pressure Kadama can put on the Resup that are holding in chamber at the moment from this position on
Watch your fire and check your targets.
this place. Oh my god. Fortress. My brain is melting.
Fortress.
This place.
So it's funny, Green has a person just hanging out in Fortress, disrupting the Resup, which is a unique strat, but it works. As you can see, like, unfortunately, Allie has to make a decision. Like, do we go down? Do we stay here? Meanwhile, Dill continuing to try to push on that second floor.
What's Misha playing? Misha's playing heavy.
Yeah. They have Fear Turkey as commander instead of Ghost, so they are rotating through the positions. I expected it to probably happen against Syracuse, but it looks like they're gonna swap it up for Cali too.
Yeah. Karama needs to kind of push Luke back into chamber if he can.
Yeah.
Fire team has taken the lead.
And Dill hasn't. Yeah, I was just about to say I haven't seen Dill come back to the resupply for a little while, and just looking at his lives and shots, he's going to need to make that journey very soon. He's in big box at the moment.
He's also got quite a few hits on. He also got quite a few hits on Sergeant Tucker too.
Yeah.
So it's not without like withstanding of Callier just losing this kind of corner here, but
oh my god, he's dropping in big box.
Fire team.
Oh, he almost got it defused.
Yeah.
Like you said, man, game of inches.
Yeah. You know, last night that's probably what happened. He was probably dropping in big box, same spot, and it got canceled. Fear Turkey, though, like utilizing one of my favorite pieces where you're attacking the fortress from that down ramp and coming back up, because as you can see, Luke kind of came over, supported on the back part, but again, making sure you stay low in fortress. But, Callie is gonna let it up. They see Josiah moving back over, so they're gonna go downstairs. Josiah going back to resupply.
They've taken lives off
34.
Like you said, they've taken lives off of Tucker. So, you know, unfortunately, Dill's got to go back and actually get some resup. But It's put them in a really interesting position where both teams are kind of in the same spot. It's just green has a better positioning in the maze at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, Turkey also hasn't launched yet, so I'm looking to see, like, does he take a couple and go back out? As you can kind of see, he's defending, while also kind of stacking, getting some resupply there. But
just obviously trying for that second, so he could kind of drop 2 nukes.
Yep.
No, I would not 2 nukes. He hit 1 nuke ahead.
Yeah.
Dill's already dropped 1, so
ahead.
Yeah.
Missile away.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
So he's at 40 special points now. So, but he's so low on lives and shots. Like, yeah, you're probably gonna go and drop just to relieve a bit of pressure, but good base run there. Real good base run for the red resupply.
Yeah, I definitely think, like, he doesn't know this, but definitely dropping now would be, you know, advantageous for his team, because like, it would kill the medic out and put the team lower, but he may try, just because he's ahead, get to 50, hit both bases, and triple. So, especially if he's just counting, you know, special points or checking out.
Yeah.
See where he's at.
Do it.
I kind of hope they catch him out a little bit here. I was singing Fair Turkey's praises before, but like I said, I like an underdog, and I think maybe for this tournament, Callier is one of my teams. So it'd be cool if they can manage to catch Fair Turkey out and kind of make him regret holding for 3, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully, what it does mean is that, you know, Thang gets full. DK gets full, and even though 3 nukes are on their way, it doesn't fully decimate the team like it would, because really at this point, killing the medic is got to be the top priority, and he could do it. Yeah. Obviously, he doesn't know it, but
missile away.
Fire team is ahead by 6,100 points.
That was kind of a weird.
Do it.
It's kind of a weird penalty. I don't know if I would necessarily call that a penalty.
I didn't see what happened.
He missiled Sweets, who was on the middle part of the ramp, but he was standing out in the open, and he had his gun raised like this in front of his face to get the tone, the bleed tone over the wall.
Oh.
Space Marine requesting clearance.
Here they come.
Strike.
Confirmed.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear.
Kill out
definitely
Sweets.
Get
Space
kill out
Marine
Sweets, kill out the medic.
Confirmed.
Put Dill to 6, so that's gonna hurt as well.
Yeah, if Dill can counter nuke like kind of immediately, I mean, at this point, you know, they haven't managed to take any lives from Tucker really in the last 3 or 4 minutes, so you know, all of that pressure is just relieved. Stamina is a factor at this point. Weren't we just talking about stacking nukes earlier? Yeah, we were saying stacking 5.
Yeah.
The meta's kind of changed from stacking 5. But so far, what we've seen is people drop as they get them in this maze. The most we've kind of seen, that's 3 is the most we've kind of seen being stacked. So
yeah. You can also see that he knew he was so far ahead, just because of the delay of the 1 nuke. So he knew he had time to get the second. He had the bases available if he needed. He didn't even need the bases. He got 60 without the bases.
Yeah.
6,600 points.
So now it's just kind of clean up their Loveland's in their normal meta set, where they're like, you know, split on 2, have the person going down attacking the first floor. So you
like
kind of see Dill come into the picture there. Yeah. I mean, it was going well for Sacramento there for the early part. It's just cleaning up those shots and then really not giving up Fortress to Scout, unfortunately, which is what happened.
Yeah.
But I know it is hard because Ghost, is normal commander, but is definitely still a really good scout that you have to kind of account for.
Yeah.
So him taking 3 people down shouldn't happen.
No.
In any case, really.
No, it shouldn't. Are the Gen 8 packs tell you how many special points you have as a commander? Yes, they do. There's a LCD screen on the back of the Phasor that tells you all sorts of useful information that I always forget to look at whenever I'm playing. Still stuck in my old ways of playing by feel rather than by actual facts. Title of my life. Laziest gen ever. Damn you.
Back in my day, we had to count special points in our head.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. I'm pretty happy for the most part with how California played in this game, but obviously, they just they couldn't execute that kind of mid-game switch, I guess. They weren't able to capitalize on the pressure, so bit of a shame.
Yeah, I definitely think they could make a couple adjustments. Dill and Kodama definitely had, the opportunity there. The big part, though, Dill did go to that, shots low, lives low situation that kind of took the wind out of the sails for them when they were attacking on second. But,
yeah.
He was doing the best he could given the situation, but I do think it does come down to your resupply can't lose Fortress to a scout. That just hurts.
Yeah, for sure. You're over in December, Si? Yeah, dude. We'll get some games. You could come and meet the new recruits that are enjoying playing some Laserforce. Good win, Loveland. Good statement win. They're cementing themselves firmly at the top of the table for this tournament, which is always nice to see. Bloody good, bloody show. I'd kind of like to get these stats sorted. It's a real shame that they don't seem to be coming through automatically. That's okay. Stuck with our charming, witty banter. Lucky you guys.
I know that the current local time at Disney World is 2:44 a.m.
He's likely not riding any roller coasters currently, but he's also likely not conscious either. So, right, next game that we got coming up. Who was that? Inner Peace, Phoenix. Next one is LAPD versus Motor City Mutts. This is going to be a good game.
Yeah.
Looking forward to this one. Let's have a look at who we've got on these teams. I'll tell you what, let's look at the local import that LAPD have playing with them throughout this tournament. Let's check out the Bro Poopies.
My name is Anthony, codename is Poopies, and I am playing for Los Angeles LAPD. I play tag because it's great for the body and I enjoy getting to socialize with friends. I like to spend time with my family, and I've got 3 dogs and 35 acres of land that I like to take care of, and a bunch of other animals. I couldn't imagine turning down such a team to play with. Just a lot of solid players and a lot of fun personalities. Good luck, guys, and go get them.
I love it where it's like, wait, what is the P stand again?
Yeah. Play for Los Angeles
Police
LAPD. It's okay because I've been saying the place names for this arena all day and I still can't remember what they are, so don't worry too much about it.
I mean, I'm still going by the Detroit name, so...
yeah. Chamber, closet, cubby, lots and lots of different names being thrown out. All right. We're going to take this moment to very quickly thank the main principal sponsor of Laserforce Space Marines International's 2024, Liquid Death.
Deactivated. Go ahead. Deactivated. Wasted.
Rapid fire activated. Payback available. Missile available. Rapid fire activated. Reset available.
Liquid Death. It'll make you awesome at Laserforce, probably. It's definitely not financial advice, but Liquid Death, thank you very much for sponsoring this year's Laserforce Internationals. If you haven't tried them, and you know, we haven't really clarified, but Liquid Death is actually a canned water company. The cans kind of look like an energy drink, but they are not. They are water. This one is a carbonated mango flavored water. It's actually quite delightful. But their still water is probably my favorite. Just a nice can of still water. Nice and refreshing. Not financial advice. Definitely not. How many flavors does Liquid Death have? Probably 4. At least 4. Right. Motor City Mutts versus LA Phasor Department. Who have you got in this one?
As much as I would love to take...
Oh, is that the teams?
It is the...
Yeah, it's getting there. Sometimes it takes a little while. I jumped the gun a little bit.
There we go. So, I would really like to see a strong showing for Motor City Mutts. But I do think that LAPD is going to take this one. It's going to be really hard, especially if they have Snowflake as a 3-hit now. It's going to be really hard for Motor City Mutts to kind of compete.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't count Phantom and Blackout, out just yet. It just really depends on, kind of that first, I'd say minute at this case.
Yeah.
Of what happens in the game. If they push Motor City Mutts downstairs, they're still kind of learning their downstairs strat. It's going to be difficult for a Motor City to come back and kind of push back upstairs, which we haven't seen them do yet. So I definitely think LAPD has the advantage on this one.
Yeah, I agree. Just probably a little more cohesion across the team. I mean, that's going to happen. These players have played together. With the exception of Poopies, those 5 have played a lot of games together over the years. So, we are seeing improvement, I think, from Motor City.
Yep.
Well, we're on, ladies and gents.
Fire team has taken the
Both
lead.
teams making the rush upstairs.
Oh man, Odin with that early missile on Phantom, that's rough.
She right, who got it? Who? I missed what you said. Who missed our Phantom? Odin. Oh yeah. Got another one into a little bit there.
Yeah, it was early too, so it's kind of like what was kind of happening there? Did you catch him sleeping?
Yeah. Right out of the gate.
I didn't see where she was when she got missiled though, so
yeah.
Odin could have just caught the flank and here's a missile for your troubles.
Whoa. Almost at 1800 points in the first minute of the game. That's very, very fast points being racked up there by Odin's Fist. Clearly out to kind of get a good solid win under the belt.
Yeah. Manette just lost her first life, so
Oh man.
you kind of see Rhea attacking that backside again for Fortress.
It's interesting though. Lizzie's still on 19 lines as the green medic.
Yep.
That kind of tells me that Odin's kind of mothing around and kind of just picking up some scraps.
Yep.
Not really. I guess the focus in the interim of the game is to try and sort of put as much pressure as you can, but not necessarily on the medic. So interesting.
Yeah, I do like what Green's doing here. So even though they kind of got pushed down, they are resupplying this time. I would like to see Blackout get a few more resupply though.
Yeah.
Same with Rhea. Rhea was attacking with heavy, so pushed red team over to Cubby. As you can kind of see the party of refs and red players standing up over there.
Yeah.
Do it.
Blackout's sitting pretty low on lives. You kind of want them to go back and top up a little bit if they can.
Yep.
This is a better showing from the Mutts though, from Motor City.
Yeah, it's definitely better. Yeah, it's just that downstairs, I think, reading the game state, they just got to get more shots and lives into the other positions as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you're all downstairs and Rhea's solo attacking, you really want Phantom to be able to take more and then have her go out and maybe swap with Rhea, but Blackout not being able to come back and get resupply is definitely going to hurt them.
Yeah, for sure. Really hard.
Oh, killed out of the game by your teammate.
That is disappointing.
Yeah.
That comes down to the inexperience of Lizzie there, I think. Not really being a Space Marines player. Just too early on the draw. Potentially to either resupply or maybe she got caught off guard and killed Blackout out of the game, but not going to be happy about it.
No, but it's also it is a lot more on Blackout than it is Lizzie, because it's you should have came back.
Yeah, 100%.
Should have came back way.
I think we talked about it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. And even though Lizzie is medic, it's you could have had that ill-timed shot or whatever, but you got to take it in some instances. You just got to be all right, you're gonna come up before this nuke drops, or you're not going to. So I'm gonna shoot you regardless.
Yeah.
Ceasefire!
It's really hard, having never been to the maze, to know how it plays just from the cameras. We'll give you a rundown of the map after this. You can kind of get a good idea of where in the maze we've kind of got the cameras set up and how they kind of connect to each other. But the top left is the bottom of the switchback ramp, and the bottom left camera is the top of that ramp.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
I guess the bottom right camera is in the diagonally opposite corner to the bottom left camera, so it doesn't really help at all. But now you know.
Beanz does get that nuke off. So.
Yeah, good pressure relieving one. That one. Lizzie's still got a lot of lives. If Blackout could have got back a little earlier and not died out, could be a little less pressure on the team, but
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Fist returning the favor. Oh yeah, of course, Simon. Figure out the layout, but you just mean only to find the angles on some shots. Yeah, I mean, you're only ever going to get that by playing a maze.
Yep.
Fire team is leading
Detroit, for me, was one of the worst for that.
Oh man, it's one of the easiest. There's so many walls.
No, incorrect. Lizzie's still in the game. She's survived a very long time in this game without getting killed out.
Yeah.
Who's that in the bottom left?
Ceasefire!
Couldn't tell who that was.
Good question. They were getting resupplied, whoever it was.
Yeah.
But no, Detroit has a unique thing where there's no half walls except for down the hallways, so you're kind of protected on both sides from being able to freely move standing up straight. Same with the ramps.
Yuck.
Earth team is behind by 5,400
I'll take a Syracuse, thank you. Or an Auckland.
Syracuse is just wide open one floor.
Yeah. Running on a cloud. Lovely.
Yeah.
We're kind of in the portion of the game where red team are comfortable at this point. They're sitting comfortable. They still got a little bit of work to do to kill the green team out, but they can ease up the pressure a little bit without letting green team get back in the game. I didn't realize Rhea was playing heavy. I don't know why I only just noticed that.
Yeah, it's when she was attacking on the fortress side early in the game. I mentioned it, but I was also like, go down and get resupply.
Yeah. You wish you got to play in 2019?
Fire team
She did, but Blackout did not.
Yeah.
Points.
I've been noticing...
Yeah, 2019 was great.
It was okay. I went to... actually, I'm not going to say that on here. Someone will come and get me. I've been noticing that there are some players that are struggling to get their missiles off. I think maybe because Rhea hasn't been playing in that 3-hit role, right? She's more been playing the scout role.
Yeah, outside of like random draw and stuff.
Yeah.
But like here in Loveland, it's so easy to get your missiles off. It's really just assessing the game state of like what's happening around you.
Yeah.
The easiest place is definitely the ramps. Like if you're in Fortress or if you're in like the green cubby here, and the one shot, it's so easy to just shoot them and just like, oh, well, you got to run down 2 sets of ramps. You're getting missiled.
Unfortunately, Disco...
it's just mental reminders in your head for that.
Yeah. Disco Stu seems to be struggling a little bit physically there. Didn't really want to put his body under the stress that it was going to take to run back down those ramps again, and got about 4 or 5 lives taken off. But I understand that because as someone who is suffering from some physical limitations, it's important that you don't further injure yourself, cause any more damage. You don't really want to do that.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Definitely.
Do it!
LA on cleanup. LA on cleanup.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Phantom with the bonus nuke, I suppose.
Right.
Switching to full auto.
A little bit doing what she did yesterday in practice, living a very long time on a set amount of lives. So, but they do appear that they got caught. So
yeah.
We'll see how much they live longer this time.
We got some pretty good games coming up. Once we get through this one, we got 4 more games left for the evening. Cedar City Sentinels will be coming up against Syracuse twice. Loveland Phoenix will be going up against the Inner Peace. And Motor City Mutts will have their second game of this match against the LA Phasor department. So we're in the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your sleeping bags. What time is it there?
East Coast, it's 3 a.m. So Mountain Time, it is 1 a.m.
Goodness me. You guys are machines. Staying out well past your bedtime.
Right.
Trying to figure out how much of an incline they're playing with here.
It's rough.
At the ramps at Loveland, about the same as what Chula Vista location had. Chula Vista only had the 2, right? One at each end.
Yeah.
And whilst Loveland only technically have the ramps on each side, these are all like multi-switchback. So from memory, and I did play Chula Vista in 2010, and a lot has happened in that almost 15 years. That's depressing. From memory, I would say Loveland is a little harder, also given that you're running at altitude, and the altitude really is a thing. I'm ready for sleep bag over here. These ramps aren't as steep as Auckland's. Auckland barely has ramps, dude. We have ramps, yeah, sure, but, you know, this is what it is. Before we have a look at these next 2 teams, let's have a quick look at the arena so you guys can sort of get a feel for, you know, what kind of steepness we're talking about here. Let me switch across to here. So this is the arena that we're looking at here. This side, sitting on top of this thing here is where one of the cameras is. The camera that's in the bottom right hand corner looks at this corner here, and you can see a lot of where the gameplay happens coming up these ramps, and also in the closet here, also on this ramp heading up to the 3rd floor. So that's what that camera covers. The other camera is sitting on top of red base and sits here. Ooh, here we go. You are drunk. Looking up at this ramp, this is where one of the cameras is situated at the bottom of the switchback of red. Covers all of this area, covers big box, covers a little bit of what's going on over here, but not too much. And then the other one is located at the top of this ramp, so if we can I don't know what has happened to my mouse here. Oh my gosh, this is getting too late to navigate this stuff. The other camera sits at the top of this ramp here and looks down at this angle, so covers all the action here, what's happening over in big box. The 4th camera we had did cover this area, and here is the resupply. But yeah, it's a shame that that camera has died for the evening. Hopefully it'll be back up and running tomorrow. We shall see. Can you access this? Yes, you can. Let me find you a link. I'll send you a link through. It's a really one of the best maps I think I've seen of an arena. Because you can really get a good feel. I mean, obviously it's not the same as being there, but this will give you the best idea of what this maze is like without having ever stepped foot in this arena. So, yeah, it's a good training tool, this one.
Yeah, definitely agree. I love the map.
Shout out to Marco for putting that one together. Let's see if I can get you a link posted in the chat. Copy link. There we go. If you're attacking upstairs, you have to run up and down ramps. Oh, at Auckland? Yeah, that's true. That is true. I suppose I'm only really playing heavy, so... what's the square footage of the arena? That's not a question for me. That is definitely a question for a local. Heaps? Demi did the good walkthrough on for Auckland. That's true. Demi Hawk, she created a actual playable walkthrough 3D render of the Auckland arena, which was really, really impressive, actually. Really cool. One you could actually physically, well, not physically, you could actually, use your WASD to have a walk around the Auckland Arena. Everything's to scale. This one looks to be pretty much to scale. There's a couple of changes, I think. I got sent an updated one, but the shading's not as nice, so I've stuck with this one. Thanks, sweets. Right, what have we got coming up? Let's have a look at this match preview. This is going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, so we have Cedar City obviously coming off kind of a rough game against Loveland A, and then we have Sewercuse looking to bounce back as well. Again, Sewercuse, if they take this match, or Cedar City drops one of the matches to one of the other teams, we are looking at a pod play where potentially Cedar and Loveland A match up in the pods again. So
yeah,
it is going to be uphill battle for Sewercuse just playing against Cedar in this arena, but I think if they can take a little bit of bits and pieces of what Loveland A did and kind of confine Slaughter into that main area while still being able to pressure and keeping Snuffles back and getting some lives off meds, I definitely think they have a shot, but it is kind of an uphill battle currently for Sewercuse without Beanz.
Yeah. You just got to keep thinking, what could have been if Beanz had... What could have Beanz if Beanz had made his way to this tournament? Because you bring such a wealth of experience and talent to a squad, so it's such a shame.
Yeah, I definitely, pre-tournament, I know, a couple of the Loveland folks kind of chuckled at my prediction there, but I definitely had Sewercuse finishing top 3.
Yeah.
Just because of how they played last time in the arena. Playing against them, they're Detroit's rifles. I know their play styles, but like the back of my hand currently. So, knowing how they play in the arena as well, just I had them placing higher with Beanz. It is a little bit, of a drop off there without Beanz. They still have a very solid squad, but
yeah.
I think it does knock them down, a couple notches, maybe to that 3 to 6 area, depending on the games with Loveland B and Cali. So
yeah. Beanz is playing. Beanz, I don't think Beanz. Oh, he might be playing. Actually, he's hit the roster, so maybe he is playing this game. I hope he's not, because this seems like a game where he could probably get himself hurt a little bit. Things are frantic. The way that the speed in which the Cedar City team move around the maze. I would hate to see a accidental collision happen and means that he can't do things for me tomorrow when we need him to. So let's see how he goes. He's in. He's playing Commander. Oh my god. Just can't help himself, man.
Oh no. Why, Beanz, why you do this?
Do it.
He is gonna do the Slaughter strat here. Both commanders downstairs. So this is probably giving Slaughter flashbacks of me. Him running into me downstairs. Like, what are you doing down here?
Yeah.
But it definitely only works if you can hold against the other team. So
yeah.
We'll see how it goes here.
Bear in mind, Beanz got a steel rod put in his wrist about a week ago, so he's being very irresponsible at the moment.
Yeah, the problem here, though, is Green getting stuck there with Red patrolling very heavily on that second floor. Not being able to get shots off where they're needed. And you kind of see...
Cody needs some resupply, man.
Yeah, Slaughter just picking them off as they're running through. It is a rough start for Sewercuse indeed.
Oh no. Oh, Cody, go get some lives.
Yeah. It's definitely hard because now they have to try to reset.
Yeah.
They're running around with their heads
attacking.
off. He is, yeah. He's getting shot from red ramp.
There he goes. Takes a lives, which is good, but
big box.
Yeah.
I should say. Not red ramp, big box.
They're forcing Caleb to have to go back. Slaughtermelon has to go back to get some resupply, and it looks like they've kind of weathered the storm a little bit. No, he's gone downstairs to drop. Skadoosh. Fox has been knocked out. It's such a shame, man.
Space Marine requesting clearance.
Is the cannon nuke?
Beanz is a little too late.
That's the thing, though, in this maze, right? Is just little things here and there that are compounding into really big problems. Cody is down to 1 life. He really needs to get. There we go.
He needed to go back a while ago. But, obviously, this is a rough spot. But if you look at Meds is also hemorrhaging a ton of lives. So
Abby, that's really funny. Abby said, Beanz the surgeon just had this terrible feeling and he doesn't even know why. Well, got a shiver. What was that for?
Yeah.
Blown away.
That's funny. He's doing alright, but you know, he's one-handed Phasor. He's in a cast. Just can't help himself, can he?
It's his last hurrah for the tournament. He's like, all right, I'll play Commander 1 game. Here we go.
yeah. Against I forgot to do the teams.
That's okay.
It's late.
Her team is behind by 2,800 points.
There we go. That's better.
Do it.
Blown away.
I think, you know, like, well done him on kind of rising to the challenge of playing this particular team. Only be relishing the chance to test himself against them. Slaughtermelon detonating his nuke, and this game is well and truly under control from a. It's not even Loveland Phoenix.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Do it. Delirious after 9 hours.
Right.
Thanks, Barry. Slaughtermelon won himself 5 tickets there. Cash those in at the cashier.
Her team is trailing by 4,000 points.
Unfortunately, I think I might be out after this game.
Yeah, sweet ass. I was expecting you to drop out sooner, to be fair.
Oh, no. I definitely wanted to try to make it. I know they cut a lot of time off, but
you got another 40 minutes probably at least.
Yeah. So rest of the week though I should be good. I don't have to do any work. So.
Sweet ass.
Was this tournament Bean's last appearance as a player? Let's hope not. So
yeah, I don't think so. He was just really
has to play
amped.
the gauntlet.
He's gonna play the gauntlet. He's really amped to play this event. I know he was really, really excited to play, so I felt real bad when the message came through saying that he had hurt himself, which, you know, got a nice missile off there. He missile snuffles and then drops a nuke in his face. That's brilliant. Shot Beanz.
He's definitely doing work. If the early game could have went a little bit differently for them. Slaughter obviously putting on a clinic on that second floor.
Yeah.
Things could have been a little bit different, but again, it's a game of inches. So Slaughter getting that early nuke before Beanz nuking definitely hurt New York, and then Fox dying out on the nuke with the reset shot also hurt.
Yeah.
But like I said, they're just gonna shore it up probably. More than likely, they got a few good runs on meds. Like they dropped 6 lives off meds to bring them even with Lenny at one point in the early game. So you just got to clean up that middle play of like what's happening in the game state.
Yeah.
Fire team is leading by
It's
3,000 points.
It'd be interesting to see what they do in the second game of this block, just to see if they run a similar lineup again. I wonder if Beanz is like, nah, one and done, I'm good. I've had my commander run.
Right.
All right. We got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Good nuke there.
Valiant effort, though, from them.
Yep.
In Beanz, if this is the last time we see him in the tournament, I definitely want to see him go out like that. But it could also be like, again,
I needed that.
New York did roster, they have 7 with Beanz here. So they do have that little bit of gap or leeway where if someone's, quads are killing them, their ankles are killing them, the legs are killing them, they do have that ability to sub one player.
The team is leading by 7,600 points.
Good job. Good bloody job here, red team. Solid win.
Yeah, definitely a good game there from Cedar, and then Sewercuse, just those small little inches was really the difference maker. 1 or 2 things go your way, you're looking at it way differently. So but unfortunately, they lead to cascading catastrophes when those little things go the opposite way.
You get punished for them so much more in this maze too. It seems like I said it before, but you'd be watching a game and it seems relatively even if you're looking at the scoreboard, but all of a sudden, bam, multiple people are... Yeah. And I guess this is one of those mazes that it's even more important to be able to see the maze in its entirety from the camera view to get a good idea of kind of what's actually going on rather than just looking at the scoreboard. Good bloody job, though. Good bloody job. You you're done for the evening.
I am heading out. So to everyone in the chat, have a great night, great day for those of you on the western side of the hemisphere. Great evening, and I'll catch you guys again here tomorrow. Same time, same starting spot.
Appreciate all your work today
through the entire coverage. Yeah, anytime. Love doing it.
Yeah, man. It's been a bunch of fun to do this with you. Like I said, getting your perspective as a predominantly attacking player has been really valuable for me. I'm assuming it's the same for everyone in chat, so can't wait to catch up.
Comes in. What did I miss?
Most of Nats so far, but it's okay.
Most of Dave one, it's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely right back at you. I love casting with you. It's definitely a pleasure.
It's gonna be a great week.
Love the experience. Yeah, it's gonna be a great week. We got more in store for you coming at you tomorrow, and G&D is gonna do the team solo Auckland cast here now.
We'll catch up with you tomorrow, my dude.
Yeah, have a great night, everyone.
You too, bro.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, Scythe, all the way out of Detroit. His feedback is priceless. It's been priceless today. Thoroughly enjoyed doing this with him. I'm glad that he's available for the rest of the week to crank through this as well. So pretty awesome. If we get time, perhaps we'll try and bring Beanz in. Beanz decided, Rusty, what did you miss? You watched him you watched him wrap his arm up and have a commander game. It was good. Good effort. That was a long shift. He's put on a long one. He's been with me all day. It's currently like 3:30 in the morning almost. Brutal. What was the long shift? Loveland A looks to be pumping. They're doing great. They look strong. Leading up to their match against Cedar City before, I had Cedar City in front. Slaughtermelon's been putting on a clinic as commander. But the locals are not messing around. They are here to play this year. They are hungry for a Nats win, is the Loveland side. So they actually made relatively easy work from an outsider perspective of the Cedar City team. So pretty awesome. Coming up next, we have California Inner Peace on the green team versus Loveland Phoenix on the red team. This is the second game of this. Loveland Phoenix managing to get the win. Stop playing, you idiot. Never has a wiser word been spoken. A week out from getting bits of metal put into his body for support, and he's out here playing Commander at Laserforce Internationals. Tisk. Tisk, bloody tisk. It'd be interesting to see how the inner peace team goes in this next one. Oh, and we're off. Quick start. Bloody hate a quick start. It's annoying. I might actually have. I don't even need the bed music off. See if my tired eyes can make sense of this game. Fair Turkey off to a good start. Quick start, Fair Turkey. Looks to be up on that second level, kicking the inner piece down the green ramp, making them go all the way downstairs. And that is the one thing that you don't want to do. DK and Dills doing work at the bottom of that that ramp to third floor, outside of the cubby hole there, outside the closet. Trading with what looks to be Ghost? Yeah, what looks to be Ghost, trading with Dills there. Resupply getting kicked downstairs, giving them the opportunity, or at least Applesauce the opportunity to go on a base run. Old Man Than, I wonder if they're together. Hopefully they're together. He hasn't got any bases though. You're one shoulder dislocation away from stopping. Dude, I felt my heart ached for you, bro. It really did. Really did. Fair Turkey doing some work here. Almost just under 2 grand score without any bases. Versus Dills, who was currently on 200 points. He had a really rough start to this game. Absolutely decimated on lives, and he's still got a lot of shots, so clearly very little impact from Dills so far. Fair Turkey back in resupply. As soon as he kind of makes that switch to go out and put that pressure back on, we'll see what happens.
Earth team is behind.
Both Dill and Kodama actually having a bit of a rough game. You can see Kodama trying to break up red ramp up the switchback to try and get his team back into that fortress resupply spot. That spot's taken by Red Heavy Mischief, and they've just choked them off. He managed just to get the missile into Kodama. Heavy v heavy.
We've got 7 canisters of CN20.
And to make matters work, Fair Turkey's dropped his nuke and detonates. That's put a whole lot of pressure on the green team. Kodama eats another missile there. Unfortunately, no pressure. They're not able to get any pressure coming up that red ramp. Mischief has the top of red ramp really choked off. Just really dominating control of that whole section of the maze. And as you can see, DK is going to make the long run all the way down the long ramp, down the switchback. Mischief is doing work.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Applesauce down about half our lives. SgtTucker still on 17, so yeah, it's pretty indicative of what's happened. They just Dill hasn't been able to put any real pressure on the upstairs. He's come up now. He's making his way across that middle ramp.
Fire team is ahead by 3,000 points.
But yeah, he's just really struggling against Mischief. Mischief has somehow made himself an entire arena wide. He's controlled that upstairs area so well. He's switched across onto the green side and keeping Dill from being able to come up onto the 3rd floor to kick his resupply. So, and Dill eats a missile for his trouble too. It's just getting mischief is just keeping him out. He's been able to go up and down towards that area they call trench, which is where they are now. Dill's just running past the downed player all the way over Fortress, and manages to get a missile into Ghost. He's going for
Fire team is leading by 4.
Going for the hit on Mischief, trying to get that reset onto Ghost, but unable to do so.
Do it. Party time.
Always blowing the pie. It's good advice. Not financial advice, but it's good advice.
Do it. Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear.
It's financial advice.
Oh man.
Such a bad joke. Fair Turkey has absolutely dominated in this game. He is like 3,000. Oh, I missed the cancel. Damn it. Too busy gas bagging. Who was it that got cancelled? I missed it. Terrible commentating. I was too busy making a terrible joke.
By 130 points.
Still got us cancelled. Ugh. It's just bad day to worse, unfortunately for him. In this particular game, it might be a sign of what time of the morning it is. It's very, very late there. Getting around sort of on your around 1:30 in the morning. So I don't know. Good nuke there. Could see where he went to pull. It was an easy cancel. Did he go into big box? On the other side of big box, he's done that a few times, and it's a mixed bag of results. This is Mr. shooting his own medic. Can do that.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Dills is close to a second, so hopefully he can make that one count. Time for another liquid death to take away the brain fog. Good hydration. Don't know how good it is at giving you energy. This is just water. Just water. It's just water. No sugar, no caffeine, just water. Good missile there by Kodama. Dill's going to get his base so he can drop this nuke, I assume. Maybe not.
Earth team is leading by 3,000 points.
They're halfway through. There we go. Halfway through the game, and they still have their medic. Green team do. So, I mean, if they can kind of take some resupply here, they can really put the red team in a bad position. Red team seemingly dominating for most of this game, but it's possible. It's possible that green team are making a comeback here.
Boosting.
Good work there from Dill coming up the green ramp. Put a little bit of pressure on those players going up towards chamber. DK gonna put some pressure on up that ramp, and hopefully Dill was there to get the shot. Sweet's hitting his own commander. Tisk tisk.
Boosting.
Man, if Sweets can go back and maybe get full up on shots and lines, then maybe they can play the rest of this game out with their full attacking complement, which would really make a big difference in this game. Tucker's sitting there on 0 points. He hasn't seen much action at all. Green team have pulled this game back. what's that? Kodama. Kodama up in the fortress, making his way across to Closet. Luke's kind of pinched off there in the fortress, and they kicked Tucker out all the way. So managed to force them to move out of their spot a little bit. Sweets really needs to go back and make the most of his medic still being in the game. I think,
Requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Good nuke there by Fair Turkey. Takes Applesauce out. That's going to mean that Sweets is going to... Sweets is going to pay the price for not going back sooner and getting tanked up. Really needs to go get his base. And kind of make the most of not dying out here. But red team should be able to claw back the victory here. Should be able to. We'll see. About 4 grand behind in bases. 3 grand behind in bases, the Sweets.
Fire team is behind by 2,300
gets theirs.
points.
Kodama really doing some work here. Kind of making up for the shortfall of what Dill's been up to. Fair Turkey is real class. I didn't even notice that their 3 hits didn't have their bases, so it's actually more like, what, 6 grand in bases difference. 5 or 6 grand. They can hold out here, though. Sweets has got his base. Dill's 1 shot away from getting another nuke. Getting that nuke will put a little bit more pressure back on SgtTucker. They kind of need to be able to attack off this nuke and really get rid of some of those lives on that team. I don't know if they need to aim for an Elam, but it'd help. Definitely would help. Tucker's up there in the fortress. Here comes the nuke. Good detonate. Didn't seem to see, and now that the red team are all cramped up there in the fortress, so now's the time the 3 hits really need to kind of pincer and just smash them. But Dill's on the 2nd floor in the cubby and is kind of floating there, so Sweet's almost about to get knocked out of this game. So this is a great game.
Earth team is leading by 3,100 points.
Few grand in it. Red Resupply haven't been used to having to go on many base runs, so maybe they are waiting till that last 60 seconds, and that might end up costing them, because SgtTucker is only on 2 lives with no bases. This is going to come down to the wire, this game. This is an awesome game. The knee bases ASAP. This nuke will be big. Yeah, massive. Turkey needs to drop it ASAP and allow his resupply to go down and get that base. Because I think without it, Tucker's really going to struggle to be able to go down and get both. Had that nuke for almost a minute. Too long. Too long.
Fire team is trailing by 20.
Too long in the late stages of this game. Oh, DK putting some pressure in on the fortress there. That's good. And then comes look to be Dill.
All right. We got 7 canisters of
Here comes that nuke. Tucker is going to be... I don't think Tucker's still in the fortress. He's not going to be able to go get his bases. That is massive. Down to 11 lives in a minute. Got 90 seconds to outlast them. So this is this is definitely coming down to the wire. If the green team could just hold off. Dill's in a very precarious spot there, but he manages to take Simply OK down. Dills is in big box. He's gonna need to keep an eye on that ramp and just keep Simply OK and SgtTucker from being able to go down and get their bases. This game's on the knife edge. What a mammoth effort this is. Just till now. I would say that it, like, Sweet's not going back to get more lives. Big error on his part. Really big error. Unfortunately, Simply OK went down and got their base, so they're now 3 grand ahead, and that's going to be all she brought. But California team haven't been Eland here, which in the well, at least not yet.
4, 3, 2,
Tucker got 1.
Mission complete.
Tucker got 2. Good job. Oh, they got the Elam. Oh, he got the missile off on the end. Oh my god! Wow, dude! Wow! That was razor thin. That was awesome. What a game! Oh, California should be incredibly pleased at how they played that. But again, it comes down to 1 or 2 things not going their way. I think and it's hard to know these things, but if it's the if only. But I think a big thing there was Sweets didn't go back and make the most of his medic being in the game, and I think that could have been the difference. It could have had an extra attacking gun, putting more pressure on the resupply. It could have staved off the Elam. I mean, the Elam in this particular instance doesn't matter too much because that was the second game of the match. But still, you want that kind of, every little thing helps, I guess. Every little win helps. What a game. Great game, chat. Great game. Let me see some hype from y'all in chat. If you've got emotes, feel free to slam them in chat. I've got a couple of emotes. Let's use some of the resupply ones. That was awesome. So awesome. Whew. If you need a cool down, now is the time to go and get yourself a liquid death. Crack that bad boy open. Get hydrated. We've got 2 more games to go for the evening, and then we are done. I'm gonna see if I can. I probably can't track down the old boys. I think they might be going home, but you're totally awake now, Fairy. you found your second win. Wind. That's good. Woo! That was awesome. Coming up next, this game's gonna be pretty cool too. Let's have a look at these themes. On red team, we have the Motor City Mutts. Still looking, I believe, for that first tournament win. They're going up against the LAPD, Los Angeles Phasor Department, who had a pretty good showing in the late stages of day 1. Odin's versus Snowflake, it's the 3 hits are I think that's the way to go. They seem to be able to put a little bit more pressure on their opponents. With the sure-handedness of Disco Monkey and Poopies backing them up as a scout role, and Autumn and Manette. Autumn is a tank in the resupply, so whether that's playing as a defensive heavy or as a defensive ammo, such an asset to have at the backline. Motor City Mutts had a bit of a rough day, but I think they can take some things out of today and be really proud of. Disco Stu and Raya are obviously the veterans of this team. Phantom and Blackout have had a pretty good day actually. There's only been a couple of minor errors from these players. I think Blackout got killed out early in a couple of games, and Little Bit and Lizzie are doing work in the resupply. So considering Lizzie hadn't played any Space Marines leading into this tournament, really impressive showing from her. In fact, let's touch base with one of those players, normally playing out of New York. Let's catch up with a little bit.
Hi, my name is Christine, and my laser tag name is Little Bit. I am a Syracuse player normally. I am located in Syracuse, but this year I'm playing on the Motor City Mutts. Every year since 2011, I've played in a tournament and played laser tag since. Being able to adapt and play well with my team has been a huge advantage in my book. My message for my opponents would be, don't count my team out. Just because we are a mix of different players does not mean that we're no one to be messed with.
Long-standing member of the competitive Laserforce, or Laserforce Space Marines community a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing this game. I think LA Phasor department should be able to pull off the win, all going to plan. But like Little Bit said, don't count out Motor City. If they can string some good phases of play together, I think that they can definitely still cause some upsets. Well, we're going live, ladies and gents. Second to last game of the day. Let's go. I'm excited. Right off the jump, both teams hitting up the ramps. The Mutts not really pausing. You gotta watch what's coming from behind when you take your time getting up those ramps. They managed to get up and set up inside of Fortress, and I think that LAPD have been able to set up inside of the chamber without too much opposition. So tentative start maybe from both teams. Oh, unfortunately, nobody giving the heads up that that Odin's Fist was coming up that switchback ramp, and he makes the team pay. Manages to kick them downstairs. It's not what you want. Definitely not what you want.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Watch your fire and check your targets. Missile away.
See if Odin did get the missile off of Phantom, so already down 4 missiles in this game at 3,600 points with no base, or 3,700 points with no bases in the first 2 minutes of the game. So Odin's Fist really dominating here, and it looks like Snowflake and Disco have switched out. So Disco's taken up that defensive heavy position, although in a game like this I'd imagine he's going to go out and put a lot of pressure on. As you can see, bottom left hand corner, shooting down into the downstairs, seems to be going down to put more pressure on downstairs. Phantom has a real rough start to this game on negative 400 points. Has lost a lot of lives. Lizzie managing to only lose 5 in that skirmish, but Manette sitting pretty up in the chamber, hasn't lost any lives yet. So, oof. Yeah, all 5 in the first 90 seconds. It's a pretty good shout. So, Odin's Fist is doing some work. It'd be interesting to see if they go and drop this nuke, or if they're going to try and chain a couple together. Maybe having too much fun to go and drop immediately.
Do it. Missile away.
Do it.
Fire team is behind by 6,300 points.
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't managed to be able to come back up Motor City. Still seem to be holding downstairs, and as we've seen throughout this tournament, it's a bit of a death sentence, but you can see there in the bottom left-hand corner, Odin's Fist is just camping the top of that ramp, and is casually making everyone's life misery downstairs. So That's why you don't want to go downstairs. You don't want to... a competent 3-hit will make you pay for that, and Odin's Fist is more than competent as you can see. 4,800 points without any bases within the first 5 minutes is pretty good score rate. That definitely holding off and dropping the nuke. It'll be interesting to see if they go and try for 3 or if they're going to be content with getting to 2 and dropping there. Phantoms just got to their first nuke, so it'll be interesting to see if they go and drop a relieving pressure nuke. Although Snowflake, as a scout, is down there doing some work, putting 3 shots into the commander. Hate to see it. Wow, depends on who you are.
Space Marine requesting clearance for
Here they go.
strike.
Confirmed.
Good nuke. She detonates her nuke. Good work there by Phantom. Allows Lizzie to fill her team up a little bit, but the pressure's mounting. There's just absolutely no pressure coming into the green team. Minette has lost a few lives. They lost 4, so they have managed to get upstairs, but yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. Odin's Fist on their way to their 3rd nuke. Hasn't dropped any yet. Be interesting to see if they stack 3, or if they had a look at what happened earlier and were like, nah, I'm gonna drop 4, or even 5. I'd love to see a 5 chain before we finish out the day. I like this play here from Blackout. This kind of jumping that he does over the wall, shooting into chamber area, shooting on that back wall. Odin's Fist gonna chain 3. Here we go.
Alright, we've got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them in that
Great start, like absolutely killer start to the game, and just has kept that pressure up. So well done, Odin's Fist. Really doing some work here. And just like that, Motor City loses 2, and they've only collectively got 23 lives, so not too much longer for them in this game. Good showing here by LAPD, really putting the screws on. Odin's Fist had a real good game, getting all 5 of your missiles off in the first couple of minutes is pretty impressive. So first 90 seconds. What's up, Troy?
Let's rock.
It's the second to last game of the evening, so get through this one. We'll see Sewercuse come up against Cedar City to round out the day play, and then we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow.
Fire team is trailing by 15,000 points.
Odin's Fist crossed over into that 10 grand mark. I think if they had held on to their nukes, probably would have been able to get to a point where they were able to chain 4, but don't really need to. It's probably more showboating at this point.
Party time.
It's a real testament to this LAPD team that we didn't really see Motor City come back up and try and take any of the upstairs positions. They just couldn't get past Odin's Fist, sort of camping the top of Switchback.
Earth team is leading by 16,000 points.
Good showing here to finish out the round. They'll be looking forward to their placement tomorrow. I don't know if Beanz is... Oh.
Do it.
I don't know if Beanz is still around, but hopefully you can upload the scoreboard after this next game. I mean, he might be in there playing, so it might be a little bit difficult. Hopefully we're still streaming. I think we're still streaming. Had a couple of windows crash on me. Not windows, but you know what I'm saying. Good win there. Good solid win. Family win, that one. Good family win. Still up? Perfect. We got one more to go, ladies and gentlemen. One more. And that'll see the end of Day 1. Space Marines Internationals 2024. Coming up next. Final match of the day. Let's have a look at these teams. We have Sewercuse on red, Cody, Evil, Jackal, Do Not Pass Go, King Fox, and Beanz. Beanz is back in the lineup for this game. I'm not that surprised. Day 1 of 100. That's what it feels like. Taking on Slaughtermail, Metalface, Snuffles, Thunder, Mids, and Chaser. Beanz played Commander in the first game of this matchup. He is about a week out from having surgery to put a pin inside of his wrist that he broke a few weeks ago. So the man's a maniac. Absolute maniac. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses to go, whether or not he goes Commander again if he wants another run. I do like the combo of Beanz and Cody as the 3 hits. There's a good combination, that one. But you know, so far Slaughtermail has been a bit of a beast at that commander position, so we'll see how we're going. Good morning, Smalley. Nice to see you. He already has the surgery booked. What's the worst that can happen? That's true. That's true. What, are you gonna hurt yourself more? Yes, Troy. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Let's do one final player spotlight for the day. We're gonna check in and check with one of Cedar City's other up-and-coming talents. Let's check out Metalface.
Logan Mathis, Metalface, and I'm playing for St. George A. I haven't played in a tournament in 2 years, and I miss it. Even though I'm broke, I'm here. I like the way the game is played, where everyone has a certain role, a position to fill, and if you don't fill that position, your team falls apart. You might think that's scary, but that's how it goes. So I'm pretty terrified to play an actual position on the A team, because that means I have to do good, and I don't want to do that. I hope to not drag my team down, and obviously we're gonna win. So we win, and somehow I'm on the team, and they carry me, and it's awesome, and I get a trophy, so that's what I want.
It's got to be one of the best interviews. So blasé about the whole thing. You know, I don't know why I'm here, but you know, we're gonna win, and I guess I'll get a trophy. That's the spirit. Woo. Man, what a day! What a day! For those of you who have been here the whole time, I don't know who's actually been here the whole time. Is there anyone that's been in chat for the whole day? I think, Fury, I've seen your name for most of the day. Two, you were here pretty early. Who's been cranking? Who's got the stamina? Who's got the stamina? I am who I am? You've been here the whole day? Almost the whole day. You don't remember, you're so tired? Yeah. Come, geek! I thought you went to bed. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. You were here early and then you went to bed. That's the smart choice, Smalley. That is the smart choice. Smalley McSmall, ladies and gentlemen, based all the way in the UK, making really smart life decisions about not staying awake for 1 billion hours with us. Might possibly have the worst time zone for this tournament. So, yeah, it is what it is. Who's that running through the maze? One of the... I don't know who that is, actually. It might change for the last day. You want to see all the finals? Well, yeah, of course. I wouldn't be surprised if you stayed up. You're working in about 4 hours? Oh my goodness. I am who I am. That's a solid effort. We're actually, don't dox yourself. It's okay. I was gonna ask where you're based, but close. Which center are you closest to? I suppose is the better answer. Did do a smart thing and book this week off work. Smalling. Well, then why aren't you staying awake? Lazy. So lazy. It's been a really Chula Vista, right on. It's been a really good day of Space Marines. Really enjoyable first day of the tournament. I am really looking forward. Oh yeah, I forgot about these videos. So we do have a couple of videos. I'm gonna quickly switch across to this one. Let's have a look here. This will give you a good look at what chamber's like in the top resupply point. It seems to be the strongest position to be in. Gotta maybe restart that video. There we go. That's looking into chamber. You can see there it's the highlighted spot. That's probably the most sought after resupply position in the mace. Most teams are gonna vie for that position, especially if they're green. But if red team can get up there and kind of push in and force the green team down this ramp that we're looking at the moment, yeah, then they're gonna benefit wholly for that. Oh, that's not what we want. There we go. Those transitions though, aren't they magical? Murder myself. Woo. Always do lament the fact that Chula Vista no longer has a site, but really cool that Chula still has representation, even though the site's gone. It's been gone for a while, but you still got players who want to play that rep that site. So any more of the location videos? Yeah, I do actually. What I might do is I'll set them up for tomorrow. I've got one that plays all of them. Luke done a really good job, so we'll do a full video of that so you guys can check those out and we'll have those play. Definitely helps when you don't know the arena. Yeah, 100%. I really like the 3D maze because that to me is quite helpful if you don't know the maze. We will have a quick look actually in Big Box. Big Box is quite a key area. This is where Dills keeps getting his nukes diffused. Let's have a look here. This is kind of looking from the ramp view, but you can see there that highlighted area being Big Box. This is kind of the main area where you have to dominate. You have to control this area. If you give up control of this area, you're in all sorts of problems. We're ready. Let's go. Last game of the evening, kids. Get hype. Get real hype. Sewercuse versus Cedar City Sentinels. Let's see. Beanz playing in that scout role. Red team came up, but looks like they might have gotten up into Fortress. Caleb has come up and might be in a world of hurt here because he is surrounded by red players, but he's standing strong. But somebody just kicked him out of the Fortress, so unlucky. Unlucky there for Sewercuse. They've got pushed all the way back downstairs, giving green team full control of upstairs.
Fire team has taken the lead.
So I took a nap, he did. Oh, I see, sorry. There we go.
Whistle away.
It's a little better. Need a pic of Scythe with his eyes closed to put in the window. Live view from his islands. Exactly right. Alright, red team managing to get up, but they can't really break that that ramp on the way up to the trench, which is the ramp that sort of is up by the top of green ramp, is what I'm trying to say. Goodness me. Falling over myself.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
Do not pass go, getting pinged in the back. Slaughtermelon is really thriving in this tournament, and now do not pass. Do not pass go, and it looks to be Evil, both having to make the long trudge all the way down red ramp there. Unfortunate. Here comes the nuke. Slaughtermelons first. Good quick nuke, that one. It's really put Beanz as the scout in a less than ideal position. And his whole team is almost on single digits. Fox is the only one there on double-digit lives. Real precarious situation that Sewercuse have found themselves in. They'll be wanting to rectify that as soon as possible. Jackal has lost over half of his lives already, and we are only 2.5 minutes in. So, not going to plan. Not going to plan at all for Sewercuse. Let's see if they can claw back some of these lives. Slaughtermelon is had to go back and get resupply, which is taking a little bit of the pressure off. I think Snuffles has pushed out though and is doing work, getting missiles. Look at them go, backed up by Thunder. They are smashing.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Good nuke there by Cody. Relieve some of the pressure, and he needs to get some resupply now. Really badly, but I don't know if he's anywhere near his resup.
Team has taken the lead. Earth team has taken the lead.
Slaughtermelon looks to be back on the hunt again, so be itching to get out, and Cody's in a really bad spot here. Medic's about to die out, and Cody is about to also die out. Slaughtermelon, if he could get to this nuke, I think he'll be looking to end this game pretty quickly. Yeah, it absolutely will, Trey. It'll definitely hurt his next nuke. So he's killed out Jackal. Now he needs to pull the trigger on this nuke and the suffering. Unfortunately, Cody was unable to get any resupply, and yeah, it's not going to end well for the Sewercuse team. Out goes Cody. Didn't get to his second nuke either, which is a real shame. Slaughtermelon got out to a rip-roaring start, as he has done this whole tournament. Dropping his next nuke. And there it goes. Killing out Do Not Pass Go. Ammo's gone, Commander's gone, Medic's gone, and the rest of the team, 9 lives between them, 8 lives between them, 7 lives between them. Really good showing here from the Cedar City Sentinels. They were pushed in the last one by Sewercuse, but they've really taken control of this game and stamped their mark, so to speak. This arena kills team so quick. The instant there's any imbalance, it's crazy, Stallion, how quickly it happens. And I remember, back in the day, a lot of Brisbane teams doing this to other teams, where they were so quick to just get in and just really overwhelm them and just smash them to a pulp before they could do anything, and then it's just way too hard to kind of overcome that. So it's because it's so small. It's not a small arena, like it's not massive. It covers a large area, so I think you would thrive in this arena side, but yeah, you can cover large parts of the arena from a few spots, but you have to be fast and you have to be fit, because if you aren't those two things, and you'll notice a lot of the Loveland players have a really similar body build, actually. Lean, quick, fit, and it allows them to move all over the arena without expending too much energy. I wonder if Beanz, are you around? Can you give me a thumbs up if you're around? We'll see what happens when this game gets uploaded. But that is the last game of the evening. We'll take a look at the scoreboard momentarily. You're not as fit as you used to be? Yeah, I think like in your heyday you would have torn this arena up, but you're old and slow now, so... Brisbane popped you hard, and that was a big arena. Brisbane is a real tough one if you're not used to it. I think the changes that were made to Brisbane's arena have been to its detriment, but for the most part, it's been a pretty good spot to play in. So, triathlon bodybuild is what's called for. Exactly right. I'm gonna quickly switch across to here to this this scene here. Oh. Except we don't have any music in this. I'm gonna go back to this one. Need that music. I can't be here by myself. Oh goodness, it's too loud, mate. Brisbane is big, but half of the arena is wasted. Yeah, especially now with the changes that they made. I don't think they've been for the better from a competitive standpoint. Obviously, it's a thing I think they felt they need to do for the public. But yeah, it's a rough one. The changes. Let's have a look here, and we'll see if the final standings have been uploaded for the day. Let's see here. I think they are the final standings for the day. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboards as they stand. Live leaderboard so far for the day. Loveland Phoenix. Undefeated. 24 points. Maximum amount of points. Had 8 elims over the day. Pretty good showing. Win-loss ratio, they've won all 8 of the games that they've played. All 4 of the matches that they played, they've won. Cedar City Sentinels, California Inner Peace, and Five Nights at Loveland, all sitting on 18 points, which is going to make the tiebreak actually for tomorrow. I wonder how they're going to face that. The way that tomorrow works, we've gone one full break. So if the way that it's supposed to work is that teams 1, 3, 5, and 7 will enter a pod, and teams 2, 4, 6, and 8 will enter a different pod, and they'll be the teams to play each other tomorrow. But I mean, there's 3 teams here, all equal on 18 points, so I'd be interested to see how that tiebreak is going to work. But good on Cedar City for having a pretty dominant day. I think maybe one of the surprises here is Five Nights at Loveland, the local Loveland B team. 18 points. They played awesome today. Well done, young blood. Well done. Making your I know you'll be making your A team real proud. They'll be stoked for you guys. So hopefully you can keep up that kind of that clip tomorrow, and have more success as the day goes through. Los Angeles Phasor department on 10 points, splitting their matches 2 and 2. They've got 3 elims, which is always good. I mean, elims seem to be the nature of the day. And Sewercuse on 8 points. So, interesting standings here. Interesting standings. Motor City and St. George Sunbeams sitting at the bottom of the table, 7 and 8. But really, in tied last place. Unfortunately, no wins today, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. I thought that why didn't they play each other? That doesn't seem right. Did they play each other? Motor City. I think we're still in round 1, actually. Oh yeah, we're still in we're still in round 1. That makes more sense. Oh, it's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Why not 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8? Good question. I think general consensus is that maybe should have been the way that it should have been. But it was put to the captain's chat to have it this way, and the captains voted that this was the way it was going to be. So I don't know. I think I would have loved to have seen 1v4, 1 through 4 and 5 through 8, because I would love to have seen I would love to have seen Motor City Mutts and St. George Sunbeam get a couple of more, or get at least one more match after their match tomorrow against each other, and you know, really battle it out, and to see if they can claw some points back. But we'll see. It would make more sense to put similar ranked teams in the same group, kind of. I mean, there's two schools of thought there. One is, yeah, it makes for closer games, but really, when it comes to an internationals tournament, internationals is about who is the best of the best. So you're kind of expected to be able to beat any team that you go up against, and unfortunately, that does mean that some of the lower ranked teams will end up getting stomped by some of the higher ranked teams. But this is Nats, like, it's the pinnacle of our competitive scene. So they should, if you're competing at a Nats, you should be happy-ish to play any team that you go up against. I know that's not maybe necessarily the case in reality, but you know, it is what it is. Me personally, I would have liked to see 1 through 4 and 5 through 8, and then, you know, if you're in that bottom tier, you don't advance any further than possibly 5th place. It just sorts out the seedings for the finals. But who am I to judge? I'm not playing. I'm just here being a loudmouth, trying to be relatively entertaining for you guys. We'll see if we can sort out some of the stats issues that we've run into today, and see if we can get some of the graphics working for those. We'll also put in play some more of the views of the arena. Let me just see if there's anyone left to talk to us. They might have all gone home for the day, which is understandable because it's very, very early in the morning there. I think it's currently it must be 3:15 in the morning there. So, if the commentary and video live feed drew you back to watch tournament being played, thank you to everyone who made it possible for those watching feel like they're there. I truly appreciate it. Well, we appreciate you watching, because I think without an audience, there wouldn't be any point for us doing these streams. So I hope you guys dig them, and if it does get you to maybe look at wanting to play some more lasers, that's a bonus, baby. That's why we're here. I think what we're going to do, we're going to leave it there for the day. But I'd like to say a massive thank you to, first and foremost, our principal sponsor, Liquid Death. Thank you for keeping me hydrated throughout the day, and our players hydrated throughout the day, and hopefully you there at home hydrated throughout the day. Tomorrow we'll be going live a little bit before the start time, so maybe sort of 15 minutes before we're set to go live, maybe a little earlier, we'll see. Local time here in New Zealand will be 10 a.m, so a little bit before 10 a.m, 8 a.m in Australia, 4 p.m on Mountain Time, and I don't know any other time zones over in the States, so you can figure that out for yourself. Thank you too, appreciate it. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. We'll be back later, or early in the morning on my side of the world, but later in the night for all of you Americans and Europeans. Enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your night, get some sleep, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. See you guys soon.